This woman is the crown prince's fiancée, envied by all other women. However, in her past life, she was a college student who lacked money and love. She inexplicably transmigrated into a romance novel. She became the villainous who only knew how to be jealous of the female lead. And in the novel, she was just a tool to heat up the relationship between the male and female leads. Her name is Helis. Right now, she just wants to quickly break off the engagement. Today is the day she enters the palace to see the crown prince. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she saw the male lead, the crown prince, and the female lead, Helena. The two of them were chatting intimately. Helena is the daughter of a down-and-out count's family. She is now the crown prince's lady-in-waiting. In the novel, Helena and the crown prince are in love with each other. In the end, the crown prince marries her and makes her the empress. Helena noticed Helis and greeted her enthusiastically. The crown prince, however, looked displeased. He blamed Helis for being later than usual. Helis could only lift her skirt, curtsy, and express her apology. Helena smiled and told Helis, "Please have a seat." The crown prince was extremely protective that we're all friends. You don't need to be so polite to her. He then looked at Helis as if to reprimand the young noble lady. At this moment, Helis thought to herself, this male lead really can't stand to see Helena suffer, even a little bit. Helena is a lady-in-waiting. Isn't it perfectly normal for her to use honorifics when addressing her, a duke's daughter? If this followed the original novel's plot, Helis would definitely be bullying Helena right now. But the current her had no intention of causing a scene. She sat down elegantly and asked if Helena could fill her teacup. But at this, the crown prince was displeased again. He said sarcastically to Helis, "Have you not learned how to pour tea? Or are your hands unwell?" Helis said in an innocent voice, "I'm just asking a friend to pour some tea. Is that so against the rules of etiquette?" The crown prince was about to angrily reprimand Helis, but Helena stopped him. Helis is her friend, which is why she was pouring tea for her. With just a few words, she placated the crown prince. Helena truly is an innocent and straightforward person. No wonder everyone likes her no matter what she does. Just then, another man arrived at the tea party. The man enthusiastically hugged the crown prince and Helena. The man's name is Arson, the eldest son of a ducal family, but he is more famous for his identity as Arson the hero. He's a pitiful man with an unrequited love for Helena. As expected, Arson also ignored Helis. Only after a while did he remember to greet her. Helis was a little angry, but still responded politely. Arson winked playfully at Helis, telling her not to be so cold and to just call him by his name. Helis deliberately joked, as the crown prince's fiancée, "How could I dare address you so informally?" The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. By emphasizing fiancée in front of Helena, Helis must have made the crown prince very angry. The crown prince's fists were clenched, veins popping, looking like he was about to start a fight. Arson sensed something was wrong and immediately urged him not to get angry, as there were many people around. But the crown prince said through gritted teeth that he didn't need to care about what others thought. Helis couldn't help but mock him. There is only one person in the world who can do such a thing, but even that person has to be mindful of his political enemies. The atmosphere froze again. It seemed this tea party could not continue. This woman was bewildered to find she had transmigrated to another world and become the crown prince's fiancée. This is a world where divine power and magic coexist, and yet she is merely a tool for the male and female protagonists to deepen their feelings for each other. The awkward atmosphere at the tea party made her want to leave. Helena called out to stop her, but this time she didn't use the formal you, instead calling out directly to Helis. Helis told her with a straight face that their statuses were different. In the royal palace, one should still pay attention to etiquette when speaking. Helena lowered her eyes and agreed dejectedly. The crown prince slammed his fist on the table again. At this moment, he was furious. He loudly questioned Helis, "What exactly is your problem?" But Helena quickly grabbed the crown prince's hand, indicating that she was fine. Only then did the crown prince calm down. He was just too fond of Helena. Arson also came to Helena's side and quickly comforted her. He couldn't bear to see the woman he loved upset either. Helis felt there was nothing left for her to do, so she turned and left. The weather was very nice today. The sun was bright, and a few birds were soaring joyfully in the sky. But Helis's mood was not so beautiful at the moment. Both the heavy makeup and the jewelry on her body felt heavy. An attendant asked her if she had a good time. After a long pause, she replied yes. Back home, Elise had already changed her clothes and was now lying bored on the sofa. She recalled the various methods she had already tried to return to her original world, jumping from a high rooftop and the poison used to assassinate political enemies. She had even used a knife, wanting to end her own life. But the law of causality in this world would not allow Elise to escape the plot. If she jumped off a building, the guards watching the horses would catch her. Poison would turn into a very effective sleeping pill. When she used a knife, it wouldn't be life-threatening. Every suicide attempt would turn out like this. It was a truly tragic fate. She couldn't die no matter what, and it was super painful for her. If it weren't painful, she wouldn't feel so wrong. With no other choice, Elise asked her maid to find her a powerful fortune teller, thinking she could only fight the supernatural with the supernatural. The next day, she chose a simple outfit. The maid, however, felt that since Elise was going out, she should dress more splendidly. But Elise refused. She was just going to see a fortune teller and would be back soon. Then, she set off on the road to see the fortune teller. Firearms exist in this world. It seems this place is closer to the modern era than the Middle Ages. The streetlights are also made using magitech. A country that serves the gods and rejects mages actually developed magitech. To be honest, it's a bit ridiculous. Soon, she reached her destination. Elise told her attendants to go back, as she wanted to walk around alone. Elise arrived at the fortune teller's shop. The table was filled with books, as well as bottles and jars of magic potions. Elise remarked that this place didn't feel like a fortune teller's. She reached out to pick up a book from the table. Just then, a voice came from behind her. If I were you, I wouldn't touch that so casually. The one who came out was the fortune teller, a stylish woman with red hair and blue eyes. Elise looked at her and said, I came here because I have a problem. If you're not a fraud, you'll surely know what my problem is. The fortune teller smiled and replied confidently, of course I know. Or perhaps I should call you the pitiful outsider. Elise froze after hearing this. This man was Helis, the priest from the Grand Temple. He was very friendly to Elise now, but in the future, he would definitely hate her. Because in the original novel, Elise adored the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince ended up marrying Helena. Helena was a kind and innocent white lotus, pursued by all the men in the novel, including Helis. After the Crown Prince and Helena married, Elise became extremely jealous. In a fit of rage, she smashed everything in her house and then took revenge like a madwoman. Elise was blinded by inferiority and jealousy, so she poisoned Helena, feeling that she had stolen what belonged to her. But Elise also met a tragic end, ultimately being executed by hanging. And after Elise's death, the high priest Helis offered all his divine power to bring Helena back from the dead. In the end, she and the Crown Prince had a happy ending. In other words, Helis would be Elise's enemy in the future. Helis pulled Elise back from her thoughts, asking who she was. At this moment, Elise felt immense pressure, as if she could barely breathe. Helis's spear-like gaze pierced through her. She wondered if she should confess everything, because Medea had told her to seek a method at the Grand Temple, and the person before her was a priest from the Grand Temple. But if he knew she wasn't the real Elise, she might be taken away for experiments. If the Crown Prince also found out, he would probably think she was a lunatic and lock her up on a deserted island. She couldn't let that happen. So she said to Helis, "You ask who I am? Wouldn't it be strange for a priest to be acquainted with an unmarried, noble lady?" Helis was a bit speechless that I wasn't referring to your status. Before he could finish, people on the street began to gossip. Isn't that the Crown Prince's fiancée? Why is she on the street? Helis wanted to find a less crowded place to talk. He clearly cared about what others thought. It made sense. After all, Elise was the Crown Prince's fiancée. Being seen talking and laughing with a man in a priest's robe on the street would inevitably attract attention. Elise wouldn't back down. "You were interrogating me so fiercely just now, but now you plan to keep quiet?" Helis quickly waved his hands that I wasn't interrogating you. As a priest, why would I interrogate you? But Elise certainly felt like she was being interrogated. She told Helis, "If I were to touch your chest right now, would it not be considered harassment just because I'm a woman?" Helis never expected Elise to be so unreasonable. He immediately apologized, saying he had misspoken. Unexpectedly, Elise accepted the apology readily and then left. On the way home, Elise began to regret it a little. She hadn't asked Helis for more information. Helis was a priest from the temple. Ordinary people rarely had the chance to get close to the Grand Temple. Recalling Medea's words, perhaps she could really find a way to return to her original world without dying at the Grand Temple. At this moment, she she was a little flustered. She should have been honest with Helis about her true identity back then. To be honest, she felt very wronged. Compared to dying, it was better to beg Helis, who would come to hate her. But she had also just skimmed through the book, so she didn't know the future developments. She could only pray to meet Helis again. As soon as Elise got out of the carriage, she was stopped by a knight. The knight said, "The knight investiture ceremony is about to be held. Are you not planning to choose a personal knight again this year?" Elise was puzzled. The knight continued, "Having a personal knight would be more convenient in many ways. Depending on the situation, they can also handle private matters." This sentence was very tempting to Elise. But on second thought, she decided against it. She was going to leave soon anyway. Why create more trouble for herself? The knight persistently followed behind Elise, saying that many people dreamed of becoming her guard. To give one's life for a beautiful lady, that is a knight's romance. Elise suddenly felt a little angry. Does giving one's life for a lady who isn't beautiful have no value? She didn't want to be responsible for someone else's life at all. It felt terrible. She refused the knight. Some people may like that kind of romance, but I don't. So you should dedicate your life to yourself. The high priest Helis loves desserts very much, but he is always mocked when he buys them on the street. How could a dignified high priest like fancy desserts? So because of his status, he always enjoys desserts secretly and in moderation. Helena also knew that Helis liked desserts and often secretly queued up to buy them for him. The two became familiar with each other over time. Helena also loves good food, so when she buys some, she gets an extra portion for Helis. Although Helis is a priest, he is bound by various restrictions in his life, so he's been suppressing himself until now. Thanks to Helena, he can openly pursue his own hobbies. This was all the novel's content that Elise racked her brain to recall regarding the cause of Helis's one-sided love. Yesterday, he was wandering near the dessert shop. Does that mean he hasn't fallen in love with Helena yet? Should she make the first move then? If he falls in love with Helena, he will become her enemy. Elise calculated that if she made Helis keep her secret, given his personality, he wouldn't go around spreading a woman's secret. To see him again, she just had to go to yesterday's dessert shop, right? Although she didn't want to steal Helena's love, she had no choice. She'd better go to the dessert shop and wait for Helis to appear. But just then, a maid came with a message. The king has summoned you to the palace. A college student transmigrates into a cliché novel. She became a tool to enhance the relationship between the male and female leads. She wanted to return to her own world, but was kept here by the law of causality, which did not allow her to escape the plot. So she found a fortune teller, but the fortune teller saw through her with a single sentence. She was not from this world. The fortune teller then led Elise to a mysterious cabin. Elise got straight to the point. "Since you know who I am, then I want to return to my original place." But the fortune teller told her, "Outsider, this matter is not that simple." Moreover, he could smell the scent of Elise's soul. It seemed Elise had already made various attempts to return to her original world. He handed Elise a bowl of red magic potion and told her to drink it. Elise naturally couldn't just drink it. "What is this?" she asked. The fortune teller told her, "If it were poison, wouldn't that be a good thing for you?" After hearing the fortune teller, Elise didn't hesitate much and drank it all in one gulp. But the taste of the potion made her gag. The fortune teller thoughtfully gave her a gummy candy. It was like slapping someone and then giving them a sweet date. The fortune teller didn't hide anything and said directly to Elise, "You should have realized, I'm not just a fortune teller." As she spoke, she opened her hand, and a ball of blue fire appeared in her palm. Elise was stunned by the sight before her. The fortune teller then introduced herself. Her name was Medea, and she was the last witch in this land. Elise tried to recall, but there was no witch in the novel's plot. Medea could also see that Elise had many questions, but she stated that she could only answer the questions Elise was allowed to ask. Elise asked her, "Does the last witch mean there's not a single one left besides you? And you don't have a surname? Don't witches need to carry on their family line?" Medea replied, "To avoid persecution by the empire, everyone has fled far away. I am the only witch in this empire. Also, we value the individual more than the family, so we only call each other by our first names." Elise clearly had many more questions for her, but Medea said, "You should ask the question you're most curious about." Elise didn't beat around the bush. "Please tell me the way to return to my original world." Medea stated that if she could bear the risk of death, perhaps she could help her. But this was also her first time meeting an outsider, so she still needed to seek advice from her sisters. Elise asked, "How long will it take?" Medea told her it would take half a month at the earliest, but her sisters were not in this country, so it would take more time. Elise asked nervously, "What if I don't want to bear the risk of death?" Medea didn't know how to answer this question for a moment, because magic and theology are different. Theology is the study of creation, while magic is the study of transformation. So if you want to create a method that doesn't exist, you should go ask at the Grand Temple. But there's no guarantee you'll find what you're looking for there. Elise said she already knew and placed a bag of payment on the table. Medea said there was no need for payment. Elise explained, "I'm giving it to you, so you'll take this matter seriously. Your secret is more fatal than mine. I trust you won't exploit that." Medea smiled. "Since it's money that concerns my life, I'll accept it." Finally, she instructed Elise to carry a mirror with her, so she could inform her as soon as she heard any news. Coming out, Elise felt annoyed. Why did a character who didn't exist in the novel appear? Was it a blessing or a curse? She would try to find out. But why were there so many people here? At this moment, Elise saw that the street she was on was bustling with a huge crowd. It turned out to be the dessert shop her maid had mentioned. But with so many people queuing, she didn't want to join the crowd, no matter how delicious it was. Suddenly, she bumped into a man. Elise lost her balance and twisted her ankle. Just as she was about to fall, the man caught her from behind. He gently asked Elise, "Are you all right?" Elise recognized him at a glance. This was the man from the novel who sacrificed all his divine power to resurrect Helena and wished for Elise to be sent to hell. He was Helis from the Grand Temple. This woman transmigrated into a romance novel and became the villainous. She was just about to go and get on good terms with the high priest Helis, but she was unexpectedly summoned to the palace by his majesty. Elise lifted her skirt and curtsied to the king. This was her first time meeting the king. She didn't know why he had urgently summoned her. The king didn't seem to have a good impression of Elise either. He asked her faintly how she wanted to hold her coming-of-age ceremony. Although this was unprecedented, the king hoped to hold Elise's coming-of-age ceremony in the royal palace. Because he had heard the rumors that the crown prince was especially fond of the commoner Helena, and thus slighted Elise. This was equivalent to insulting Marquis Mean. Marquis Mean was absolutely furious about this. The engagement between the crown prince and Elise was originally a political card the king played to ally with a noble faction. Therefore, by holding Elise's coming-of-age ceremony in the palace, the king wanted to publicly declare that there was no problem with this marriage. Elise didn't argue with this. Since it would be as the king wished, it was better not to waste her breath. Afterwards, the king started talking to Elise about Helena, saying that rumors claimed the crown prince was very close to her. Elise stated that because Helena was the daughter of the crown prince's wet nurse, the two had played together since childhood. Although the king now looked like a kind old grandfather, he was actually a terrifying man capable of killing his own son with his own hands. He once executed the first crown prince on the grounds of treason without any evidence. The implicated empress was only able to survive because she was pregnant with the current crown prince. The king asked Elise if she was jealous of Helena. If it were the Elise from the novel, she would definitely have taken this opportunity to voice her dissatisfaction. But the current Elise simply answered decisively, "I'm not jealous." The king told her to come closer. Elise lifted her skirt and walked over. The two of them spoke face to face. The king held Elise's hand and said that more important than love was the power and status that man could bring her. "I made a promise with your father. In any case, the person who becomes the crown princess will definitely be you. At that time, the palace will be full of your people, and your future child will become the crown prince." At first glance, it sounded like he was coaxing Elise, but he was actually telling her, "Elise, you must become the crown princess." This was a threat from the throne. Elise could only stiffly reply that she would keep it in mind, but the king had picked the wrong person. The current Elise was an outsider. Not to mention her family's fate, even the entire empire had nothing to do with her. Nominally, Elise was still the crown prince's fiancée. Since she was already here, she should go see him. On second thought, she decided against it. After all, she had just been lectured by the king with outdated ideas about marrying into a good family. If the crown prince also got annoyed with her, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her temper. Just then, a hand grabbed her from behind. Before her was this woman with black hair and green eyes. She is the only daughter of a noble marquis family. However, in her past life, she was just an ordinary college student in the 21st century. Elise had just walked out of the palace when someone grabbed her shoulder from behind. Elise angrily pushed them away, turning to see Helena had fallen to the ground. She blamed Helena for startling her. How can you run around so carelessly in the sacred royal palace? Helena explained that she just saw Elise and wanted to say hello. Elise felt speechless. That couldn't you just call out? Why do something so thoughtless? Unexpectedly, Helena replied, the crown prince quite likes it this way. Elise just felt a headache. Should she call her foolishly cute or just foolish? She saw that Helena's hand was injured and quickly helped her up. Helena claimed she was fine and just needed to find a royal physician for treatment. Elise was confused. How could the royal physician, who treats the royal family, treat your wound? But Helena said that the physician was very fond of her. Originally, Elise was worried that she might be blamed for injuring Helena. Now it seemed her worries were for nothing, so she turned and walked away with big strides. Helena chased after her, thinking she had made Elise angry. Elise suddenly froze. Why was Helena still calling her by her first name? Elise told Helena that according to etiquette, as the eldest daughter of a marquis, she didn't need to be polite to her, a palace lady-in-waiting. But despite that, she still maintained the proper etiquette towards her because the empress and the crown prince doted on her so much. Helena became nervous and quickly said she just wanted to become closer to Elise since they were friends. But for Elise, she had no need for such a disingenuous friend. Helena is the protagonist of the novel. Her memories are only of the crown prince and Arson. If she considered her a friend, why were there no memories of Elise? So Elise said to Helena, then let's not be friends anymore. Helena fell silent. She couldn't accept this sudden break-off. Suddenly, the crown prince came over and grabbed Elise's hand, saying sarcastically, you really haven't changed a bit. Or rather, you've become more and more shameless. Elise retorted, for someone of high status, this is a virtue. The crown prince glared. How dare you mention status in front of me? Elise said calmly, it is precisely because it is me that I can talk about status in front of you. Because we are engaged. The crown prince was furious. A mere engagement? I can break it off completely. Even if it's not you, there are plenty of women who could be my fiancée. Elise shook off the crown prince's hand and said with a cold smile, is that what the king intends as well? The crown prince continued to mock her. The only thing you know how to do is flatter the king. Seeing the situation escalating, Helena quickly tried to intervene, saying it was all her fault and that Elise was just trying to teach her the rules. Just then, the crown prince saw the injury on Helena's hand and asked her what happened. A maid suddenly appeared, pointed at Elise, and said she personally saw her push Helena. She said she had called the crown prince over because she was afraid of the matter getting out of hand. Elise was speechless. She thought to herself that she did indeed push her, but why didn't the maid mention that Helena had ambushed her first? The crown prince walked angrily towards Elise, and Helena couldn't stop him. With a crisp sound, the crown prince's palm landed on Elise's cheek. This woman was originally an ordinary college student who accidentally transmigrated and became the crown prince's fiancée. But the arrogant crown prince despised her and had another woman he loved, Helena. On this day, the crown prince found out that Elise had injured Helena. He flew into a rage and slapped Elise across the face. Elise couldn't believe it. Did she just get slapped? The crown prince said smugly, you hurt my person first, so I have to hurt you once. That's only fair. Elise clutched her reddened cheek, thinking, how is that fair? It would have been better to let Helena do it herself. She was fuming. Although she had seen this scene in the novel, experiencing it firsthand made her want to curse him out. She even thought about slapping him back. But on second thought, she decided against it. If she got thrown in prison for it, she might never be able to go back. To avoid suspicion, she had to play the role of Elise well. The crown prince was about to take Helena and leave. Elise spoke up. The crown prince is engaged to the marquis, mean family, not to me personally. The crown prince looked surprised. Elise continued, my marriage partner is not you, but the royal family. So no matter how much the crown prince dislikes it, you will end up marrying me. Of course, I must also... The naive Elise thought the crown prince would ultimately choose her. But the crown prince just smiled and said sarcastically, not long ago you told me. You wanted to marry me because you loved me. Was this your true intention all along? Elise was going crazy inside. She couldn't believe how dramatic that Elise had been. Did the Elise in the novel really love the crown prince? However, in the latter half of the novel, Helena said that Elise's feelings were not love. But neither Helena nor the current her truly understood Elise. If that Elise Helis really did love the crown prince, then she wanted to respect those feelings. So she replied, "I used to love you, but not anymore." The crown prince couldn't believe it. The woman who once begged for his love was now saying she didn't love him anymore. Elise continued, "The reason I mentioned the royal family was to remind the crown prince that it wasn't me who wanted this engagement, but our fathers and the king who arranged this marriage. If you don't want the engagement, you should speak directly to the king instead of taking it out on me." And finally, this scene we've just made has probably already reached the king's ears. With that, she took her leave. She returned to her carriage and listlessly told the attendant to go home. But the attendant said that Arson was in the carriage. Elise felt a wave of exhaustion. The handsome Arson greeted Elise enthusiastically. The next second, he saw her face and froze. Elise spoke up, "Don't mind my cheek. It has nothing to do with you." She asked Arson, "Is there something you need from me?" Arson stated his purpose. There was an issue at home regarding the night investiture, and he wanted to consult Marquis Mean, so he just hitched a ride in her carriage. Elise then asked him, "Why aren't you on your next adventure?" Arson explained that he had killed the mother of nature, the dragon, on his previous adventure, so he planned to lay low for a while. As for the dragon, Elise couldn't recall any plot from the novel, because the novel only wrote that Arson returned because he missed Helena. It seems there was another hidden reason. When Arson was born, the high priest had prophesied that he would become the dragon slayer, and his family was a line of generals. So because of that prophecy, Arson had to undergo extremely harsh training since childhood. This novel begins after Arson slays the dragon and returns to the palace. Of course, the reason is that he is meant to fall in love with the novel's female lead, Helena. Originally raised as a dragon-slaying tool, he met Helena, who treated him as just Arson and couldn't help but fall in love with her. This was the novel's setup. Could it be that Arson being set up as the dragon slayer had another reason? There was still some distance from the palace to her home. Elise asked Arson to tell her more of his story. This woman is the crown prince's fiancée. Not long ago, she was slapped hard by the crown prince, and now she's run into the hero, Arson, who will one day hate her for the rest of his life. Elise was sharing a carriage with him. She spoke up and asked about Arson's story. Arson looked at Elise in surprise. Before, she had always been cold and dismissive towards him. Now she was taking an interest in him. But whatever the reason, he would not refuse a lady's request. So he began to tell Elise about his dragon-slaying story. Born into a family of generals, it was prophesied since childhood that he would become the dragon slayer. Therefore, he underwent incredibly arduous training to slay the dragon, not slacking off for a single day. Sometimes he would complain, wondering if everyone would be happier if he just disappeared. Although he knew he would slay the dragon, he didn't know when. To make himself stronger, he began to wander. Everyone treated him as a tool for slaying the dragon. Only Helena gave him warmth. Like an adventure from a fairy tale, he crossed mountains and finally saw the dragon. The dragon's enormous body stood there like a giant rock. The funny thing was, only after seeing the dragon did he understand that what he had always feared was his own destiny. He wanted to live, to escape. He was filled with resentment for it all. Perhaps it was because he felt this was his last chance. But the dragon's words shocked Arson. The dragon actually welcomed his arrival, as if it had long expected him. In fact, the dragon was the prophet. It had manipulated the priest in order to end its own life. In other words, the dragon slayer was the dragon's own prophecy. Arson's life was used as its sacrifice. What it did to achieve death went against the law of causality. But in the end, it also paid the price it deserved. With a loud crash, the dragon's flesh was torn apart, leaving only a beating heart, waiting for Arson to pierce it. He didn't hesitate to raise his sword and pierce the dragon's heart. Just like that, the earth began to shake violently, and he gained a new life. After hearing the story, Elise thought it was quite good, but it was hard to empathize with. However, the part about the dragon manipulating the priest to achieve death deeply intrigued her. Elise pressed Arson, who was the priest manipulated by the dragon. And what does it mean to go against the law of causality? She felt this could be a clue for her to return to her original world. Arson told her that the one who gave him the prophecy as a child was Priest Messias. He was old now and had supposedly retired to the countryside. As for the law of causality, he didn't know. The dragon only answered the question it didn't explain what fate was. Elise was a little disappointed. It seemed she had hit another dead end. Continuing to ask might arouse suspicion. If she wanted to know the answer, she would have to investigate it herself. This beautiful young lady's past life was just an ordinary college student. She inexplicably transmigrated into a novel and became the villainous. At this moment, she was chatting with Arson, who had an unrequited love for the female lead. After Arson finished telling his story to Elise, he thought their relationship had gotten closer. He asked her to tone down her formal way of speaking to him. Elise was instantly speechless. As expected of someone who likes Helena, he's just as presumptuous as she is. Elise said disdainfully, "We're not that close. Besides, you're not someone I can treat casually." Arson was unhappy to hear that, but he had no way to refute it. He looked like a pitiful puppy who wanted to be scolded. But even so, he wasn't a real puppy. To Elise, he had no effect at all. After a bumpy ride, the carriage finally returned to the Marquis Mean's residence. After getting off the carriage, Arson gentlemanly offered his hand to Elise. Elise reluctantly extended her hand. Just as she was about to leave, Arson called out to her. He told Elise not to blame the crown prince and Helena. In the palace, they were spoiled by everyone, so they were a bit immature. Elise replied angrily, "They're not children anymore. They can't be so willful and reckless just because they're immature." Then she shook off Arson's hand and politely bid him farewell. The maid, Emma, saw Elise's swollen cheek and cried out in alarm, "My lady, what happened to your face?" Elise told her not to make a fuss, that she was fine. Emma wrapped a warm, boiled egg and gently pressed it against her swollen cheek, saying worriedly that the swelling needed to go down quickly. Otherwise, when she dines with the Marquis later, he will be worried if he sees it. Elise looked questioning. Emma explained that Elise hadn't dined with the Marquis in a long time. Although she was gradually getting used to the role of Elise, the Marquis was still somewhat difficult to get along with. Her desire to go back grew stronger. She truly disliked the tedious etiquette of this world. At dinner time that evening, there were only the two of them at the huge table. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Elise couldn't help but sneak a peek. Her father seemed to have noticed Elise's gaze. The Marquis put down his utensils and said faintly, "Are you sure you won't be selecting a knight?" Elise stated that the family's knights were sufficient. The Marquis told her that if she had no particular reason, she should still attend the investiture ceremony. Because a knight can go where she cannot, do things she cannot ask of anyone, and will never reveal her secrets. A person who can die for her if things are discovered. Her father was telling her to bring back such a person. Hearing this, Elise was a bit shaken. Perhaps for the old, scheming Elise, she really did need such a knight. The Marquis knew his daughter, so it wasn't strange for him to say these things. However, Elise couldn't help but feel that these words seemed to be directed at her. At the current, fake Elise. No matter how she imitated her, she was ultimately not the real Elise. Subtle habits, preferences, and even taste had changed. How could the parents who raised her for a lifetime not notice? But should she apologize? For example, "I'm sorry for occupying your daughter's body," or something like that. But if she told the truth, would the Marquis drive her away? Would he ask where the real Elise is? Or would he torture her as a witch? Thinking of this, Elise felt a shiver run down her spine. It was even scarier than when Helis found her out. She felt as if she owed them a debt. Just then, the Marquis stood up and slowly walked towards her. Black hair as beautiful as the night sky, skin as white and translucent as snow, emerald eyes like a midsummer forest, and rose-colored lips. This peerless beauty was Elise. The maid, Emma, had been working at the Marquis Mean's residence since Elise was born. She vaguely remembered the first time she held Elise, when she was just a small baby. Snow-white skin, rosy cheeks, just like an angel. At that time, she thought all babies were that beautiful. Just like that, Emma grew to adore Elise completely, hoping she would become the happiest person in the world. Elise grew up day by day, becoming more and more beautiful. Others said that the palace lady-in-waiting, Helena, was the most beautiful. That must be because they had never seen Elise. Looking at her, she even wanted to gouge out her own heart and offer it to her. Emma turned into a little fangirl, completely captivated by the angelic Elise. Elise was not only the sole daughter of one of the most powerful noble families in the empire, but also the crown prince's fiancée. She had always enjoyed the best of everything since she was a child. Therefore, many people were jealous of her. Knowing the crown prince would attend the ball, Elise specially dressed up and went to the palace. But she heard others gossiping about her. She actually had the royal tailor personally make her dress. Does she really think she's already the crown princess? She's just a fiancée. Everyone mocked her for her constantly haughty demeanor. Elise had never suffered such an indignity. She told Emma to wait for her there and ran off to confront the gossips. I was wondering which lowly person was speaking so nastily. So it's the children of famous families. To dare to speak ill of others so freely in the sacred palace. You're quite bold. Slandering the crown prince's fiancée is tantamount to insulting the royal family. What would happen if the king found out about this? The Elise of that time never tried to please those who disliked her. After her speech, the gossips all apologized one by one. On the way back to the city that night, Elise sat in the carriage. Although she appeared nonchalant on the surface, that wasn't the case in reality. Emma looked at Elise sitting opposite her, her heart filled with pain. If only she could be happy. She was clearly someone who deserved to enjoy happiness. That night, Emma couldn't help but speak up, wanting to go directly to the Marquis and tell him what happened today. Elise replied, "There's no need. Only when I'm strong will the people around me not be bullied." She didn't want to see her attendants being oppressed because of others' dislike for her. Ever since Elise was recognized as the crown prince's fiancée, the royal family began to teach her strict court etiquette and palace affairs. At that time, Elise barely had time to sleep, but she still insisted on going to the palace, not missing a single day. Although rumors said the crown prince hated Elise, she never mentioned it. Elise was also slowly sinking. One day, Emma accidentally found Elise crying alone. Elise had never cried before. Even when others called her vicious and pointed fingers at her, she would never shed a tear in front of others. Emma ran over, draped the blanket she was about to tidy up over her, and told her to get up quickly to avoid catching a cold. Elise said in a tearful voice, "Is love that important? Can you become the empress just by loving the emperor and having him smile at you?" But the position of empress isn't something you can hold on to with love alone. The empress is the one who assists the emperor. That's what my tutors taught me. I worked so hard. It's fine if you don't love me, but can't you at least acknowledge me? Helena doesn't know anything. She just knows how to smile. But everyone likes her. This woman who transmigrated into a novel only wanted to die quickly and go home. When she first became Elise, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to return to her original world. What she didn't notice was that some of her subtle changes had actually been noticed by her maid, Emma. For example, when she was thinking, she no longer tapped with her ring finger. When she woke up in the morning, she no longer drank a glass of water like before. Her nail-biting habit had also disappeared. Even her tone of voice, her posture, and her habits were no longer those of the Lady Elise she knew. Emma wanted to ask who she was, but was it appropriate to ask? She would probably be thrown out as a madwoman. Emma could only worry in her heart. Where on earth did Lady Elise go? So she asked the current Elise, "Do you remember falling off a horse and getting injured when you first learned to ride at the age of 6? Elise replied faintly, "It wasn't at 6, it was at 15. Hearing Elise's answer, Emma felt that she probably didn't have amnesia. Just some small habits had changed, but she still remembered important things clearly. Elise knew Emma was testing her and pretended to be angry, telling her not to say such silly things again. That night, Emma used a pen and a small notebook to draw out her innermost thoughts. If Elise's body had been taken by a wicked witch, then even if she asked the people around her for help, they would surely burn her alive, because this world does not allow witches. That wouldn't do. Emma had a troubled expression. What could she do for Elise? Just then, a sound came from outside the window. Emma turned her head and saw Elise outside. She worried that Elise might be in danger, because Elise had been in several accidents recently. One time, she was even stabbed by a strange person. Fortunately, it wasn't life-threatening. Thinking of this, she shot up to her feet. Without even having time to put on her shoes, she hurriedly ran out to find Elise. Emma raised her lamp, looking left and right. She had clearly seen her walk this way, so why couldn't she find any sign of her? Emma panicked. She absolutely could not lose her. Finally, she saw Elise under a tree. Emma softly called out, "My lady," and walked toward Elise. At this moment, Elise was standing there all alone in a daze. Her figure looked so lonely and desolate. Emma came before her and said it was dark and dangerous outside, and that she should hurry back. But Elise said softly, "I want to go home. I miss my mom." The scene before her shocked Emma. Could it be that Elise was a sleepwalker? And her mother? Elise interrupted her thoughts, continuing, I want to eat Mom's kimchi fried rice. Emma took 2 steps back in disbelief. At this moment, she finally understood. The young lady before her was not the honest, arrogant, and cute Lady Elise, but a poor, lost soul forced to wander in someone else's dream. The next second, Elise began to wail. She really wanted to go home so badly. Watching the distraught Elise, Emma's heart ached. She had discovered this truth too late. Emma tightly gripped Elise's hand, personally comforting her. I will definitely help you. Everything will be all right. This sad Elise reminded Emma of the first time she saw Elise cry. At that time, Emma had wished so much that she were a witch, wanting to immediately summon a heavy rain to hide Elise's tears. She hugged Elise tightly, saying with regret, "If only I could grant your wish, how wonderful that would be." All she could do was pray for Elise. However, at that time, Elise's wish was to disappear from this world forever. This woman was the daughter of a marquis. Since childhood, she had been showered with affection. Upon waking, a maid would bring food to her lips. All she had to do was open her mouth. It seemed like a carefree life, but Elise felt exceptionally miserable because she was a transmigrator. She didn't belong here. The commotion that happened at the imperial palace that day was spread by word of mouth, instantly reaching the entire social circle. What was even more annoying was that a grand knighting ceremony was to be held in a few days. As the crown prince's fiancée, she naturally had to attend. Early in the morning, a jeweler came over to promote his wares. "This necklace was tailor-made for you." The jeweler's mouth endlessly spouted flattery. Elise had no interest at all, looking as if it had nothing to do with her. She thought to herself, right now, everyone must be celebrating the fact that I was slapped by the crown prince, right? Just then, Elise noticed the maids not far away, whispering to each other. Everyone found it very strange. How come Elise hadn't made a move yet? In the past, she would have long since cried injustice to the king. Another maid immediately chimed in. Not only that, she would have immediately gone to Helena's residence to cause a huge scene. Hearing their discussion, Elise found it amusing. Why go looking for Helena? It would be better to find the crown prince and hit him with a club while he's asleep. Although she really wanted to do that, she suddenly remembered eating with her father that day. Her father walked in and patted her on the shoulder. Since then, Elise missed her family even more. It was probably because the Marquis's hand was about the same size as her own dad's. Her relationship with her family in her original world was actually neither good nor bad. To be honest, she had once grown tired of everything at home. The family constantly complained about having no money, so she had long given up on her dreams. She had wanted to attend a music conservatory, but was opposed by her parents. During university, she worked part-time to earn money, and the rest was covered by scholarships. Her parents' expectations also made her feel immense pressure. Since they had expectations for her, why didn't they show her any concern? She felt so wronged. Every time she went home, her mom would just faintly ask, "Have you eaten?" If she replied that she had, there would be no follow-up. But it was different for her younger brother. If he wanted to eat bibamayan, even if there were no noodles at home, Dad would go out to buy noodles, and then Mom would make it for him. She hated her parents for being so endlessly tolerant of her brother. On her dad's birthday, she was busy with work and didn't go back. Her mom would call and say her dad missed her, asking her to come back for a visit, and that she'd make his favorite spicy braised chicken. However, she perfunctorily said she'd visit when she had time later. She had never liked spicy braised chicken, and her family didn't even remember what she liked. She thought that as long as she wanted, she could see them again anytime. Perhaps because of this, she treated them even more coldly, because she knew her parents would always be waiting for her. Thinking about it carefully, her brother was the type of child who was very good at acting cute and often helped their parents with chores. As for her, if she could see them again, she would definitely treat them better and no longer be so cold. The next day, Emma told her to go to the imperial palace to see the clothes she would wear for the knighting ceremony. Emma had an expectant look, but Elise couldn't be happy at all because she really didn't want to go. The crown prince had slapped her and received no punishment. Of course, he wouldn't feel sorry either. Sitting in the carriage, Elise felt like a cow being led to the slaughterhouse. Looking out the window, the weather was so nice today. Everyone on the streets looked so happy. But why was she the only one who had to endure this? What had she done wrong? Why did she have to go see the guy who slapped her and even smile at him? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Elise angrily told the coachman to stop the carriage immediately. She threw open the carriage door, got out, and started running wildly. She had to shake off the nights. Elise hid in a corner, thinking, why not just hide like this forever? If she ran away for a lifetime, would this world give up on her? And then she could go home. She silently pleaded, let me go. This world only needs Helena anyway, doesn't it? Just then, the coachman and the guards found her. She was terrified, took off her shoes, and ran. She didn't want to be caught. She didn't want to be dragged to the imperial palace, transmigrated into a novel to become the villainous, and even became the crown prince's fiancée. Now she had to run away to get rid of the crown prince. She dodged the guard's search and was about to find a place to hide. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. It was a little boy. The little boy asked her if she wanted to hide. Although Elise didn't know who he was, she still nodded, indicating that she wanted to escape. The boy grinned at her, then whistled a few times. Just then, many children appeared from all directions. They blocked the path between the guards and Elise. The little boy took Elise's hand and told her his friends would buy them time. Now he was going to take her to hide. Elise didn't hesitate, letting the little boy pull her along as they ran. After a short while, the two arrived, panting at the little boy's home. Elise had finally escaped the guard's pursuit. The little boy suddenly held out his hand and asked Elise for a service fee. You saw how I called over a lot of kids just now, right? Don't think you can fob me off with snacks or something. Elise looked at the little boy in surprise. She searched all over. It wasn't that she didn't want to give him a service fee, but her dress had no pockets at all. The little boy was a bit disappointed. Elise saw through the little boy's thoughts. She then took off her own earring and gave it to the little boy, not forgetting to remind him to be careful when using it. Even if you get caught as a thief, it's none of my business, okay? The little boy's eyes lit up. He quickly took it and said, you don't have to worry about that. This is our specialty. Suddenly, there was a clamor outside. Elise thought the guards had found them so quickly. The little boy also quickly told Elise to hide. He hid Elise in a wardrobe and instructed her not to make a sound. From inside the wardrobe, Elise heard the conversation outside and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the guards. It was the little boy's older brother who had returned. She peeked through a crack in the wardrobe and saw a man chatting with the little boy. There was nothing particularly special about this man. He had the typical look of a background character. The man's expression suddenly turned grave. In a low voice, he asked the little boy, who did you bring home? The little boy didn't want his brother to know. With a stiff expression, he said, in a dusty house like this, who could I possibly bring back? The man sighed helplessly. He turned and walked toward the wardrobe. At this point, Elise also sensed that something was wrong. She covered her mouth, tried her best not to make a sound. In her mind, she screamed, don't come over. With a creak, the wardrobe door was opened. The man saw Elise hiding inside and quickly told her to come out. Elise walked out helplessly. The man suddenly turned to look at the little boy. The little boy jumped in fright. The man held out his hand to him. Without the man needing to speak, the little boy knew what he meant. He tightly gripped the earring in his hand, then reluctantly handed it to his brother. The man stuffed the earring back into Elise's hand. The little boy's voice came from behind. Don't give it back. She gave that to me after I saved her. Elise also spoke up. It's true, he saved me. That was the service fee I gave him. It wasn't stolen. The man replied in a cold tone, I know. He then walked toward his younger brother. He stroked his brother's head and told him, getting entangled with nobles never leads to anything good. Don't you know that? Elise looked at the earring in her hand and threw it directly at the man. The man reacted quickly, steadily catching the earring that flew toward him. Elise said to him, it's more trouble if you don't take it, because my reason for giving the earring also includes hush money. This woman had transmigrated into a romance novel. To get rid of the crown prince, she had resolutely run away. Now, to have a place to stay, Elise threw the earring to the man. It was both hush money and in exchange for more information. She asked the man to recommend a reliable information guild. The little boy excitedly tried to speak, but was stopped by his brother. Elise knew the man was in a difficult position, because in this world, it was detrimental for commoners to get involved with nobles. Sure enough, the man spoke with some difficulty. The child doesn't know any better. I'm sorry to have bothered you, but whatever the lady wants, we cannot provide it. So please just take pity on us poor and powerless people. He then bowed to Elise, asking her to leave this place as soon as possible. However, Elise wanted to find the priest Matus that Yassen had mentioned, so threats wouldn't work on him. She knew the man before her was definitely a smart person. This was exactly what she wanted. She then said playfully, if I go out now, my family will surely think you kidnapped me. Then she sat on a stool and continued, in that case, it won't just be you two. Even those children who helped block the way for me earlier will be implicated. Do you really want that? On the other hand, if you agree to my request, I can also help turn the situation around. We can say I met with misfortune and you saved me. What will you choose? The little boy tugged on his brother's sleeve, as if seeking his approval. The man said helplessly, "It seems there's only one choice." Elise continued, "I need an information guild that is good at keeping secrets and is capable. The most important condition is strict confidentiality." At this, the little boy shouted, "The widower father in the back alley is an information broker, and he's a very honest and reliable person." After hearing this, Elise was very satisfied, planning to have him find the location of priest Mesius. The boy asked her for a commission fee. Elise patted her pocketless dress. "You want a deposit? Are you that confident? If you can't find him, it could be very troublesome." The little boy nodded confidently. The man, however, looked uneasy. Elise looked at his long face and said, "You don't look very happy about this." The man asked, "Did you intentionally choose us?" Elise explained, "Before today, I didn't even know you existed, and I really was being chased." The man continued, "A noble would not order a stranger, they just met to find someone. Because no matter how much you emphasize secrecy, there's always a risk of leaks." Elise walked closer to the M-A-N-S. "Oh, you're suspicious of me." Elise leaned in, her eyes sharp, that if a mouse threatens to bite, do you think a human would be afraid of it? You just have to kill the mouse and treat all rumors as nonsense. Isn't that right? Elise knew this man was well aware of this fact, which was why he was desperately trying to keep the child away from her. Hearing Elise's words, the little boy hugged his brother's arm tightly. Elise smiled and stroked the little boy's hair, gently telling him, "Don't worry. As long as you don't leak the secret, no one will get hurt." The man said, "You nobles don't even see us as human." To dispel the man's concerns, Elise could only continue to brainwash him. Not all nobles are the same. Elise thought to herself, "If you ask me why I could be so cruel, it's because to me, they are not people. Everything now is just fictional characters in a novel, and everything I cherish is in my original world." To get them back, she was even willing to die. So she had no time to sympathize with these fictional characters in a novel. She spoke faintly, "Can you send me back?" At this point, she had thought it through. She no longer planned to hide, but to challenge her so-called fate. By challenging the law of causality, perhaps she could also change her destiny. The man watched Elise walk past him. She wasn't wearing any shoes, so he took off his own shoes and helped Elise put them on. Elise asked anxiously, "You don't look like you have an extra pair of shoes. If you give them to me, what will you do?" The man replied, "But I can't let a lady walk barefoot." After Elise put on the shoes, she walked over to open the door. Elise clenched her fists tightly. That's right, she wasn't even afraid of death. So what if she was slapped by the crown prince? It was no big deal. Why should she hide from him? She should just kill the crown prince instead. She thought viciously. Since the law of causality allows one to live in this world, what would happen if the male lead was gone? It was truly something to look forward to. This woman was so embarrassing. She staggered and fell right in front of the man. Her face flushed red. She never expected to encounter such a mortifying situation. The man was the high priest Helis. Not only did he possess divine power, but he could also see the color of souls. And he had never seen this woman's soul color before. Time rewound to one day prior. Elise, who had originally planned to run away, returned safely to the Marquis of Mean's residence. Facing the servant's concern, she said she just felt stuffy and wanted to go out for some air alone. After a long day, she couldn't wait to get back to her room. Then she soaked in the bathtub to relieve her fatigue. She began to sort out her thoughts. She had to meet Helios as soon as possible. That was the only way to find more clues about this world and herself. But thinking back to when she met Helios on the street that day, she had so vehemently denied her identity. Now she had to admit she wasn't from this world. It was quite embarrassing. What reason could she use to break this awkwardness? Whatever, she'd just say there were too many people at the time, so she didn't admit it. The next morning, Elise got into the carriage heading to the imperial palace. After arriving at the palace, she found it was much livelier this time. To prevent her from running away again, many knights had been assigned to her. The palace secretary told Elise that the king was on an inspection tour today, so he wasn't in the palace. And the crown prince was handling state affairs on the king's behalf, so she would have to try on the formal dress by herself. Elise responded politely, saying it was a pity she had chosen the wrong day, but inwardly, she was secretly glad she had escaped yesterday. It was a purple, floor-length evening gown that looked magnificent and noble. The people around her were all praising it. The fashion designer couldn't help but exclaim that everyone should be envious of the crown prince for being able to marry such a beautiful wife. Elise didn't care about these compliments. She just thought that with the dress train dragging on the floor, it must be difficult for the maids to wash. But she was in no position to worry about others right now. The designer told her the dress would be ready and delivered to the Marquis's residence before dark. Elise hadn't been to the palace in a long time and planned to take a walk. But her feet were now throbbing with pain from running barefoot all the way yesterday. But what worried her more now was how she could possibly run into Helis in such a huge palace. If only he could suddenly appear like the crown prince or Helena. As she was thinking this, she really did see Helis. They were far apart, but Elise didn't want to lose this chance to meet him. So she started running, and that's when the opening scene happened. Helis asked if she was all right. Elise shouted, "Do I look all right?" At this moment, she felt absolutely terrible. Helena probably never had to go through such an embarrassing situation. After all, everyone was always scrambling to find her. Helis didn't respond. Instead, he used his divine power to heal the wound on her leg. Indeed, this man had the ability to change the law of causality. Just as he was about to leave, Elise grabbed him. "That you've seen me before, haven't you? You asked me who I was back then." Helis turned his head. "Yes, I did." He took Elise's hand and helped her up. His gaze couldn't move away from Elise. It wasn't because of her physical beauty, but as if he were peering through this shell to see something else. Elise let go of Helis's hand. She glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, asked with relief, "Who do I look like?" Helis stated that he couldn't see the shape of a soul, but he could see its color. And in this world, there's not a single person who possesses a color like yours. "I thought it was just my imagination, but it seems that's not the case." Elise replied, "I didn't have time to tell you the truth that day." "That's right. Just as the high priest has seen, I am from another world." This woman, who was forced to transmigrate into a novel, was now anxiously asking, "Can I return to my original world?" Yes, she had done so much to return to her original world. She had even resorted to self-harm. Helis told her no outsider has ever left this world alive. This news was like a bolt from the blue. It felt strange. She had previously felt that it didn't matter if she died, but it seemed that wasn't quite true. Elise didn't believe it. There must be a way. For example, a dimensional gate. Helis had a sorrowful expression. He didn't know how to answer Elise. Unwilling to give up, she continued to press him that if there's really no way to leave alive, then how was I able to come to this world? So, there must be a way, you just don't know it. She shook Helis forcefully. "Help me think of a way. You're the high priest. You can find historical records if you go back to the temple." Then, before Elise could finish, Helis interrupted her. "If you're not from this world, then that means the original soul in this body must have already disappeared." This news was even more unacceptable for Elise. She couldn't recover for a long time. Helis continued, "The reason you were able to arrive safely in this world is because the soul in this body had already died. The law of life is just so. In other words, if you want to return to your original world, it's only possible if a soul in that world dies. To be precise, the soul that was in your former body. However, you are here, are you not? The body you left behind in that world is likely just an empty shell without a soul." Elise had a look of disbelief. Helis calmly told her, "There is no soul left in that world to die in your place. That is why you have no way of returning alive. You should accept your fate and live on well in her place." Hearing these words, Elise was even more shocked. "Accept my fate and live in her place." At this moment, her gaze was sharp. Did this man have any idea what Elise's life was like? How dare he spout such nonsense here? The original Elise had no life of her own. A sharp pain shot through her heart. How many more times would she have to hurt herself before this could end? Would it ever end? Or would she break down before then? If she had to accept someone else's fate, she would rather befriend a witch and go on an adventure than be the crown princess. That was more her style. She immediately said to Helis, "No, I don't care about any laws. I'm going back, even if I can't go back alive." After speaking, she turned and left, leaving him there in a state of anxiety. Helis called after her to cherish the life given by God. Elise stopped in her tracks. "God, my life was given to me by my parents, not God. The same goes for you, high priest, unless you were immaculately conceived." Helis watched Elise's departing figure and prayed silently, "Then may God bless you." Elise left with a flourish. She didn't care if he thought of her as dirt. She wasn't from this world anyway. He couldn't report her as an apostate. At least, the Helis she knew wouldn't do that. Elise now felt even more hopeless. She had met Helis but gained nothing. Her Her face was haggard, and she felt dead tired. She slowly walked toward the carriage, then suddenly stopped. At this moment, Helena was standing right in front of her. Elise looked impatient. What is she here for again? Helena stammered, unable to get her words out. Elise walked straight past her with large strides. Helena suddenly grabbed Elise's hand. Elise asked her, "What is it?" Helena said pitifully, "I want to ask for your forgiveness." Elise looked puzzled and asked her what she meant. Helena said in a small voice, "About the crown prince slapping you." Elise couldn't help but rest her forehead in her hand. "You weren't the one who slapped me, so you don't need to apologize. And you don't need to feel guilty." Elise turned to leave, but Helena still held on tightly, that it's okay if you don't forgive me. Even though I didn't physically slap you, you were slapped because of me. Elise didn't know what to say at this moment. Helena continued, "I should have stopped the crown prince that day, and I should have made it clear that it was my own trivial matter and you had misunderstood. But I did nothing. I just foolishly watched you leave. This is clearly my fault, so I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Was this woman a kind and innocent soul, or a scheming, manipulative girl? Helena was holding Elise's hand, apologizing and asking for her forgiveness. Elise looked at the woman before her. She was forthright and pitiable, but her intuition told her that Helena's kindness was a facade. If that was the case, then she could hate her without restraint. Elise's gaze fell on the hands holding hers, and she couldn't help but marvel. Why are they so fair and beautiful? Noticing Helena's confusion, Elise said bluntly, "I'm talking about your hands. You're a palace maid, but your hands are fairer and more delicate than those of a typical noble lady." As soon as she said it, Elise understood. Helena probably didn't have time for menial chores like washing dishes, doing laundry, and cleaning, because someone was always clinging to her. Everyone loved her. Everyone liked to chat with her, so she was naturally very busy. Elise suddenly felt that Helena was a lot like one of her classmates. Everyone liked that beautiful and kind person. Although she liked them too, she could never get close to them. They were kind, but they didn't understand the hardships of life, nor did they understand how lucky they were to have never experienced hardship. That's why they could be so pure. And Helena was just like that. At this very moment, some people were doing extra chores that weren't theirs because of the palace maid, Helena. But I won't use them as an excuse to justify my dislike for Helena. Elise pulled her thoughts back. She told Helena, "I dislike people like you." After speaking, she pulled her hand back. She said faintly, "So there's no need to apologize to me, because I will continue to dislike you in the future." She then turned and left. Only now did Elise realize that after transmigrating into this world and becoming a noble, she had finally recognized that she was a person with a bad personality who was difficult to get along with. So, Helena, someone like you who has never felt hatred for others, you're more than welcome to hate me. The next day, the morning sun slowly drew back the curtains of night as a thin mist slowly stirred in the air. Awake, Elise was arduously putting on a corset with the help of her maids. She really couldn't hold on much longer. She was already thin enough, even without a corset. Finally, she had put on the evening gown from yesterday. The maids looked at their well-dressed lady and praised in unison, "You are truly so beautiful." At this time, the imperial palace also sent a carriage. Elise left the house very reluctantly. Today was the knighting ceremony. Although the Marquis had told her to hire a new knight to find someone who could do things for her without leaking information, she had already resolved to die. If she hired a knight and then died, she didn't want him to bear the blame for failing to protect her. Since noble knights like beautiful ladies so much, she would just let them have an eyeful. Then she would hurry back. She, who had transmigrated into the novel as the solitary villainous Elise, now arrived at the palace. She politely greeted the crown prince. "Good morning, your highness." Looking at the reluctant crown prince, Elise knew he had come out to greet her on the king's orders. As the crowd marveled at Elise's beauty, he reluctantly extended a hand. She silently grumbled, "I really don't want to hold this guy's hand so early in the morning." The crown prince's face twitched. Seeing Elise's sour expression, he also looked like he was about to lose his temper. Seeing the crown prince make no move, Elise said lazily, "Do you want to stand here forever?" But in her heart, a stampede of thoughts was already running wild. She used to think that as long as someone was handsome, whatever they did was right. But not this guy. Suddenly, the crown prince grabbed her hand and pulled her forward in large strides. Elise was fuming. This guy must be doing it on purpose. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. The crown prince turned back to look at her, speechless, as if asking, "What are you trying to do?" Elise was expressing her dissatisfaction, but before she could finish, the crown prince swept her into his arms. Then he held her in a princess carry. Elise angrily accused him, "You are being rude to me." The crown prince replied faintly, "How is this rude? Didn't you rack your brains just to get me to carry you?" Hearing this, Elise really wanted to slap him, that you're so good at making things up. "Put me down." The crown prince told her not to struggle. "This will make it awkward for both of us. You're going to marry into the royal family anyway, so let's just go in like this. Although I don't know what you said to the king, he personally ordered me to take good care of you." Elise said, "Are you blaming me with those words?" The crown prince responded, "You're reacting so strongly. It seems it's the truth." Elise couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore, silently grumbling, "You got a lecture from your own dad. Why are you trying to pin the blame on me?" Elise suddenly struck out, pinching the back of the crown prince's neck. He yelped in pain and let go, clutching the sore spot. Elise was dropped. She put on a pitiful act. "If you were tired, you could have just told me. Why force yourself? It was my fault for being too slow to notice. Can you forgive me?" The crown prince looked at Elise in shock. Realizing what had happened, he wanted to explain something. Elise shot up to her feet, shouting, "Where's the attendant? Hurry up and get a parasol." On such an important day, if the crown prince faints, who among you will take responsibility? At this, a maid rushed over. "The parasol is here." The next second, it was held over the crown prince's head. Elise pretended to be anxiously concerned about the crown prince. "Are you feeling better?" The stunningly beautiful young lady before him was the crown prince's fiancée. At this moment, however, she was preparing to teach this arrogant crown prince a lesson. Elise linked her arm with his, "Please smile. Didn't you say the king personally ordered you to take good care of me?" The crown prince looked displeased, his face dark as he said, taking advantage of the king's favor, "You're going a bit too far." Elise was all smiles. "Then you should just petition the king to annul our engagement, since I'm so bossy and cunning, and get engaged to Helena. If the king doesn't agree, you can always throw a little tantrum." Out of the crown prince's line of sight, Elise's smiling face vanished, her gaze turning sharp. "Or do you need me to kneel down and beg with you?" The crown prince fell silent upon hearing this. Elise gloated inwardly. "You don't even dare to squeak at your own father, so why do you take it out on me every time?" Just then, a maid at the side said, "The pre-ceremony events are about to begin." Elise immediately put on a docile, dependent look, teasing, "If we don't go now, we'll be late." She linked her arm with the crown prince's, and the two walked toward the ceremony venue. The crown prince said angrily, "Don't think the king will dote on you forever. After all, you have a knack for destroying every last bit of goodwill others have for you." Elise replied faintly, "You mean you still had a bit of goodwill for me? How novel. I certainly have none for you." The pre-ceremony event went on for a long time. Elise, in the guest seats, was exhausted. She felt like she was going to throw up. She couldn't help but stand up, want to go out for some fresh air. She walked slowly, and soon she was panting. The corset was already uncomfortable enough, but having to face the royal family on top of that was just killing her. Elise wanted to find a place to sit down and rest for a while. Suddenly, she heard a commotion. Following the sound, Elise came to a small grove. She saw several young nobles bullying a commoner. With a few crisp, slapping sounds, they knocked the commoner to the ground, stomped hard on his back, and said viciously, "People like you who don't know their place deserve to be beaten." Watching this scene, Elise instantly understood. This must be a commoner who wanted to become a knight. In this empire, there were only two ways to rise in status: either become a knight or become a magitech engineer. In the novel, Helena also had to clear her family's name and restore her noble status before she could marry the crown prince. But what should she do now? They were deliberately covering him with a cloth, afraid that getting his clothes dirty would arouse suspicion. It seemed this was not the first time they had bullied someone. Even if she helped him now, he would only be bullied even more severely in the future. Although there were other ways, Elise didn't want to get involved in other people's business. The voices of the young nobles rang out again. They grabbed the commoner, and as the cloth slipped off, Elise finally saw the commoner's face clearly. Isn't this the older brother of the little boy she met that day? The woman was witnessing a bullying incident, and the man being bullied also saw her. From the man's eyes, Elise knew he recognized her. Elise began to hesitate. Should she help him? But would she just be meddling? Would it be seen as the cheap sympathy and arrogance of a noble lady? She recalled the scene where she had threatened the man that day. The woman who had threatened him was now going to save him from being bullied. It was a complete contradiction. She didn't want to give him charity-like kindness. That would only make him more miserable. That's right. The one who made a deal with her was that child, not him anyway. The noble's bullying continued. In the end, Helis left. The knighting ceremony began. Nobles hired knights from high-ranking noble families to build connections. For them, the knighting ceremony was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. In the audience, everyone wore anxious expressions. It seemed they were all worried that the knights they had their eyes on would be snatched away. Since she had no intention of knighting anyone, she simply sat in the back. Just then, she unintentionally noticed something strange. The knights still waiting to be knighted looked much older than the ones in front. What was going on? Her personal attendant saw Helis's confusion and explained, "These are the knights who were not chosen in the last ceremony and had their knighting postponed." Helis was puzzled. Then what if their knighting keeps getting postponed? The attendant replied, "The first time might be due to bad luck. But if they are consistently not chosen, people will definitely think there's something lacking in them. As time passes and they get older, their physical strength naturally declines. They just hold on like this, and after 10 years in the order, they will give up and become mercenaries instead." Although being a mercenary can earn more money, for those who seek honor, this is not the ending they want. Suddenly, Helis noticed the man was also in this line. She continued to ask, "Will they be needed if they become mercenaries?" The attendant replied, "Compared to mercenaries with unknown backgrounds, even wealthy commoners prefer someone with a clean record. A mercenary who was formerly a knight. If they are a poor knight of noble birth, their value will skyrocket. The employer might even marry their daughter to him to raise their family status." Helis couldn't help but think that for nobles who valued face above all else, this was simply a nightmare. The attendant at this point said, a little embarrassed, "Last time, I spoke of romance in front of you and offended you." Helis told him not to dwell on things that were in the past. The attendant thanked Helis for her forgiveness, but still boldly offered his advice. "If there is no special reason, I ask that you please confer a title upon a knight." Helis was attending the knighting ceremony. Her attendant suddenly knelt down, begging her to knight someone, because her choice might save a person. He pleaded bitterly, "Even if the knight dissatisfies you later and is dismissed, he will be easily chosen by others." Helis spoke faintly, so the attendant continued, "They have been training constantly to become knights. If they don't even get a chance, wouldn't that be too pitiful?" Helis was a little surprised. "Are you asking me to pity them?" The attendant replied earnestly, "Yes. Please show them some kindness." Helis was a bit speechless, thinking to herself, save them. Saving a person means taking on responsibility. This was about saving a living, breathing person. After a moment of thought, Helis, standing at the knighting ceremony, extended her hand and pointed to the man not far away that I wish to knight that man. Helis's determined gaze, the man's incredulous stare. Born a commoner, he knelt before Helis. He had become a knight. Helis's knight. Helis slowly began, "Under the watch of God, can you swear your loyalty and obedience to me?" "Helis mean?" The man, the knight, replied, "Even if hardship and adversity are endless, I am willing to obey." At this moment, there was a light in the man's eyes. He continued, "No temptation will make me yield." It was as if Helis were his savior, radiating a brilliant light. Helis didn't think this had saved the man before her. Even if he hadn't been chosen by her, no matter how many years it took, he would have continued to wait for other opportunities to come. But she owed him a debt, a very insignificant kindness, small enough to be overlooked. Helis asked him his name. The man's eyes dimmed as he replied, "I am ashamed. I do not have a name." Helis fell into deep thought. She wasn't good at naming things either. The scene became awkward. Helis touched his head. "From now on, your name will be Anakin." This was the name she bestowed upon her knight. At this moment, she suddenly remembered a plot point from the novel. The Helis who was detested by all. There was only one person by her side, only her black knight. From beginning to end, he had always loved her deeply. Helis chose a man to knight. She had intended to leave after the ceremony, but the royal family was gathered for today's ceremony. The crown prince's fiancée couldn't just leave without a word. She politely greeted the king and the crown prince. The king praised Helis for being beautiful and dazzling. "The royal purple suits you well." Helis answered with neither servility nor arrogance. The royal family had such a beautiful garment personally tailored. "I am merely basking in the garment's glow." After some pleasantries, the king asked her, I heard you originally didn't want to knight anyone. Why did you change your mind? Elise's eyes held a hint of smile. Everyone was persuading me. Why should I go against the tide? The king laughed heartily, a stark contrast to the queen and crown prince beside him. At this moment, Elise gave the crown prince a meaningful look, signaling him to quickly ask his majesty to annul their engagement. But the crown prince turned his head away and downed his drink in one gulp. Elise couldn't help but curse inwardly. This guy clearly understood what I meant. He's so hard to figure out. Elise bowed to the king again, wanting to take her leave. The king naturally agreed readily. Elise walked slowly, holding her dress. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. The first thing I'm doing when I get on the carriage is taking off these high heels. Just then, a voice drifted over. She looked up. Not far away stood Helena and Yassen. They seemed to be arguing. Elise remembered. There was also this important plot point at this time. Actually, in the novel, the knighting ceremony wasn't the main point. The main point was what happened after the ceremony. The hero Yassen swore to become Helena's knight. At this moment, Helena was questioning Yassen. Don't you know that a knight's vow can only be made once in a lifetime? Yassen drew his sword to make his vow. It is because it's only once that I want to swear it to you. I, Yassen, swear to Helena, to be loyal and obedient to her. Helena tried to stop Yassen, but Yassen continued, Helena, I want to protect you always. Please allow me to be your knight. Helena touched Yassen's head, signifying her acceptance. Elise watched this scene, unable to help but feel moved. How touching. Of course, it would have been more perfect if the crown prince hadn't witnessed it. It turned out the crown prince was just a short distance away. He was staring intently, his hands clenched into fists, trembling with anger. He must have found it hard to believe that his friend was using the knighting ceremony as an excuse to confess to the woman he loved. She walked towards Helena and Yassen. Is there such a thing as pure friendship in this world? One that involves vowing to protect someone for a lifetime? If you replace the sword with a ring, this would be a wedding vow. Although Helena was kind, she wasn't very worldly. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Helena and Yassen turned around in surprise, looking at the suddenly appeared Elise. Elise, with an innocent look on her face, said, Am I interrupting you? Elise had witnessed a moving confession. She slowly walked towards Helena and Yassen. Did I interrupt you, Sirkar? Yassen replied faintly, no. Elise turned to look at Helena. I believe the queen is looking for you. Only then did Helena react, exclaiming, It's so late already. Before leaving, she didn't forget to apologize to Elise and say goodbye to Yassen. The two watched Helena's departing figure. Elise thought to herself, now the crown prince will go find Helena, right? If I hadn't saved the day, a bloody love triangle drama would have really unfolded. She glanced at Yassen and thoughtfully reminded him, it's necessary to pay more attention to your surroundings. Yassen expressed that he didn't understand what she meant. Elise suddenly thought of something. Isn't Yassen a sword master? She exclaimed, so you knew all along. Yassen didn't answer. Elise felt it was impossible for him not to have noticed the commotion. He still did it, knowing full well that the crown prince and I were watching from the side. Yassen lightly twirled a lock of her hair. Why do you have such a puzzled expression? Elise swatted his hand away in disgust. Yassen continued, last time I told you not to blame them. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems you misunderstood my meaning. That was a warning to you. I've made it very clear to you this time, haven't I? Elise was bewildered. Does he think I was the one bullying Helena that day? And that's why I got slapped, right? In the novel, Elise tormented Helena for so long. It's understandable that Yassen would hate Elise this much. In that case, couldn't you have just killed Elise off early? Why drag it out and make everyone so tired? Having figured it out, Elise told him to do it. You happen to be holding a sword. You could just stab me with it now. After speaking, Elise moved closer to Yassen. Now it was Yassen's turn to be stunned. Elise wanted to use the sword in Yassen's hand to stab herself. Perhaps this way she could leave this world. In the next second, Yassen threw the sword away. The sound of it clattering to the ground was crisp and loud. Yassen angrily grabbed her hand, demanding to know what she was trying to do. Elise replied coldly, before you warn someone, you must have the resolve to stab them to death. Yassen looked at the woman before him in disbelief. It took him a long while to force out a single sentence. Who are you? Elise walked past him, saying faintly, "It's quite surprising that you would ask that. Haven't you always been uninterested in me?" Inside the carriage, Helis and Anakin sat in silence. Just as Yassen didn't understand Helis, she also knew nothing about the Black Knight. In the novel, Helis's Black Knight was never even named. His appearance was not described in detail either. Always standing in the shadows was the only description of him. This man was Helis's only helper and also the one who loved her deeply. But here, the Black Knight met her, not the original Helis. If he didn't fall in love with her, as he did in the novel, because she wasn't the original Helis, then it was still possible he might betray her. Helis closed her eyes tightly. This is so frustrating. Just then, Anakin's voice came, "Why did you choose me?" Helis retorted, "Do you have another master you prefer?" But Anakin said he had no choice. "But you did. You are the daughter of Marquis Mayan and the Crown Prince's fiancée. With such a noble status, why did you choose me from among so many knights? I don't believe your choice was pure." Helis stared at the man before her. It was hard to imagine that he would fall in love with Helis. Then, she waved her hand impatiently. "I don't know what the family's knights told you, but forget it all. Something about kindness or salvation. I don't know what they said, but I didn't choose you for any of those grand reasons." She remembered the Marquis's words. "Find someone who can do for you what you cannot ask of anyone, and who will never reveal it. Someone who can die for you if things go wrong." Coming back to the present, she said to Anakin, "I just need you to be able to die for me." Helis had grasped Anakin's weakness, and he couldn't resist her. Therefore, Helis would not give up his life. That's why she chose him. Back home, Helis collapsed onto the bed, thinking that the long day was finally over. She noticed a mirror by the bed and curiously picked it up. Unexpectedly, the witch Medea appeared in the mirror. She was so scared, she quickly threw the mirror away. Hearing the noise, Emma rushed in and asked what was wrong. Only then did Helis calm down and say, "I think there was a bug." Emma asked if she needed help dealing with it. Helis hid the mirror behind her back and said it was fine, telling her to leave. After Emma left, Helis looked at the mirror again. What on earth is going on? As soon as she finished speaking, Medea's displeased voice came through. "You seem to be very busy." Helis then remembered that Medea had told her to carry the mirror with her. Helis quickly asked her, "Did you find anything?" Medea told her, "A mere human cannot possibly break the law of causality." Helis was confused and asked what that meant. Medea explained to her that violating the law of causality requires a corresponding price. However, a human life is too cheap. At the very least, you would need to offer the heart of a dragon, the mother of nature. Helis was shocked. It was just as Yassen had said. Medea then asked her, "Did you ask at the Grand Temple? Is there any way to leave alive?" Helis recounted a bit of what Helis had said. "Only if the soul in my original world dies is it possible to leave. But that body is just an empty shell now, so it's almost impossible." Medea exclaimed in amazement. She remembered a method. Without violating the law of causality, it might be possible to leave. This woman had transmigrated and was seeking a witch's help to return to her original world. Medea said there might indeed be a way. The law of causality is a law created to fulfill the mission given to a life by the world. It's the same principle as heroes emerging in chaotic times. Some are born to save the world. Others are born to give someone else the motivation to save the world. They are born, act, and even die for this purpose. The world is like a precisely engineered machine. If one part malfunctions, the whole thing will be destroyed. The existence of the law of causality is to prevent this from happening. Medea continued. So, if you want to violate the law of causality, you need to pay a great price. Helis asked her, "Then what happens when the effect of the law of causality ends?" Medea said, "Usually you die. Only then are you allowed to die." Hearing this, Helis understood. In other words, only by completing the mission set by the law of causality can I die. Thinking of this, Helis felt a bit desperate, because her mission was only one thing, to kill Helena. Medea continued, "Now you know what to do, right?" Helis sighed. "How could I possibly know what to do? If I kill Helena, I'll be executed. In the end, I'm still heading towards death." Helis pressed, "If we don't break the law of causality, how do you plan to help me?" Medea answered, "When a soul from this land dies, it is reincarnated here." Helis became more and more confused. "What does that mean? Are you saying that after I die, I might be reincarnated here?" Medea told her, In any case, that's how the rules of this world work. But witches are people who can break the rules. When you complete your mission in this world, with just a few offerings, I can return you to your original body. Elise's gaze sharpened. She quickly asked, what offerings? Medea's eyes instantly became sharp. That would be. In the next second, she suddenly burst out laughing. I haven't found it yet. As laughter continued to echo from the mirror, Elise also seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Why is that? Even a witch doesn't know. Medea comforted her. Don't be too disappointed. My sisters and I are working hard to find it. Elise gained a deeper understanding of her current situation. It seemed that, for now, there was no escape from this world. After all, in this empire, it seemed no one had ever helped. Helis also said that no one could leave alive. It must be difficult even for a witch to find a way easily. But isn't the reward a bit small? Medea wasn't worried about the reward. As for the reward, I will naturally collect it later. Because you've already drunk the contract. I drank the contract? Elise cried out in alarm. She suddenly remembered drinking a bowl of red magic potion the first time she went to see Medea. Was it that unknown liquid? Just then, Medea's lazy voice came through. You can't just drink things given to you by strangers. Elise shot up, shouting angrily. I don't even know the contents of the contract. This isn't fair. Medea told her, how is it not fair? I hold your life in my hands, but isn't my life also in your hands? So it's very fair. Also, if I discover anything, I'll contact you again. Remember to carry the mirror. Elise answered, I know. Before leaving, Medea didn't forget to add, if you encounter danger, find a large mirror. After the witch disappeared, Elise sat on the bed and sighed silently. Knowing so much at once, my brain feels overloaded. Just then, she remembered that she hadn't seen Anakin since returning home. I wonder how the room assigned him is. She muttered Anakin's name under her breath. Suddenly, the door opened. Anakin spoke. Did you call for me? This move terrified Elise. How did he hear such a soft voice? Could it be that he also heard my conversation with Medea? Anakin pulled her back from her thoughts. May I come in? Elise tacitly agreed. He walked into Elise's room and knelt down. Anakin expressed his stance to Elise. Actually, one of the most important virtues is to never reveal the master's secrets. Elise understood. This meant he had heard everything she said to Medea. Besides a Magitech engineer, who could hear such a small sound? Elise thought of something. Then she blurted out, Are you a sword master? Anakin replied, Something like that. Elise was a little angry. Either you are or you aren't. What do you mean something like that? Anakin explained that although he could sense minute movements, his sword aura couldn't be fully manifested yet, so he couldn't be called a sword master. Elise wasn't very concerned about these things. She continued to ask him, You heard everything just now, right? What do you think? She thought to herself, if Anakin reported her for colluding with a witch, she would have to make a decision, whether to kill him or to curse him for talking nonsense. Just then, Anakin asked the question on his mind. He asked Elise, Are you really not from this world? Elise had also made her calculations. To make Anakin her confidant, this was the only way. So she stood up and told him firmly, That's right. To be precise, I am not Elise, and I don't belong here. Anakin continued to ask her, Then do you want to return to your original place? After receiving Elise's affirmative answer, Anakin stated his attitude. Then my mission is to help you return. Elise looked at his calm face. Why isn't he surprised that I'm from another world? I even committed the taboo of colluding with a witch. Seeing that Elise didn't answer him, Anakin continued, You're doubting me. Elise spoke lazily because I said such crazy things and you don't even suspect I might be insane. Anakin explained, Living in the back alleys, there are countless things crazier than this. After a while, you can't tell what's normal anymore. Because for us, this is our daily life. When a normal person gets there, they can only survive by going mad. Elise walked towards him. I'm starting to doubt if you're even human. She touched his cheek. I can feel warmth. Anakin continued, My master's true identity is not important to me, because my duty will not change because of it. Elise asked him, Then what is your duty? Anakin replied solemnly, Like an oath, you are responsible for giving orders, and I obey. Elise sat down. This man wouldn't let love get in the way of business. It seems that even if he fell in love with Helena, his loyalty to her probably wouldn't change. Anakin asked with some concern, The knight you finally chose is spouting such nonsense. Do you regret it? Elise showed a beautiful smile. No, I'm very satisfied. This day, Elise woke up in this world as usual. But today, she was in a rare good mood. She and Anakin, dressed as commoners, came to the largest dessert shop in the imperial capital because someone wanted to see her. A little boy told her that he had found the residence of priest Matus. He looked around for a moment and, seeing no one, handed Elise a small note. Elise took the note. An address was written on it. It was priest Mathus's current address. Just after she finished reading it, the little boy snatched the note back. He put it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and then swallowed it. Watching his action, Elise exclaimed, "Why did you eat it?" The little boy was a bit embarrassed. "Didn't you say keeping it a secret is the most important thing? Besides, I can't read anyway." Elise was a little worried. What if he feels sick? The little boy didn't care. "I grew up eating food thrown on the street. A small piece of paper is nothing." Elise pushed the dessert in front of him, telling him to eat as much as he wanted. The little boy's eyes instantly lit up. He asked in disbelief, "Can I really eat it?" Elise smiled gently. "This was ordered for you in the first place." After hearing this, the little boy began to eat in big mouthfuls. He had never eaten such a delicious dessert. Elise, who was drinking coffee, noticed Anakin's gaze and told him to sit down too. Anakin said he was fine, but Elise was a little unhappy. "I just can't stand you standing there like that. It's too conspicuous. After all, we're just pretending to be wealthy commoners right now." Anakin had no choice but to sit down obediently. He told Elise that it would take half a month to get to that place from here. He asked her what she planned to do. Elise's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze. In half a month, it would be Elise's coming-of-age ceremony. "Should I wait until after the ceremony to set off?" Elise put a money pouch on the table. "This is the payment we agreed on, and this is for the informant's share. I'll give it to you separately." She then asked the little boy, "Did you sell the earring I gave you last time?" The little boy replied with a wronged expression, "No." Elise was puzzled. The little boy said he couldn't bear to sell it. It was the first reward he had ever received that wasn't snatched away. Hearing the words "snatched away," Elise glared angrily at Anakin beside her. "Did you snatch it?" Anakin was a bit speechless and hurriedly explained it was this child's father. He was an alcoholic and addicted to gambling, so he made the child beg and then snatched the money. The little boy interjected with some disgust, "But that scumbag is gone now. He died after picking a fight while drunk." Anakin spoke again. "This child doesn't even have any relatives, so I've been living there to protect her in place of paying rent." Only then did Elise realize this was a little girl. She couldn't help but worry a little. What about now? The little girl said she protects herself now. Children in the slums at this age are pretty much supporting themselves. Elise slowly took a sip of coffee. Since she said it was fine, there was no need for her to meddle. Suddenly, the dessert shop became lively. Elise turned to look. It was the high priest Helis, and the woman beside him was none other than Helena. The novel's female lead, Helena, had just accepted Yassen's nightly confession, but today she came to the dessert shop with the high priest Helis. The waiter enthusiastically invited them to sit on the second floor, but Helena refused. Elise couldn't help but complain in her heart. "Of all times to run into people I dislike." Seeing the two whispering to each other, she asked the half-sword master Anakin to listen to what they were saying. He only heard Helena whisper to Helis, "We're not nobles. We'll get scolded if we go upstairs." Hearing this, Elise was speechless. Helena is still so naive. Helios's robes are clearly different from those of an ordinary priest, yet she still doesn't know he's the high priest. Does she also not know that the luxurious tray is only for nobles? The gossiping crowd nearby was discussing them. They marveled at Helena's beauty and Helios's noble air. Elise looked at the two sitting together. Indeed, they were a good-looking and well-matched pair. At this moment, Anakin asked Elise, "Should I continue to relay their conversation?" Elise said there was no need. "Isn't it obvious?" Helena sweetly said to Helis, "It's because you're too handsome that everyone is looking over here. But you don't have to mind it. Men can like cake too. After all, desserts make people happy." Elise silently ate her dessert. She really couldn't bring herself to like Helena, but she was so beautiful and her words were so sweet. It must be a very simple thing for men to fall in love with her. And Helena's soul color seems to be gold. Elise remembered what Helis had said to her that day. "In this world, there is no one with a soul color like yours." At this moment, she really wanted to know what color her soul was. She should have asked him that day. She looked towards Helis, so Helis could also smile so brightly, and the crown prince, who always looked at her with a contemptuous gaze, and Yassen, who treated her with courtesy but only a polite smile. As long as they were with Helena, would they all smile so brightly? Elise put down her dessert. She suddenly felt so helpless. In this world, was everyone on Helena's side while she was always alone? Anakin watched her silently. Elise had a sudden realization. That's right, there is one other person on my side. In the next second, she suddenly ran out of the dessert shop. She thought to herself, I have to see him quickly. Elise arrived, panting, in front of a door. She anxiously tried to open it, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open the door. Elise clenched her fists tightly. Didn't you say you would help me when I'm in danger? Right now, she was incredibly dejected. She desperately wanted to see that person. Sometimes, there are days when you suddenly want something you usually don't care about. For example, cotton candy that you don't particularly like, or pestering your parents to buy some brand name product that all your classmates have. It's nothing more than wanting to confirm whether your parents will satisfy you, no matter how useless the item is, as a way to prove their love. That no matter what she did, her parents would be on her side. Thinking of this, Elise shed sad tears. She missed them so much, her family in her original world. If only there was someone in this world who would support me unconditionally like that. But now, that person was nowhere to be found. Anakin didn't want to see Elise in such pain any longer. So he walked up to her and asked if she wanted to open this door. After receiving Elise's affirmative answer, he took a step forward and then drew his sword. With a flash of his blade, the door was hacked to pieces. Elise, watching this scene, was stunned. Then, Anakin gave the door an extra kick, completely turning the already teetering door into a pile of wreckage. Elise looked at the mess on the ground and couldn't help but complain. Why did you break the door? Anakin stated that since the door was locked, he couldn't get in. Although he didn't know who his master was looking for, he thought it would be better to wait inside. Elise muttered under her breath, "Was I wrong?" He doesn't seem to feel the slightest bit of guilt about breaking the door. Watching Anakin bring a stool for her, Elise sighed. Everything she had been sad about just a moment ago instantly became meaningless. As she walked, she said, "Yeah, if the door won't open, just break it." Before she could even sit down, Medea returned. She looked at the door that had returned to the great emperor and shrieked, "What happened here?" Medea was fuming. "My dear lady, you have a perfectly good mirror. Why did you have to break the door?" Elise immediately passed the blame. "It wasn't me. He broke it." Anakin quickly explained that since the door was locked and wouldn't open, he broke it. Medea was simply speechless with these two. She angrily slapped Anakin. Elise, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be angry. I'll compensate you." She comforted Medea. At this, Medea's anger subsided a little. She asked with concern, "Why did you come over?" Elise said, "I'm in a bad mood. Just say something to cheer me up." Medea chuckled mischievously. "You're being quite willful, aren't you?" Elise ignored her. "So, are you going to kick me out?" In the next second, Medea stretched out her hand. She cast a spell on her door. The fragments of the door began to shake. Under her magic, the fragments gradually floated. Slowly, they pieced themselves together, until a perfect door appeared before their eyes. Anakin, watching all of this, gripped his sword with a hint of nervousness. Because magic was known as the choice of death, he was afraid something might go wrong. Elise, seeing this, was a bit puzzled. "Is it okay for you to show this so casually to an outsider?" Medea replied faintly. "If you considered him an outsider, you would have definitely found a way to send him away and come by yourself, just like the first time you came." Then, Medea lifted the curtain and asked them to come over together. Medea led them into the reception room. Here, she performed even more impressive magic. With a gentle wave of her hand, the teapot and cups slowly floated up. Then, as if it had a life of its own, the teapot deftly poured tea into the cups. After the contract tea incident last time, Elise had Anakin drink first. She muttered to herself, who knows what Medea might have put in it. Medea, however, drank on her own. "What should I do to cheer you up? How about I tell you about this world?" This woman transmigrated into a novel and became the villainous. This place has a crown prince, and heroes stride proudly down the streets. It is a world where divine power and magic coexist. At this moment, sitting before Elise was the witch Medea. She eloquently explained the difference between magitech engineering and magic. Magitech engineering is fundamentally similar to theology. It should be said that it originates from theology. It is said that theology is the study of life, while magic is the study of death. But this statement is completely wrong. In fact, both life and death are governed by theology. Theology not only represents good and evil and faith, but is also connected to the truth that constitutes this world. Magitech engineering is a power that operates entirely under this truth. Based on the truth of theology, new laws are created. This is Magitech engineering. Elise found it very profound and still didn't quite understand. Medea continued to explain. Suppose a tree is struck by lightning and catches fire. This is a natural phenomenon, which is the truth. Humans, who had always taken this phenomenon for granted, one day had an idea. If humans could create lightning, could they then live anywhere at any time? So, the first Magitech engineers were akin to inventors. This is also why they are called engineers. They discovered that by establishing a certain formula, a corresponding power would be generated. Once the formula was established, the rest followed naturally. They made water vapor in the air condense into clouds and then rain. By changing the temperature of the atmosphere, they brought forth wind. At first glance, it seems like they are creating something from nothing, but that is not the case. Creation is the domain of the gods. For humans to touch, it is to defy the truth. Countless Magitech engineers tried continuously to get closer to the gods, but all ended in failure. In fact, many were cursed and met terrible ends. Therefore, people gradually came to regard acts that defied the truth as taboo. In short, theology is the truth that constitutes the world. Magitech engineering can be said to be a field of study that establishes rules under this truth. But magic is fundamentally different from them in nature. Magic destroys, distorts, or ignores all truth and rules. The fact that I can send you back to your original world is based on the same principle, breaking the law of reincarnation here and connecting you to your original world. Of course, we also have to pay a price, although the consequences of that price are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Hearing this, Elise asked, "Can men use the power of witches? Like magicians or something?" Medea couldn't help but laugh, calling her idea interesting. It was supposed to be her cheering Elise up, but now it was the other way around. She answered Elise, "Last time you asked me why witches don't leave shadows. Actually, that question itself is invalid, because magic is not inherited, nor is it based on talent like Magitech engineering or theology." Elise was very puzzled after hearing this. If it's neither inherited nor based on talent, then what is it? Listening to Medea's explanation of magic, Elise's heart was filled with doubt. As if seeing through her thoughts, Medea activated her magic. A ball of fire instantly appeared in her palm. Witches are actually a race that evolved out of desperation. But there must be a strong resentment, so strong that it can break all the truths that bind them. After evolving, we are no longer creations of the gods, but have become completely independent, another form of life. So we can escape all the laws of causality and rules of this world. But men are very weak beings. It's impossible for them to possess such strong resentment. Because they have never experienced the pain of anger, they will not have that kind of desperation. Because in most civilizations here, it is men who make the rules. So they don't need to break the rules. Elise raised her own question. "Since you are so amazing, why don't people know about the existence of witches?" Medea answered her, "Because there are many people who do not wish for the existence of witches to be made public. Noble status is a gift from heaven. This is the foundation that legitimizes power. Once the existence of witches is acknowledged, this foundation will become unstable. It is almost impossible for a witch to be born among the high and noble. Most importantly, they're afraid that people will no longer fear power because of the existence of witches. That's why they completely conceal it and erase the existence of witches from history." Elise watched her make the sign of the cross with her hand. It was very natural. She couldn't help but wonder if she had been a priestess before. Elise suddenly realized, if the existence of witches is outside the law of causality, this would explain why witches did not appear in the novel. In this novel, the true God is actually the author, and witches are characters outside the author's design. Medea comforted Elise, telling her not to worry too much. Even with great power, witches cannot destroy the world, because witches also keep each other in check. Sometimes they even vote to discuss the demise of a witch. Usually, it's witches who are tired of life who proactively request a vote to end their lives. Then Medea said to her with a grin, "What a pity. Although you are from another world, you have the qualifications to become a witch. If you want to stay here, I originally had more ways to help you." Elise's heart stirred. Compared to being the crown prince's fiancée, she also felt that being a witch would be luckier. Medea continued to fan the flames. "You could also take this man as your servant." Elise silently took a sip of tea. "Forget it. I'm quite averse to things like servants. These words are purely hypothetical. This kind of future will not be realized." For a long time after that, they talked about many hypotheticals, although they would never come to pass. Just imagining them could bring comfort about a certain future. The fate of beautiful women of humble birth is always fraught with hardship. Mother picked up that knife several times, then put it down again. She wanted to slash my face, but couldn't bear to. In the end, she threw the knife on the ground. She collapsed, repeatedly crying out, "I'm sorry," and then burst into tears. I comforted my mother, "It's okay. Even if she had really scarred my face, I wouldn't hate her. I really didn't care about those things." But my mother's guilt towards me made me feel very uncomfortable. When I was little, my father and relatives all died. I vaguely remember my mother's desperate expression at the time. She roared, "It's all because of that venomous Mayan who framed my husband." When I grew up, my mother told me to act kind, because she could no longer protect me. In the future, no matter how great the difficulties, she told me to face them with a smile. She also taught me not to ask about anything. Even if I knew, I should pretend not to. Like an idiot who knows nothing. Because only in this way could I survive. When I first started as a maid in the palace, I held a blanket and asked if anyone would wash it with me. None of you were willing to get close to me. Whenever that happened, I felt like I was redundant, but I could understand them. Although I am a commoner now, and a low-ranking maid at that, I was once a noble, and I was also close to the royal family. No maid would be willing to get involved with someone like me. Then, holding the blanket, I sighed softly. "I'll just wash it myself." At that moment, the head maid ran over and told me that the queen and the crown prince were looking for me, and I should go quickly. I asked her if I could go after washing the blanket. She then scolded me. "How dare you make those two wait for you?" Then she sternly rebuked the maids around us. "What are you all busy with? Can't a single one of you wash the blanket for Helena?" The surrounding maids quickly complied. I wanted to say something more, but the maid who was helping me wash the blanket said, "You should go quickly, so we don't get scolded again." From that moment on, I knew that no one liked me, but I still sincerely apologized to everyone. In the past, I also insisted on finishing my own tasks before going, even if I was scolded and beaten by my mother when I got home. But I enjoyed the satisfaction of completing a task more. But in the end, I gave up, because one day, I saw the crown prince insulting the head maid because I couldn't get there in time. Afterward, I apologized to the head maid. At that time, the head maid told me, "You're a maid who serves the crown prince, so it's better not to defy orders in the future." Actually, it would have been better if she had just told me from the beginning that I had no right to refuse. No matter what I did, I would cause trouble for others. So no one accepted me. On one hand, I was excluded because I was the crown prince's childhood friend. On the other hand, I was expected to unconditionally obey the crown prince. I was rejected by others every day. After returning home, I didn't dare to complain to my mother. Every night, my mother would get drunk and cry. How could I speak out in front of a mother like that? Suddenly, my memories were interrupted by a sob. I thought it was my mother, but it sounded different from my mother's crying. This kind of crying, which was trying to suppress great sorrow, was not my mother's at all. I saw a small figure curled up in a corner. I walked closer and was stunned by the sight before me. This heart-wrenchingly sad cry came from Elise. This beautiful young lady had disliked me from the day we first met. She was Elise. During meals, she would deliberately order me around and kick my shin under the table. At that time, I would cry out in pain. Then the crown prince would ask me, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" I would stammer, unable to speak. Elise would then mock me. "You shouldn't be so loud when you eat." On the surface, she was pleasant, but behind my back, she would viciously stomp on my foot with her heel. This was a common occurrence. She deliberately embarrassed me and was happy about it. As a commoner, I couldn't fight back against her. I could only endure it silently. But Elise's torment of me became more and more excessive. That day, the crown prince invited me to a tea party. I excitedly ran to share the news with my mother. I also said that Yassen and Elise would be there too. But Elise didn't seem to like me attending. She locked me in a cabinet. No matter how I shouted, She wouldn't let me out. She even called me a shameless commoner who didn't know her place, and that I shouldn't call her by her name. Don't think that just because the crown prince is nice to me, I still think I'm a noble. As the daughter of a traitor, I shouldn't dream of climbing up to the royal family. I nervously told her that it was the crown prince's order, and I couldn't refuse. Elise said in an almost frantic tone, "You either pretend to be sick, or I can break your leg." Hearing her threat, I was so scared that tears streamed down my face. I didn't dare to breathe. Elise continued, "If you dare to be so presumptuous again, I will never let you go." Tears fell uncontrollably onto my skirt. I was terrified at that moment. My body couldn't stop trembling. It was so dark in the cabinet. I was so scared. I wanted to get out. I kept begging her to let me out. I don't know how much time passed before the cabinet door was opened. The crown prince shouted my name. At that moment, I was almost in despair. The crown prince rescued me. He anxiously asked if I was okay. He asked who did it, wanting to find that person and bring them to justice. He kept shaking my body, telling me to say that person's name. Just then, Elise suddenly ran over and hugged me. This sudden gesture left me at a loss. She held me tightly and said, "Thank goodness." Heaven knows how worried I was. I weakly called out her title. She said, a little angry, "Why are you calling me that? We don't need to be so formal." Then she whispered to me, "You have to call me Elise in front of others." Then she whispered in my ear, warning me to remember what she said. Looking at her feigned, innocent smile, a trace of hatred grew in my heart at that moment. From that day on, whenever I entered a dark, narrow space, I would find it hard to breathe. What on earth drove Elise to become like this? Elise is a very hardworking person. To become the best, she always puts in twice, or even 3 times, the effort of others. But the crown prince despises her, because she is the daughter of Marquis Mean. The crown prince believes Marquis Mean is inextricably linked to the downfall of our family. He thinks the Marquis is not only old and cunning, but also a skilled storyteller, and that Elise takes after her father. That's why the crown prince has always been cruel to her. But the more this happened, the more Elise seemed to push herself. Perhaps that's why she wanted to become perfect. But Elise, did you know? If I hadn't passed by the backyard that day, if I hadn't seen you secretly crying, I might have hated you forever. I thought I should just avoid her. If Elise knew I had seen her, she surely wouldn't be able to bear it. But just then, the crown prince suddenly appeared. He walked towards me, calling my name loudly. I didn't know what to do. I was so afraid he would see you crying. I anxiously told him to stay put, that I would go over to him. But after hearing the commotion, you quickly wiped away your tears, came to the crown prince and me, and greeted us politely. I was terrified at that moment, yet you greeted me warmly and said it had been a long time. The sun is shining brightly. Let's all 3 of us go for a walk. At that moment, I was thinking, how on earth did you become like this, Elise? I suppose we will never be able to understand each other. On that sunny early summer day, I told myself that no matter what you do to me in the future, I will forgive you. Elise finally found it, the first clue to returning to her original world. She got Priest Matus's address and eagerly began to study the map. When she saw the route clearly, she was like a deflated balloon. Although she really wanted to run all the way to see Priest Matus, the place he lived was both poor and far away. Moreover, the Marquis family had no villa there. Therefore, she couldn't use recuperation as an excuse to go. So how on earth could she get to Priest Matus's place without arousing suspicion? Just then, Emma came in. She saw Elise studying the map and thought she was preparing for a summer trip. So she said happily, "The magic train is about to start running. Not only is it fast, but it can also carry many people." Elise looked puzzled after hearing this. Emma explained to her that the magic train is a train powered by magical engineering. It's much faster than a carriage, at least 3 times faster. Hearing this, a light sparked in Elise's eyes. By using the magic train, the travel time could be greatly reduced. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It turned out that the royal family had sent someone over to have a dress made for Elise's coming-of-age ceremony. Elise complained inwardly. The time for the coming-of-age ceremony had finally arrived, but it also meant something big was about to happen. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before Elise's coming-of-age ceremony. In this country, one is not allowed to sleep on the day of the ceremony. It is said that on this day, the god's protection is temporarily lifted, so if one falls asleep, they will be possessed by evil spirits. The palace carriage moved steadily along the road. Elise told Anakin that she would be staying at the palace tonight. Tomorrow morning, she would go to the temple to receive the high priest's blessing and then return to the palace for a banquet. Anakin asked her how long the banquet would last. Elise seemed a bit tired. She replied that the banquet would go on until the next morning. Then Elise became a little curious. How did you spend your coming-of-age ceremony? Did you have a ceremony? Anakin said that the temple's relief activities also included a coming-of-age ceremony for children from the slums. For the children of the slums who had to work for money from a young age, the coming-of-age ceremony had little meaning. But after the ceremony, the temple would distribute food and clothes, so most children would attend. Hearing this, Elise grew a bit impatient. She wasn't interested in the other children from the slums. She just wanted to hear his story. Anakin was a bit speechless. This young lady actually wanted to hear his story, but he couldn't refuse Elise's request and began to recount it. Today was the day before Elise's coming-of-age ceremony. On the way to the palace, she pressed Anakin for the story of his coming-of-age ceremony. Anakin began to slowly narrate. On the day of the ceremony, he was woken up early, grabbed a quick breakfast, and then began to pray. After someone from the temple dripped a little holy water on his head to keep him from sleeping, they continuously struck the ground with a wooden stick that had bells on it. They were tormented like this until dawn. They didn't have all-night fireworks, only an endless night to endure. Elise complained inwardly. The capital's temple should have a lot of aid funds. It seems someone secretly siphoned them off. But fortunately, after it was over, they received clothes and food. Elise said, if they gave you money, it might get stolen. It seems they put some thought into it. Anakin explained that even with items, many adults would snatch them away and exchange them for money. Elise asked curiously, what about your things? Anakin replied faintly, I sold them right after I got them to avoid them being stolen. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. What did you want so badly that you would sell your clothes and food? At this, Anakin's gaze darkened. He said he wanted a sword. Elise looked at him, puzzled. Anakin continued, not one roughly carved from a tree branch, but a real sword with a sharp blade. Hearing this, the way Elise looked at him seemed to gain a new shade of color. The carriage finally arrived at the palace before dark. Elise, holding Anakin's hand, slowly walked towards the carriage. She asked tentatively if you want one. How about I buy you a good sword? Anakin refused her kind offer and bowed to her in thanks. He said he had already earned his current sword. With it, it would be more convenient to protect the person he wants to protect. Elise didn't expect Anakin to refuse and said, a little angrily, suit yourself. Elise walked a few steps and suddenly noticed that Anakin always kept a distance of 3 steps from her. Does he always maintain this distance with the person he protects? But that suited her just fine. Early the next morning, Elise went to the temple to receive the priest's blessing. In the Empire, during the coming-of-age ceremony, a veil is worn. It is said to be for trapping the sins of the flesh, to prevent them from escaping. The high priest would pour holy water on it to wash away the sins. Helis poured the holy water, splash, onto Elise's head. Elise felt uncomfortably drenched. Helis gently lifted her veil. To prevent one's life from being tainted by sin, the high priest would anoint the eyelids and lips with fragrant oil and bestow a blessing. This would conclude the ceremony. But after a long while, Helis still hadn't made a move. Elise screamed in her mind. What is he spacing out for? Helis belatedly started to move. His hand slowly approached Elise's face. Finally, it caressed her eyelid. At this moment, Elise quietly reminded him, you forgot the fragrant oil. Only then did Helis finally snap out of it and scrambled to get the oil. Elise couldn't help but complain in her heart. It's not the first or second time he's done this. What's wrong with him? Helis took the fragrant oil again and anointed Elise's eyelids. All that was left was the lips. But Helis's hand suddenly froze. Elise looked at him, puzzled. She just wanted to get it over with. The next second, this woman was in the middle of her coming-of-age ceremony, yet the high priest was still hesitating. At this, Elise was furious. This man before her was so slow. The next second, she did something astonishing. She leaned in and pressed her own lips forward. Before Helis could react, she quickly pulled back. Then she asked, it's all over, right? Helis answered yes. Elise turned and left with Anakin. She let the veil fall to the ground without a second thought. Helis watched the two of them leave, lost in thought. At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. Elise walked away hurriedly, complaining endlessly in her heart. This damned coming-of-age ceremony. I really wish it would end soon. Suddenly, Elise saw Helena. She probably didn't know yet what kind of situation she was about to face. Oh well, it might be good for her to suffer a little this time. Maybe she'll mature a bit. In any case, I can't reveal anything to her. Thinking this, Elise stopped worrying about it. Better to worry about myself first. Now, she had to go to the palace for the banquet. As soon as she opened the main doors, she saw her maids. Their previously tense faces finally broke into smiles. She asked the maids when they had arrived. Before she could finish, with the creak of the door, Anakin came in and told Elise that he would be waiting outside during the banquet. Elise still had something to say to him, but was interrupted by Emma. If we don't go now, there won't be time. Emma had even specially learned how to tighten a corset for today. Hearing this, Elise started to tremble. She didn't want to wear that nightmarish corset again. Looking at Elise in her gown, Emma couldn't help but exclaim, "You are so beautiful." A beauty that's simply beyond words. Elise ordered her to quickly bring a mirror over. She looked at the pile of accessories on her hands with inexplicable displeasure, complaining inwardly, "Why am I wearing so much junk?" But thankfully, after her desperate pleading, she was spared the ordeal of the corset. Elise looked at herself in the mirror. She couldn't help but marvel, truly breathtakingly beautiful. But then she turned her head and sighed secretly. What a waste of all this effort. Even with such beauty, the crown prince's heart was ultimately elsewhere. Elise got up to leave. Emma told her the crown prince hadn't arrived yet. Elise said with a hint of sarcasm, "He's not coming," because she knew the crown prince had gone to pick up Helena. Then she pushed open the main doors. Looking at the attendants who were bowing to her, from their expressions, some of them must already know the situation. She was now desperate to know who else was involved in this. It seemed she could only confirm it at the banquet hall. Just as she imagined, not long after she left, the people in the banquet hall began to gossip. Where did the crown prince go? Faced with the rumors, Elise suddenly stopped. She began to look around. She said faintly, "Sir Carl, could you take my hand? Today is Elise's coming-of-age ceremony, but it's actually her and the crown prince's engagement ceremony." But unexpectedly, the crown prince was absent. She had no choice but to walk over to Arson and ask if he could escort her. Arson was a bit surprised. He thought he had misheard. Elise didn't wait for his answer and extended her hand to him. No knight would refuse the request of the protagonist of a coming-of-age ceremony. After a moment's hesitation, Arson still reached out his hand. At this moment, the announcer's voice rang out. "The eldest daughter of Marquis Mean, fiancée of His Highness the Crown Prince, Lady Mean, is entering." As soon as the words fell, the hall erupted. The sound of discussion was endless. Just then, Elise, taking Arson's arm, slowly walked into the hall. Arson asked in a low voice, "Why isn't the crown prince here?" Elise's tone was sharp. "Haven't you figured out yet? He must have gone to pick up your partner, Sir Carl." Arson looked aghast, clearly not believing her words. Elise continued, "You don't think Helena stood you up, do you? You know she's not a cruel and heartless person." Arson murmured, "No way. Today is your coming-of-age ceremony." Elise thought the man beside her was truly foolish, her tone a bit impatient. They say love blinds people, and this is a perfect example. Arson's gaze was sharp. "How did you know they were together?" Elise complained inwardly. "This man is so long-winded." Just then, Marquis Mean entered. He called out Elise and asked what on earth was going on. Before Elise had a chance to answer, the announcer's voice rang out again. "His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen are entering." The moment the king saw Elise, he laughed heartily, praising her for being so beautiful today. Elise and Arson bowed politely. She thanked the king for preparing the ceremony for her. "It is an honor for our family." She stated that she would focus more on inner beauty in the future, not covet vanity, and be loyal to the royal family. The king noticed that someone was missing from Elise's side. He asked where the crown prince was. Just then, the announcer's voice rang out. The crown prince and Helena entered together. At this moment, the hall was dead silent. This silence was the eye of the storm. The crown prince brought another woman to his own fiancée's coming-of-age banquet, and he even had her wear a gown identical to his fiancée's. The woman before them had silver white hair and beautiful, romantic violet eyes, like an angel fallen to earth. In the face of her beauty, even Elise felt inferior. Helena followed the crown prince into the hall, but she suddenly froze. She finally realized that her gown was the same as Elise's. The next second, she cried out in alarm and wanted to go change her gown. The crown prince quickly grabbed her hand, telling her to be more confident. At this moment, Elise broke the awkwardness. "You can go change your gown, Lady Andrew." Hearing her words, Helena broke free from the crown prince and ran out hastily, no matter how hysterically the crown prince shouted after her. At this moment, the crown prince was furious to the extreme. He glared viciously at Elise, like a ferocious beast about to tear her apart. The king also looked astonished. Clearly, he hadn't expected the crown prince to do such a thing. Elise came to the king's side. She requested to have a few words with the crown prince first. Elise glanced at the queen. The queen noticed her gaze and immediately turned her head to look elsewhere. In fact, everyone was well aware of the situation. Helena was wearing the spare gown, which was prepared in case something went wrong with Elise's dress. The crown prince couldn't have gotten the spare gown on his own. The queen must have helped him from behind the scenes. To do such a thing was not just about doting on Helena, but about how much she hated Elise. Elise approached the crown prince, saying she wanted to talk to him. Under the moonlight, the two came to a pavilion. Elise opened by asking, "Do you hate me very much?" The crown prince was taken aback by the sudden question. He hadn't expected Elise to be so direct. Elise stepped towards him. "You do hate me, don't you? As long as you can make me suffer and hurt, you are happy." She closed in on the crown prince and continued. "So when you entered the banquet hall, the first thing you looked at was my expression, not the king's. You just wanted to see me looking hurt and sad, didn't you?" Perhaps because she was right, the crown prince was speechless for a long time. Elise rested her hand on the railing. "But your highness, did you know? My greatest wish is to die." Hearing this, the crown prince was shocked. Was the woman before him still the Elise he knew? At this moment, Elise's gaze was sharp. "So don't bother trying all sorts of ways to hurt me. These tricks are not even worth mentioning to me." After saying this, Elise strode away, leaving only the crown prince standing there foolishly, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Elise returned to the banquet hall. Seeing Arson still standing there, she couldn't help but complain inwardly. Why isn't he going after Helena? She went up and questioned Arson. "Why aren't you taking care of Helena? Although the crown prince stole your partner, weren't you the one who invited her? You should at least see it through to the end." Elise unhappily told Arson to get out of her way. Arson nodded at her, then stepped aside to let Elise pass. Watching her departing figure, Arson was silent for a long time. It seemed that tonight, the crown prince wasn't the only one whose perception of Elise had changed. In the original novel's plot, Elise, who arrived late at the banquet hall, saw Helena in the same gown and deliberately made scene. But the current Elise arrived at the banquet hall early and thus changed many things. She didn't want to be the tragic heroine, nor did she have tears to spare for those who were hoping to see Elise make a fool of herself. If this novel were to have a side story, Elise hoped it would be a story about Elise. She really wanted to know what Elise was feeling when she was jealous of Helena and in love with the crown prince. Even after entering Elise's body, she still knew nothing about Elise. In Elise's world, no one understood her. Elise walked towards the king. He was chatting with Marquis Mean. The king saw Elise and called out to her as his daughter-in-law, also asking how her talk with the crown prince went. Elise replied politely that it went well, while complaining silently in her heart. It seems the king is afraid I'll request to break off the engagement, so he's glossing it over by calling me daughter-in-law. At this, the Marquis beside them also quickly tried to smooth things over. Seeing Elise's bright expression, the misunderstanding should be cleared up. If Elise were to be infertile in the future, the royal family would not hesitate to bring Helena into the harem. It seems the only way is for the crown prince to personally petition the king to break off the engagement. Elise couldn't help but complain. If that guy wants to cause trouble, he should have gone all the way. He still left himself some leeway. Lost in thought, Elise was interrupted by the king's voice. "Do you remember what I said before?" Elise's gaze dimmed. She lowered her head and replied, "I remember. I will not be jealous." The king cast a look of approval, not forgetting to praise the Marquis for raising a gentle and virtuous daughter. The king and the Marquis continued their conversation. Elise stood silently to the side, lost in thought. Poor Elise. This world is so cruel to you. No one cares about you at all. Today's banquet is equivalent to an engagement ceremony. Yet even after such a mess, they won't let you break off the engagement. What is this? Does he have to cause an even bigger disaster to successfully break off the engagement? At this moment, Elise's mood hit rock bottom. She thought carefully, how does the plot unfold from here? In the novel, it was originally Elise who fled the banquet hall, but now it has become Helena. The drastically changed plot confused her even more. She was walking alone when she heard crying. Helis approached and saw that it was Helena, weeping bitterly. A feeling of irritation instantly welled up in Helis's heart. What is this Helena crying about here again? Just then, Helena looked up and also saw Helis. She shot to her feet and hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry. I really didn't know this gown was yours." Before she could finish, she started crying loudly again. Helena's tears streamed down continuously. She sobbed, "It's all my fault. Just a moment ago, Helis had experienced a dramatic coming-of-age ceremony, becoming the laughingstock of everyone. And one of the culprits, Helena, was now tearfully apologizing to her. She wiped her tears while trying hard to suppress her sobs, trying not to cry out loud. Looking at the pitiful Helena, Helis's heart softened. The men who brought her to the ceremony and made her wear this dress didn't apologize to her. Just because Helena was the weaker one among them, she was always the one to apologize. Helis had always thought that Helena lived a happy and carefree life. It seems that's not the case. Even if her hands have no scars, it doesn't mean her heart doesn't either. Helis said to Helena, "You can cry. I don't mind. If you want to cry, just cry it out." Although Helis still disliked Helena, she had no reason to blame her entirely. After saying this, Helis turned and left. She sat on a bench, and in her gloomy mood, she asked Anakin to bring her some wine. She just wanted to know if Anakin was nearby, so she said it tentatively, but she didn't expect to actually hear his response. Soon, Anakin brought over a lot of food. Helis asked him, "Are all these pastries for you to eat?" Anakin said with concern, "I saw that you hadn't eaten anything, so I brought them over. If it's not enough, I can go get more." Helis said it was enough, but was a bit puzzled. "Why did you only bring one cup?" Anakin explained that he couldn't drink while on duty. Helis was curious. "Not even if I allow it?" Anakin replied faintly, "If it is an order, then I will drink. But I don't think this is an important matter." Suddenly, Helis cupped his chin with her hand. "Whether it's important or not is for me to decide." Looking at Anakin's serious expression, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying she was just joking. "If you don't want to, I won't force you." After this little interlude, the atmosphere eased a lot. Helis's mood didn't seem so gloomy anymore. Having had a little to drink, she asked Anakin to tell her his story. But Anakin looked at Helis with a surprised expression. Helis continued, "You could talk about anything. I want to know about your past." She was just very curious about how Anakin lived, why he became a knight, and if he had any other dreams. She wanted to understand Anakin. After all, they were in the same boat now. Anakin told her about his background. He was an orphan. Whether his parents deliberately abandoned him or had some unspeakable difficulties, none of it mattered to him. Because in his memory, they didn't exist and he didn't miss them. He didn't think that everyone with parents was happy. Because in some families, the parents are the root of their misfortune. He grew up in an orphanage, and later, when he felt he could earn his own money, he left the orphanage. And then he met that little girl Helis had seen. Afterwards, the two of them talked for a long, long time. Like and follow to watch the next episode with us. Under the faint moonlight, Anakin was telling Helis his story. After he left the orphanage, he met that little girl. At this point, Helis interrupted him. "What's that little girl's name?" Anakin replied, "The little girl has been looking forward to telling you her new name herself. If I say it first, she will definitely be very disappointed, and she will blame me." Hearing this, Helis stopped asking, and instead asked, "Besides being a knight, have you had any other dreams?" Anakin said he hadn't received an education and didn't know many words, so naturally, he couldn't do mental work. And he wasn't the type to be a mercenary because he wasn't good at socializing. "If I hadn't met you, one day, I might have become a mercenary too." Helis teased, "Actually, you're more suited to be a wandering knight, wandering alone, meeting people in need along the way, and receiving a certain reward for helping them. These rewards could be food or a place to sleep. Occasionally, someone might give money. After the matter is settled, even if someone asks you to stay, you won't. You just go your own way. That's a wandering knight." The drunk Helis suddenly sighed, feeling that the stars tonight were very beautiful. She asked Anakin, "Do you know there are constellations among the stars?" Then the two of them sat under the vast starry sky for a long time, talking about many things. Slowly, as Helis looked at the man before her, she began to feel terrified. If I die and return to my original world, what kind of punishment will Anakin receive? Will he be executed? And those maids and Helena, will they be implicated? How many innocent lives must be sacrificed for me to leave this place? Helis suddenly felt how difficult it was, because she no longer felt that Anakin was just a character in a novel. As if sensing Helis's gaze, Anakin asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong?" Helis awkwardly turned her head to the sky. "I'm fine. Actually, she really wished that all the stars in the sky would just pour down. The next day, Elise packed her luggage. She was going to use the coming-of-age ceremony incident as an excuse to say that she was going out to relax, take the magic train to enjoy the lakeside scenery along the way, and then come back. Emma was a little worried. There's no villa of the Marquis family there. What about food and lodging? Elise comforted her. Anywhere is more comfortable than being in the royal palace. And since there's no Marquis villa in the Rander region, she could avoid Marquis means surveillance. As she was leaving, Emma shouted after her, "You must come back safely." Elise knew Emma was afraid she wouldn't come back, but then she thought she was overthinking it. After all, Emma loves Elise, not her. At the bustling magic train station, the noise was incessant. Because it was the first run of the magic train, many people had come. Elise turned to look at Anakin. "Did you do everything as I instructed?" Anakin replied, "Yes. As instructed, tickets for all the stations the train stops at have been bought." Elise was a little excited. This way, even if someone was tailing her, they wouldn't be able to trace her whereabouts for a while. In the carriage, the train conductor greeted her warmly. He thanked Elise for taking their magic train and had specially prepared a first-class carriage for her. An entire clean carriage was for her use alone. Elise took off her hat, calculating her next plan. She would disappear midway through the journey, because she planned to use this trip to properly slap their faces. The royal family, the Marquis, and at this moment, Elise revealed a wicked smile. Who else was she thinking of? Elise began her escape journey. At this moment, she was sitting on a magic train with Anakin, elegantly enjoying a meal. But Anakin hadn't touched his fork. Elise asked curiously, "Is the food not to your liking?" Anakin was a little embarrassed. "Actually, you didn't have to order a meal for me as well." After hearing his words, Elise immediately became unhappy. "Are you suggesting I should let my knight starve?" Anakin quickly explained, "No, what I mean is, your leftovers would have been enough. Besides, it's fine to go hungry for a few days. I'm used to it anyway." Hearing him say this, Elise slammed the table in a rage. "Even if I were feeding a dog, I wouldn't feed it leftovers. So cut the nonsense and eat." Under Elise's firm attitude, Anakin slowly began to chew. Elise glared at Anakin, fuming. She thought, no wonder he's so thin. Besides muscle, there's no extra flesh on his entire body. Although I like thin men like this, he's not a lover. A knight who needs to protect me should bulk up by 10 pounds in 7 days. Thinking of this, she spoke again, asking the waiter to bring 2 more vanilla ice creams. Unconsciously, the train had been running for 3 days. In other words, now was the best time to escape. Elise began her plan. First, she drew a mole by her mouth, then dressed up as a dancer. She asked Anakin if her imitation was convincing. Anakin was clearly shocked by her attire. He said that from his humble perspective, it was currently difficult to understand. "Do you really have to do this?" Elise replied, "This is the only way to fool others. Who would imagine that the proud Lady Mean would disguise herself as a dancer?" She told Anakin that the disguise and tone of voice were not important. "What's important is that I am your master. That fact will not change." Actually, Elise felt helpless too. Her body type made it impossible to disguise herself as a man, and she didn't have the skill to disguise herself as an old woman. Elise said seriously, "Anakin, who is the person before your eyes?" Anakin knelt before her. "The master who bestowed upon me my name, my sword, and my life." Elise told him to rise. She told Anakin that the prey in the trap was still waiting for her. During this trip, she was going to slap 3 people's faces: the Marquis, the royal family, and the high priest Helis. By the time they reached the Rander region, the Marquis would have sent many spies to watch Elise's every move. She also had to, before arriving, pretend to be a dancer accompanying Helis and get off the train with him. Elise was a little worried, not knowing if Anakin was following properly. At this moment, Anakin, afraid of being discovered, had climbed onto the roof of the train. As she walked past the seats, she stole a glance at the confidant planted by Marquis Mean. Suddenly, the confidant stood up. Elise was a little panicked. Did he recognize me? He couldn't have confirmed at a glance. She continued to walk forward, and the confidant kept following. Soon, she calmed down and said softly, "Anakin, come quickly." She knew Anakin could hear her voice, but she didn't know if he had heard clearly. Seeing the confidant getting closer and closer, just as he reached out to grab her, Elise suddenly started running. She had to find a place to hide quickly. At this critical moment, Anakin suddenly appeared. Elise grabbed him, and the next second, she leaned in close. She said, "Kiss me quickly." Can you believe it? This noble lady actually asked a commoner knight to kiss her. Anakin looked at Elise leaning in. He was too scared to move. Elise told him not to worry. It's just an act. Their gazes intertwined, locked for a long time. Elise wrapped her arms around Anakin and said in a somewhat coquettish tone, "I was out of breath from running just now." The next second, Anakin held Elise tightly, as if this could transfer strength to her. The man outside the door looked at the two tightly embracing inside, somewhat surprised. Anakin glared fiercely at the man, as if annoyed that he had interrupted his good moment. The man immediately turned and left, thinking to himself that he must have seen wrong. Elise pulled away slightly and asked Anakin, "Has the man left?" Anakin replied that he had gone far. Elise also felt relieved, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Then she apologized to Anakin. "Did asking you to kiss me suddenly make you uncomfortable?" Anakin replied faintly, "No." Elise told Anakin, "If there's an order you don't want to follow, you can refuse. If I make you do something terrible, then don't forgive me." Elise knew that Anakin would never refuse her orders. She just hoped that he wouldn't go to great lengths to try to understand her, because in the days to come, she would only do bad things and all of it would only dirty his hands. Afterwards, Elise went to the carriage where the high priest Helis was. She pulled open the carriage door and walked in. Helis recognized Elise. He was astonished by her strange attire. Elise found it a bit ridiculous. He was more concerned about her outfit than her sudden visit. Then she sat down opposite Helis. "You're going to see Priest Matus, aren't you? Please take me with you." Time rewinds to a few days ago, when Elise learned that the magic train was more time efficient than a carriage. A plan formed in her mind. She instructed Anakin to have the little girl send a secret letter to Helis. The content was, "Former High Priest Matus is critically ill. Please visit as soon as possible." Helis was puzzled. "Aren't you going to the Randor region?" Elise seemed a bit excited. "That's what I told everyone. So that's why I need the High Priest's help." Hearing this, Helis finally understood. "So you disguise yourself to avoid being seen." Elise called him smart. "But this disguise still needs your help to be completed, High Priest." "This man is the Empire's High Priest, Helis." He was looking with astonishment at the uninvited guest before him. The visitor was none other than the villainous Elise. "For my sake, please act as a high priest infatuated with beauty for once." Helis was speechless. Was this woman joking? At the train station, people were gossiping. They couldn't imagine the high priest with his arm around a dancer. And the dancer was even smiling brightly. Elise looked at Helis's long face, knowing that because of his status, he cared a lot about what others thought. The current situation must be very embarrassing for him. They switched to a carriage and traveled along a forest path. Helis stared intently at Elise. Elise noticed his gaze and asked him what he was staring at. Helis immediately turned his head, stammering and unable to speak. Helis then looked at Anakin. Elise's lazy voice came through. "If you have something to say, just say it. He's my person." Helis didn't beat around the bush. "It's only been a few days, but your soul has stabilized considerably." Elise was surprised. "You can see that too?" Helis stated, "It seems you have finally accepted your life in this world." Elise replied coldly, "You can see it as preparation for my complete disappearance." Helis told her not to do anything foolish. Elise thought he was going to try to dissuade her again. She teased, "What? Are you going to say this life is a gift from the gods again?" Then Elise's tone changed. "You don't need to say such things anymore. In reality, you don't care at all whether Elise lives or dies." In the original novel, High Priest Helis was actually Elise's unknown half-brother from the same father. After Elise found out, she quickly became dependent on him. But when Elise needed help, Helis coldly turned his back on her. He used Elise's loneliness to save Helena. It was a complete and utter betrayal. Elise pulled her thoughts back to the present, her tone icy as she said, "I'm not dying yet. No need to worry. Everyone has an ending that suits them, don't they?" In this novel, Elise's death is the most brilliant climax. And what the readers of this novel want to see most is the tragic end of the villainous Elise. If this world were a giant stage, what song would play at the curtain call? Can you believe it? High Priest Helis is actually Elise's half-brother, and she had not the slightest good feeling for this so-called brother. After a long and bumpy journey, they finally arrived at Priest Matus's residence. He looked at the group with a shocked expression and asked Helis, "Why did you suddenly come here?" Helis said, "I'm relieved to see you are well." Elise, on the other hand, greeted him warmly, saying she had some questions to ask, so she came without notice. Matus stared at her, stunned. Elise continued to introduce herself. "You can call me Lady Mean, or you can call me Elise." Anyway, he could see the color of her soul, so there was no need to hide anything. After the introduction, Matus knew her purpose and quickly invited the group inside. While Matus was preparing tea, Helis asked her, "The little girl who sent me the secret letter, was she sent by you?" Elise smiled innocently. You only just realized? I thought you knew on the train. Helis accused her. How can you be so calm after deceiving me with a lie? Elise spoke lazily. You believe others so easily. I'm worried someone will set a trap for you. Helis retorted angrily. The gods will guide me. The lost Elise used Matus to deceive him, so of course he would be angry. Matus was like a father to him, but who knew that the honest and kind Helis was actually the illegitimate son of Marquis Mean? And no one could have imagined that the dancer who was pregnant with the Marquis's child would entrust the child to the temple. Matus came out with the tea. He asked Elise why she came to this poor, remote place. An insignificant old man like me will probably disappoint you. Elise replied, how could that be? This is a question that only priest Matus can answer. Back then, the dragon, to achieve its own death, sacrificed Arson's entire life. What exactly was the prophecy the dragon gave to Matus? Arson said the dragon violated the law of cause and effect and forged the prophecy, thus twisting fate. So, was the dragon's voice, when it gave the prophecy, different from the goddesses? Didn't you notice? Matus said he didn't notice at the time. It was only after some time had passed that he realized the difference. Elise continued to press him. Do you still remember the content of the prophecy? Matus put down his teacup and said slowly, of course I remember. I still remember it very clearly to this day. The child born on the 9th day after the full moon in March must plunge a sword into the arrogant dragon. Therefore, on the day the mad dragon's life ends, everything will return to its original place, according to the law. Elise had inexplicably transmigrated into a novel. This is a world where divine power and magic coexist. Only by following cause and effect can all things return to their original place, according to the law. Priest Matus said he didn't know what the law was, but compared to the truth, he was just a small and foolish being. Elise asked, not giving up, were there any other prophecies? Matus thought for a moment. No, because the gods don't make prophecies at all. It was said that Matus was the only one who received the will of the gods, and because of this, he became the high priest and gained the highest honor. So when he realized that what he had heard was not a divine voice, but the dragon's words, he couldn't confess the truth to the people. Even though this matter ruined a person's life, he never spoke the truth until the end, simply because he couldn't give up the honor he possessed. Matus shed tears of regret. He felt he was too cowardly. Elise, on the other hand, was trying hard to recall the plot of the novel. Arson's fate as the Dragon Slayer was a plot device set by the author. In this work, the author is equivalent to a god. Could the law of the dragons spoke of refer to this? Then, what did the dragon's words, the dragon's prophecy, actually change? Did it really change anything? Or did the dragon lie to Arson? What if the dragon Arson killed wasn't the mad dragon, but another dragon? The novel only said that the hero Arson killed the dragon. It didn't explicitly say it was the mad dragon. There's only one reason why the dragon would go so far as to forge a prophecy to involve Arson. Could it be? He quickly asked Mephist, can dragons not end their own lives? Mephist said, it was a very strange question. Have you ever seen nature end its own life? Dragons are the strongest creatures created by God. Their existence is like nature itself. They only continue to flourish with the passage of time. Of course, such great creatures will also die one day. But how could insignificant humans dare to speculate how long that time might be? After hearing his words, Elise thought her guess was correct. Indeed, the dragon couldn't die. Just like her, Elise suddenly started to retch and rushed outside. Anakin thoughtfully handed her a handkerchief. Elise turned back to look at the Anakin before her. It was as if he was her savior, radiating a brilliant light at this moment. Whenever she needed him, he would be there. Elise took the handkerchief and asked him if he had a mirror. Anakin said he did. Do you need it now? Then, the two of them walked into the woods. As night fell, the path grew darker and darker. They came to a small riverbank. Elise thought that no one should be able to hear them here. So she took out the mirror and shouted, Medea, I have something to ask you. Medea instantly appeared in the mirror. What happened? To think you're even using the mirror. Elise voiced her suspicion. Did the mad dragon forge the prophecy wanting to use Arson's hand to kill itself? Medea was taken aback by her words. You always manage to surprise me. Elise continued, in any case, Arson's destiny is just to kill me. It doesn't specify which one to kill. Medea replied, yes, because the mad dragon, like you, is also from another world. Just now, Elise learned a shocking secret. The witch Medea said that the dragon of this world was also from another world. But this news didn't shock her. Instead, she was unusually calm. Medea continued, the person from another world living in the dragon's body was initially very satisfied with their new life. Because dragons are the strongest creatures in this world, they were fearless and omnipotent. For them, helping humans establish a kingdom was an easy task. They lived life to the fullest. After meeting a dragon they fancied, they quickly fell in love and even raised a young dragon together. But what seemed like eternal happiness slowly faded with the passage of time. The ensuing period of ennui tormented them for a long time. They gradually went mad. Having become the mad dragon, they sought out the witches, wanting the witches to kill them. The witches said it wasn't impossible, but thinking of the consequences made it troublesome. So, the witch Circe made a deal with the mad dragon. Although she couldn't kill the dragon herself, she told it of a way to die. The mad dragon willingly accepted the price Circe proposed. This world was about to welcome a hero who bore the destiny of a dragon slayer. And the mad dragon was to steal the hero's destiny. On the day the hero killed the mad dragon, the entire world was also pierced. On that day, a pitiful dragon not only lost her beloved, but also the death that was originally hers. The dragon whose death was stolen fell into complete despair. She thought and thought about how to reclaim her destiny. Finally, she made up her mind. She would offer her own heart as a sacrifice to this world, thereby defying the world's law of causality and reclaiming her destiny. It just so happened that at that moment, she heard the wishes of two women. One was Elise, and the other was her maid, Emma. In a sense, it could be called a miracle, but it could also be called a misfortune. Or perhaps it was both. That day, Emma prayed that the wish of the girl in her arms could be realized, and Elise's wish was to disappear from this world. And so, the dragon granted their wishes. Therefore, the girl's soul and the dragon's heart disappeared together. At the same time, this world's law of causality found a new soul to enter. The girl's body, now an empty shell. The soul that took her place to live on is you. Hearing this news, Elise broke down. Tears streamed down her face. She kept repeating, why? Why me? What did a woman do to deserve this? Just because of a young girl's prayer, she was forced to transmigrate to another world. After hearing Medea's story, Elise's head was splitting. At this moment, she couldn't calm down for a long time. Furious, her hand holding the mirror trembled uncontrollably. She fiercely threw the mirror into the river. She didn't want to hear Medea's mood-ruining words anymore. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard. It turned out to be Helis eavesdropping on their conversation. He was caught red-handed by Anakin. Anakin asked Elise for instructions on how to deal with him. Helis also couldn't remain calm, because he had learned a secret he shouldn't have. Suddenly, the usually gentle man shouted that you're actually colluding with a witch. Don't you know that's a serious crime? Elise got up and walked closer to him, that it's a serious crime for the people of your country. But I'm from another world. What does that have to do with me? Helis said forcefully, since you're possessing her body, you are a person of this place. Elise sneered, so what? Are you going to report me? I'd welcome it. You know about my situation anyway. Since I can't die from being stabbed by a sword, maybe I could die by being burned at the stake. Then, Elise told Anakin to let Helis go, so that he could go and report her. Elise seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly drew Anakin's sword and threw it directly in front of Helis. Come to think of it, you don't actually have to report me. As the high priest, you have the authority to deal with me immediately. So just use this sword to end me. After all, one who colludes with a witch is also a witch. Isn't that right? In the novel, Helis used this authority to threaten Elise. He clearly knew she wasn't a witch, but his own sister. But he said Elise was of dirty blood and insulted her. But now, he is genuinely pitying me, because I haven't bullied the Hylian he loves yet. I haven't become the villainous yet. In any case, just like with Hylian, Elise couldn't bring herself to like him at all. She told Helis, "If you don't kill me now, then please continue to pretend you know nothing in the future. I'm going to die soon anyway, but I promise I won't die in front of you." Helis had tears in his eyes. He didn't understand why Elise always said such things, and she wasn't saying those words out of fear. He just felt very sad about her sorrow. Helis didn't know what to do. He wanted to seek understanding and forgiveness from Elise's anger, so he begged her not to die. Elise slowly reached out her hand and wiped the tears from Helis's face. She said faintly, "Don't pity me. It's repulsive." At this, Anakin suddenly struck Helis, knocking him unconscious. He then hoisted him up, preparing to throw him back into the small cabin from before, and told Elise to wait here for his return. Elise put her feet in the river, trying to calm herself down. She knew she had to remember the novel's plot to prepare for what was to come. But right now, she didn't want to do anything. She suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. From now on, she could only live as Elise, like a puppet, until the day stipulated by the law of causality when she could finally die. In her original world, she could still make a difference if she worked hard. But here, she could do nothing. Soon, Anakin rushed back. Elise teased him, "You walk really fast." Anakin had a solemn expression. "Because I was worried about you. Worried that you would leave me behind and go off on your own." Elise found it a little funny. "Are you afraid I'll take my own life?" Anakin hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help but say it. "I want to understand you, Master. I want to know what your life was like before and what kind of life you want in the future. I shouldn't have these thoughts, but I'm more afraid. Afraid that I won't have the chance to get to know you." The man will fall in love with Elise, becoming the Dark Knight who always protects her. Elise felt it was a pity. If only Anakin's story had appeared in the novel like the other male leads. After a moment of silence, Elise spoke. "Come over and pick me up." Just like that, Elise lay quietly in Anakin's arms. She was too tired. She didn't want to walk. Her face was close to his chest. His heartbeat was steady, without a trace of love yet. Anakin, this pure kindness and goodwill right now, even if it wasn't love, was very comforting. Elise closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Afterwards, they took a carriage to the Randall district. Elise also began to tell Anakin about her original world. Its level of development far surpasses the Empire. There's religious freedom. Although there's no magitech engineering, there is a technology called science. There's no class system there, no royalty or nobility. Anakin was puzzled. If there are no statuses, how do you distinguish the noble from the common? Elise patiently explained, "It's similar to here. People who have accumulated great wealth are distinguished by money. Power comes with it. Myself in that world wasn't a noble like Elise. I was poor and ordinary." Anakin asked with concern, "Did you have a family too?" "Yes, I did. I lived with my parents and my younger brother." Elise continued, "At one point, I really hated my family. But thinking back now, it was actually quite warm and harmonious." Anakin interrupted her. "Why did you detest your family?" Elise answered with a hint of sadness. "Because I felt my parents favor my younger brother. They really were partial. I even blamed myself for it, thinking I was a disobedient child, and that's why I couldn't get their love. A poor family made me mature earlier than others. Maybe all I wanted was a word of praise. But my maturity slowly became something that was taken for granted. In this world, no child should be treated differently. So I won't forgive my parents. But even if I hate them and resent them, I still miss them very much. Now I just want to find what I've lost. If I could meet them again, I want to ask them why they treated me that way." Soon, they arrived in the Randall district. They came to an inn. The innkeeper asked if they were a newlywed couple. Just as Elise was about to say no, Anakin answered first. He instructed, "The best room for this lady. Any room is fine for me." Then, the two went back to their respective rooms to rest. After washing up, Elise sat on the bed. After a whole night in the carriage, her whole body felt like it was falling apart. But Anakin still looked so energetic. A little girl knocked and entered. She came to deliver clean towels. While chatting, Elise learned that there were many lively places in the Randall district, and a night market had recently opened. Elise's interest was piqued by the words night market. She wondered how different it was from the night markets in her original world. This man had accidentally learned a secret he shouldn't have. He was knocked out by Anakin and thrown back into his own residence. At this moment, he slowly regained consciousness. He then sat up, clutching his neck, which was still faintly aching. He recalled Elise's words from last night. "Are you going to report me?" "Go ahead. I'd be delighted." Helis didn't understand why the women he wanted to keep all wanted to leave him. Helis fell into painful memories. Before giving birth to him, his mother was a young, beautiful and highly acclaimed dancer. But to give birth to him, she went so far as to change the god she believed in. After enduring hardship to give birth to him, she lost everything she had. Every time he mentioned his father, his mother would fly into a rage and throw things. Then she would hysterically accuse him of ruining her life, saying that looking at him every day made her not want to live. At that time, he would just cover his head and cry, thinking it was all his fault, that he shouldn't have been born into this world. Whenever he woke up from a nightmare, he would go and stroke his mother's cheek as she slept deeply, feeling her warmth. He was terrified that his mother would really leave him. To lessen his mother's burden, he went to see priest Mephist, expressing his desire to become a priest as well. Mephist agreed. Thus, he decided to leave his mother to become a priest. But when he returned, he was stunned. His mother had taken her own life the night before he left. He was filled with regret. If he hadn't gone to see priest Mephist, if he had been by her side that day, if he could have held his mother back one more time, would this have not happened? Helis was heartbroken. He hated his own choice. Until that day, the moment he first saw Helis. If I said that seeing you reminded me of my mother, would you believe me? The moment he first saw Helis, her shattered soul looked extremely similar to his mother's wounded soul, glowing with a bluish-red light. That day, Helis was anxiously seeking Helis's help, wanting him to go back to the temple to find historical records. If I said that I was just as desperate as she was at that time, would she believe me? The mother who appeared in his dream that night was still complaining. He was still crying, praying for God's grace. That day, during Helis's coming-of-age ceremony, beneath the torn soul, those eyes, like a landscape painting of early summer, were breathtakingly beautiful. Perhaps it was that beauty that made him hesitate. Was he trying to save her? Whenever she said things like wanting to die, Helis would be reminded of his own mother. He began to fear. Was it possible that he couldn't even save Helis? Helis prayed to God, praying that this time he would definitely be allowed to take Helis's hand. But Helis refused his help. It seemed God was not on his side again. On the other side, Helis and Anakin arrived at the bustling Randall district night market. It seemed even more lively than imagined. Helis asked Anakin if he was hungry or if there was anything he wanted to eat. Anakin replied distractedly, "I'm fine." At this moment, he seemed more focused than usual. Seeing his serious expression, Helis couldn't help but laugh. She teased that although the surroundings were chaotic and they needed to be vigilant, today was for relaxing. There was no need to be so tense. After hearing this, Anakin also seemed to relax a lot and nodded quickly. She took Anakin's hand and couldn't help but say coaxingly, "I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat." Afterwards, the two came to a grilled sausage stall. Looking at the sausages sizzling with oil, Helis immediately ordered 2 skewers. The stall owner looked at Anakin's handsome features and asked, "You two are a married couple, right? So young and so shy. You must be newlyweds." Anakin was a little helpless. He wanted to say no, but Helis quickly interjected, "Yes, we're on our honeymoon." She added with a smile, "He's not usually this cold. He's just a bit reserved in front of strangers." The owner laughed heartily, saying, "I've never seen such a beautiful lady. You two are a perfect match." Hearing this, Anakin couldn't help but blush. Helis, on the other hand, took the sausage and eagerly started eating. As soon as the sausage entered her mouth, she immediately covered her mouth. It turned out the spicy grilled sausage was so hot, it could rival the taste of her hometown. Watching the scene before him, Anakin's mood also brightened. It was the first time he had seen Helis eat with such relish and smile so happily. At this moment, a wine vendor not far away started shouting. Helis told him that to have more fun, wine was a must. Just as Helis was focused on watching the performance, Anakin brought over 2 cups of wine. The two joyfully drank and watched the play. The performance began. Today's show was a tragic story that took place within a family. The father, deceived by a wicked plot, suspected his son. He suspected his wife and ultimately committed the foolish act of killing his own son. Seeing this, Helis became lost in thought. The play continued vividly on stage. If there was an evil witch, time could be turned back, but that would be considered treason and punishable by beheading. Helis suddenly thought of something. So this is a story about the royal family. It must be interesting. That woman is happily on a date with her dark knight. Helis told Anakin that what was being performed on stage was a play, but the ending was already arranged. One just needs to play their role. The protagonist of this play might not be you. It might be a supporting character or a passerby. Anakin didn't care about these things. He couldn't change his destiny anyway. Elise was puzzled that you're not the protagonist. Why aren't you angry? Anakin believed that it was enough to live his life to the best of his ability. Elise got a little angry that, oh, just because you're a supporting character, it's okay for your honor and love to be stolen. Anakin truly didn't care that I was never the center of attention to begin with. If I wanted those things, I wouldn't have chosen this profession. Elise was left completely speechless by him, cursing him as a spineless, aimless, and chaotic human being. Anakin retorted, "Do I look like that? I thought I've always been living diligently. Perhaps it's because everyone is working hard that it's not noticeable." After hearing his words, Elise felt he had a point. How could she casually measure someone else's efforts? Her own desperate struggle to return to her original world might seem just as ridiculous in others' eyes. The closer you get to the light, the more distinct the shadow becomes. Perhaps those efforts can only be seen most clearly when one is close to death. Anakin then said, "Actually, there's no need for everyone to know how hard I'm working. As long as you know, Master, that's enough." What do you think? Is this a confession? Elise's mind went blank. How should she answer his question? Once it's said, it can't be taken back. "I'm so scared, Anakin." The scene changes, and the two are in a restaurant, having ordered a few snacks. The waitress thought she looked like Lady Mean. Elise replied teasingly, "A lot of people think so." She saw in a newspaper the report of her disappearance from the Magitech train. Various questions arose about her disappearance. Can a Magitech train reach its destination safely and return smoothly? Now the plans of the royal family and the Marquis are obstructed. They must be worried sick. The thought of it made Elise feel vindicated. Taking this opportunity, she also planned to stay here for a while. She then asked Anakin to borrow a boat from the inn, planning to go for a tour on the lake. Anakin thought it was a great idea. Then, the two set off with great interest, carrying the prepared food. On the way, Elise met the little girl from the inn. The little girl looked at her with anticipation, then placed a freshly picked flower in her hair. Looking at Elise like this, the little girl couldn't help but exclaim, "You're so beautiful." Elise also quite liked this little girl in her heart, and only praised her for being cute. She tipped her some gold coins and told her not to let anyone else snatch them away. In the center of the lake, Elise was still struggling with Anakin's question from yesterday. After thinking about it all night, she still felt it was better to say it. Then, she said with a serious face, "Anakin, you are a character from a book I've read." Anakin's or suddenly paused. Elise repeated seriously, "This world is the world inside a book I've read." Anakin was momentarily stunned. Elise continued, "You are a supporting character by Elise's side, and you fall in love with her. Transmigrated into the villainous of a novel, her greatest wish is not to turn the tables, but to return to her original world." At this moment, she looked at the face reflected in the lake water, but it was a woman so beautiful it was startling. She was afraid of gradually getting used to this face. If, after I return to my original world, the original me in the mirror becomes a stranger, what should I do? Meanwhile, Elise's words kept echoing in Anakin's mind. This is the world inside a book she has read, and he falls in love with Elise. Just as he was lost in thought, Elise's voice sounded again that "I'm sorry. I've taken away the woman you were supposed to love." But Anakin said he was confused that, "Am I fake? Then how can you be sure that I will fall in love with Elise?" Elise explained, "Because that's what's written in the book. I've already seen the ending of this story. What if I don't act according to the book's content?" Anakin continued to press. Elise replied, "If things don't proceed according to the book, the law of causality will automatically correct it. Even if you cut off my head with your sword right now, I won't die. Because in the book, it's not yet time for my death." Anakin had a serious look. "Oh, you're saying that one day I will fall in love with you." Elise was at a loss for words. She hadn't thought about this question, that Anakin would fall in love with her, not Elise. Anakin then asked her, "Then will you fall in love with me too?" Elise turned her head away and replied faintly, "No, I won't fall in love with you. So you shouldn't fall in love with me either." At this moment, Elise was thinking, "Actually, I'm very afraid that I will fall in love with you." Then she felt a little annoyed. How could she think of such a selfish answer? I've made up my mind to leave this world. How can I be so irresponsible? Agitated, she told Anakin to keep rowing. Suddenly, an idea popped into Elise's head. She hadn't tried jumping into a river yet. She told Anakin to row to the edge of a cliff. Anakin said it was too dangerous, but Elise said the world's law of causality would protect her, and if something really happened to her, he would save her. Elise stood on the edge of the cliff. She had seen a movie before where the protagonist had only two ways to return to reality from a dream: either die or jump into water. She looked down from the cliff. It seemed she was a little afraid of heights, but that couldn't stop her determination to try. With a splash like a dandelion in the wind, Helis kept sinking. She suddenly started to enjoy this feeling, thinking this was it. The sooner she went back, the better, before she got in too deep. Suddenly, someone wrapped their arms around her waist. There was another splash. Helis was grabbed by the arm, and her head emerged from the water. She coughed incessantly on the shore. Suddenly, a pair of hands gripped her tightly. "What on earth are you doing? Are you crazy?" It turned out the one who saved Helis was none other than Arson. Seeing the person before her, Helis was stunned. Look at this woman being pulled between two men. The men locked eyes, as if a great battle was about to erupt. Just moments ago, Helis, who had jumped into the water, was saved and brought to shore. She thought it would be Anakin playing the hero, but unexpectedly, it was Arson. Helis couldn't help but wonder how Arson was here. Just then, a sharp pain shot through her arm. Arson was gripping her arm tightly. Helis told him to let go, secretly wondering where Anakin had gone. The next second, Anakin used his own cloak to cover Helis's soaking wet body. Anakin's displeased voice was heard. "How can you touch a lady's body so casually?" Then came the scene from the beginning. Arson mocked him. A knight who can't even protect his own master has the nerve to criticize others. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Helis looked at them with an awkward expression, thinking, what's going on? Back at the inn, she changed into dry clothes. She had originally planned to stay here for a while. Who would have thought Arson would suddenly show up? She sighed inwardly. It would be too much of a pity to return to the capital like this. Just as she was about to leave the room, Arson appeared. He said with a sneer, "You're not thinking of running away again, are you? Are you spying on me?" Helis expressed her displeasure. Arson stated that because of her, the capital was now in chaos. The Magitech train was promoted under her name, but who knew she would suddenly disappear? Arson didn't forget to remind her that although she hadn't ascended the throne yet, her coming-of-age ceremony was over, making her a quasi-royal. Helis clearly hadn't expected Arson to go to such lengths to find her. She said faintly that she was going to a souvenir shop and would be back soon. Arson said that Anakin was packing their luggage and probably couldn't accompany her. He might as well go with her. Helis sighed deeply, "Oh, as you please." A while later, the two arrived at a fine diamond shop. The clerk greeted them warmly. "Are you looking for a gift? Is this gentleman your husband?" Hearing this, Arson flashed a handsome smile. But Helis replied curtly, "We're not a couple. I want to buy a gift for my attendant." Arson teased her. Your denial was so firm, it's truly heartbreaking. Helis said faintly that it was none of her business. She then asked Arson how he knew she was in the Randall district. Arson looked innocent. "You caused such a huge fire. Did you really think no one would track you?" Helis said it was just a bit later than she thought, but she didn't expect Sir Carl to come in person. Arson continued that he had come to find her voluntarily. Helis casually asked, "You haven't been back to your hometown in a long time. Shouldn't you go visit your elders?" Arson replied that he didn't really like chatting with old people. As soon as he finished speaking, Helis's voice came to me too. "I don't really like chatting with Sir Carl." Just now, this woman said bluntly, "I don't like chatting with you." Arson wasn't angry. Instead, he had a mischievous expression. He said, "Then let's not chat. Can we do something else?" With lightning speed, Helis stomped hard on Arson's foot, and she looked at him coldly. She never intended to be nice to people she disliked. Arson didn't seem to feel any pain. For someone who had been trained since childhood, it was nothing. Instead, he found Helis a bit rude. Helis retorted without any courtesy, "If you talk nonsense, you naturally have to accept the punishment. It was just that once. Are you unhappy about it?" Arson was stunned by her words. He couldn't help but say, "You're really intriguing. Your words and actions all make me intrigued." Helis replied in a cold tone, "Are you blaming me for that?" Arson also became serious. "Yes. So please tell me, how can I stop being intrigued by you?" Helis answered angrily, "Why are you asking me that kind of question? I've never even been intrigued by myself." Arson was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected to hear such an answer. Just then, the clerk suddenly appeared, successfully breaking the awkwardness. He happily held up a box. He took out a Vivian's Tear gemstone, known as the Lakeside Sprite, and boasted that it was a precious raw stone only available at his shop. Helis looked at it with satisfaction and ordered a few necklaces to be made with it. Arson was also looking at the gems on the counter, even picking one up to examine it closely. Helis slowly walked towards him. She asked if it was for Hylan. Arson said he wanted to make it for her himself. Elise was instantly speechless. She suggested Arson buy a ready-made one. If it wasn't made well, the person receiving the gift would also feel awkward. Arson said affectionately, "I just want Hylan to carry something I made with my own hands." After hearing this, Elise got goosebumps all over. She secretly complained, "What a pervert. Even more of a pervert than Helis. Why are there no normal people here?" Suddenly, Elise felt a bit of sympathy for Hylan. She noticed a gemstone. "This one is different from the others." The clerk told her that this gemstone was the hardest to sell. Its color was murky, it wasn't hard enough, and it scratched easily. Listening to the clerk's introduction, Elise was lost in thought. Murky, not hard enough, and not shiny enough, so it doesn't sell. This seems just like me. She immediately told the clerk to make another necklace with this raw stone, and in this specific style. The clerk reminded her again and again that it would be very uncomfortable to wear. Elise paid him no mind. It wasn't for her to wear anyway. They walked out of the shop. Anakin was already waiting there. He reported that some thieves, having learned that Elise was in this village, were lying in ambush in the various forests. So he would drive the carriage later to ensure her safety. Before he could finish, Elise interrupted him, telling him to kneel down immediately. This woman coldly demanded the man to kneel. But in the next second, Elise took out the custom-made gemstone necklace and gently put it on Anakin. Anakin looked at the woman before him, his eyes filled with emotion. He didn't know if he would fall in love with her in the future, but right now, he was full of affection for her. After putting it on, Anakin gently touched the necklace. Elise asked him if it was uncomfortable. Anakin nodded. Elise was very happy. She loved Anakin's frankness, but her goal was to make him uncomfortable. That way, when he felt uncomfortable in the future, he would think of her. Suddenly, she turned her head away shyly. She was a little annoyed with herself for having such a thought. Wasn't this just as perverted as Arson? And Arson, on the side, had an expression of someone watching a good show. Their party set off soon after. Arson's voice constantly came from inside the carriage, a noble lady eloping with her knight. Do you know what kind of ending that will bring? If the royal family and the Marquis find out, your knight will be beheaded for it, and you will be imprisoned in the palace forever. Elise had a look of disdain. Eloping? I didn't know you were so romantic, Sir Carl. You saw me jump off a cliff. Don't you understand yet? I came to the Randall district to seek death. Arson didn't believe Elise's words, thinking that women in love are all blinded by love. Elise said impatiently to him, "If you don't want to believe it, then don't." Whatever. Arson started to get serious. He asked why. Elise threw a sentence at him directly. Does it need a reason? Arson, not giving up, continued to press. Why can't you get over it? Elise said coldly, "It's not because I can't get over it, but because even if I could, there's nothing to be attached to now." For Arson, who bore the destiny of a dragon slayer and had no despair when going to slay a dragon, and who single-mindedly wanted to live. No matter how she explained it, he would never understand. She told Arson that he had that strong desire to see Hylan in his heart, but she didn't. "So please stop talking nonsense to me with that insignificant pity." Arson stated, "If Elise truly knew my heart, she wouldn't say that." Elise grew even more impatient, but that's enough. Stop talking about these cheap topics. Before they could finish their conversation, a commotion was heard from outside the carriage. It turned out to be a group of menacing robbers. This man, who was arguing with the woman just a second ago, in the next second, stood in front of a group of robbers to protect her. "Make way now, and I might spare your lives." The robbers laughed out loud after hearing this. Relying on their numbers, they told him to get lost. Arson was, after all, the dragon-slaying hero. This group of robbers successfully aroused his desire for conquest. He told Elise and Anakin to leave this place first. Elise was a little anxious. She didn't want Arson to fight alone. Arson said firmly that the robbers must have accomplices. He had to stay behind to fight them. After returning to the capital, he would willingly accept Elise's punishment. Elise shouted loudly, hoping he wouldn't be impulsive. At that moment, Anakin rode over on his horse and reached out his hand to Elise, desperate to take her away from this dangerous place. Elise placed her hand in his. The two sat on the horse's back. Anakin sensed Elise's unease and told her to relax and lean against his chest, that it would be more comfortable. They galloped on the road home, getting farther and farther away from Arson. Although Elise didn't like him very much, she still hoped he would be safe. As the sun set, Elise asked softly, "Anakin, how far are we from the capital?" Anakin replied that it would still take 2 days. Hearing this, Elise felt inexplicably sad. By the time they reached the capital, but would probably be worn out. Anakin immediately offered a concerned suggestion that let's go to a village and buy a cushion. Elise said lazily, "No need, it's too much trouble." Seeing Elise's gloomy look, Anakin felt a pang of sympathy. He said, "Then let me tell you a story." As expected, Elise became slightly excited. She asked Anakin if he was going to tell a story. Anakin said his story was too plain and uninteresting. Nothing worth telling, that if I must tell my story, then I'll talk about the present, because I don't want to dwell on the past. Hearing him say that, Elise fell into deep thought. If one day she also became Anakin's past, would he still be so nonchalant and not dwell on the past, just like now? Perhaps to Anakin, she wasn't anyone important. It was only because she was his master that he was loyal to her. Anakin continued, "So, please don't order me to go back to the past, and don't ask me what I'll do in the future. I am foolish. I can only do one thing at a time." Elise leaned against his chest. "Then what do you want to do now?" Anakin said gently, "Right now, I just want to get you back to the capital safely." Elise suddenly realized, of course, I like this person. No matter how selfish and willful I am, he never blames me. The only one who stands by my side. The person who belongs only to me. Perhaps even after I return to my original world, I won't be able to forget you. So I hope you can be like me. Don't forget me. Remember me for a long, long time. Elise and Anakin returned to the capital. As soon as they got home, she was given a harsh scolding by the Marquis. It seemed her escape this time had thoroughly enraged the Marquis. He told Elise not to think she could escape his sight. Elise expressed confusion. She didn't understand what her father was talking about. The Marquis continued to accuse her, saying the purpose of assigning her a knight was to avoid others' gazes and secretly handle those dirty, ugly matters for her. Elise was even more confused. After all, she was the one who chose the knight, not the Marquis. Hearing this, the Marquis flew into a rage because he noticed Elise wasn't using honorifics with him. Elise also wanted to take this opportunity to make things clear with him. "You were the one who broke this relationship first." Then she angrily confronted him. "That's right, it was you. I'm not your daughter. You already knew that, didn't you? Since you know, there's no need for me to keep catering to you." The Marquis couldn't believe she was talking back to him, his fists clenched, trembling with anger. Elise's tone was icy as she continued, "Don't use that old-fashioned threat. Do as I say if you don't want to die, because I'm single-mindedly seeking death." The Marquis glared at her resentfully, uttering the most venomous words. Think such a despicable and shameless thing would possess my daughter's body." Elise couldn't help but laugh. "You never truly loved your own daughter, yet you say it so sanctimoniously." If the Marquis had truly loved Elise, he wouldn't have spoiled and indulged her so much. Whatever Elise wanted, the Marquis would give her. To be precise, he made Elise want things that were beneficial to him. Elise continued, "If you truly loved her, you would have made her break off this wretched engagement long ago. But for your own power, you kept pretending not to see. You're a discerning person. You discovered long ago that I'm not your daughter. To say you didn't know she had a mental breakdown and was hurt because of the Crown Prince. Who would believe that?" The Marquis shouted at Elise to shut up. He spoke, saying he truly loved his daughter. It was because he loved her that he wanted her to sit in the highest position. Elise told him, "The highest position doesn't mean happiness. Look at those so-called supreme people around you. Look at those faces in the palace. Are they truly happy?" The Marquis was rendered speechless. Having calmed down, he said one sentence "So, what do you want to do?" Elise asked him in return, "If I tell you, will you help me?" The Marquis replied coldly, "That depends on the situation." Elise held no hope for this. She continued faintly, "No need. I've already found a better helper than you. I can guess with my toes. If I say I want to die, the Marquis definitely won't help me. I'm not Elise, so he doesn't know what kind of person I am. To the Marquis now, I'm a chess piece that's a pity to throw away, but a threat to keep." The Marquis wanted to say more, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Someone from the palace was sent to summon Elise immediately. The Empress had something urgent to tell her. Elise naturally didn't dare to keep the Empress waiting. She lifted her skirt, bowed to the Marquis, and took her leave. In the confrontation between the two, Elise still held the upper hand. Soon, she arrived at the palace to meet the empress. What was the empress's purpose this time? This woman was feeling uneasy. The empress, who had always detested her, suddenly summoned her. Had she had a change of heart? Elise picked up a cup of tea, only to find that the tea was black. Just then, the empress's voice came. "Why aren't you drinking? Worried I've poisoned you." Elise calmly put down the teacup. "Of course not. It's just that I can't drink things that are too hot. I'll drink it when it cools down." She also thought that the empress naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to poison her personally. The empress spoke coldly. "I thought you would lock yourself in your room and not come out. Isn't that your personality? If you're not the one in the spotlight, you get jealous of others." Elise, with a smile in her eyes, said she didn't understand the empress's meaning and asked for her guidance. The empress was amused by her appearance. "Weren't you quite clever during the coming-of-age ceremony?" The empress got straight to the point, saying, "You already knew, didn't you, that I was the one who gave your dress to Helena?" Elise hadn't expected the empress to admit it herself. Elise replied faintly, "I know. An extra spare dress is always prepared, just in case. If not for your majesty's concern, it would have been impossible for Helena to get that dress. Of course, this is just my own speculation. Am I right, your majesty the empress?" The empress suddenly felt a bit of admiration for her, teasing that she seemed more suited to be a detective than a crown princess. The empress continued, saying that she was the one who made the owner hand over the dress. Then, she disposed of the clothes Yassen gave to Helena and had her wear Elise's dress instead. Although Elise knew the empress hated her, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you doing this to me?" The empress's tone was icy. "I just don't like you becoming the crown princess. You are too vicious and cold. If Marquis Mion really becomes an in-law of the imperial family, how arrogant would his faction become?" Elise retorted, "So you chose the daughter of a traitor? The commoner, Helena? But she's just a maid. She knows nothing about the duties of an empress or matters of state." The empress, however, felt Helena was her choice. She had no powerful maternal family, was kind-hearted, and most importantly, would be obedient to the imperial family. Her beauty has already captured the crown prince's heart, so there's no need to worry about the matter of heirs. As for the duties of an empress, I can just teach her then. As expected, the empress didn't want a daughter-in-law, but her own puppet. Poor Helena. Not a single person respected her as a human being. The empress stopped beating around the bush. "I embarrass you like that. You can hate me or resent me. It doesn't matter. But no matter what you think, I will only hate you more. Elise, I even want to kill you. Although you weren't the one who killed my son, you were Marquis Mion's most beloved daughter. After losing my most beloved son, my heart bleeds every day. My life is already a hell. Killing an innocent person like you and falling into hell again wouldn't matter. After all, the Marquis also killed my innocent son, didn't he?" The empress continued, gritting her teeth. "If I really wanted to torture you, I would have let you become the crown princess and then slowly tortured you to death after you entered the palace. But when I saw those two men who killed my son trying every means to make you the crown princess, I couldn't stand it anymore." Just then, Elise also stated her position that I do not wish to marry the crown prince. Hearing her words, the empress was stunned. "Haven't you always been in love with the prince?" Elise replied, "In this world, is there anything more fickle than love? You are well aware of this, are you not?" She continued, "Although I once thought it was all worth enduring, that's no longer the case. If you would permit it, I would like to sever all ties with this place." The empress looked incredulous and quickly asked, "Does the Marquis know what you're thinking?" Elise faintly stated her stance. "Whether my father knows or not is unimportant. I only wish for you to know my thoughts." This woman was too fierce. Not only did she want to break off her engagement with the crown prince, but she also wanted to personally teach the next crown princess. Elise requested the empress to let her teach Helena some of her duties, because if the empress taught her herself, it would surely cause a lot of unnecessary gossip. In truth, Elise had selfish motives for wanting to teach Helena. She needed an opportunity to be alone with her. If the story developed according to the novel's ending, she had to kill Helena once. Only then would she be sentenced to death. But in the novel, there was no plotline of her teaching Helena. She didn't know if it would be rejected by the law of causality. After a long wait, the empress finally agreed. She spoke, "For my son, you are indeed not the best wife. He needs someone more obedient and docile." After getting the empress's permission, Elise stood up and left. She also breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally move on to the next stage. Since she had the empress's help, she should start as soon as possible. First, she would go and schedule a study time with Helena. As she was walking, she suddenly saw a large mirror and in it, Medea's figure appeared. Seeing this, Elise hurriedly walked over. She asked Medea, "Can you control people from outside your visible range?" Medea didn't consider it control, but it's just a suggestion. She told Medea to get to the point. After all, they were in the imperial palace and couldn't talk for long. Medea happily told her that she had found a way and asked her to come to the shop immediately. Elise arrived at Medea's shop. Medea used magic to float a small package, which slowly flew towards Elise. Elise opened it carefully. A small, blunt sword came into view. Elise was a little surprised. This sword probably couldn't even open an envelope. Medea told her not to underestimate this sword. It's a sword that changes its use according to the wielder's will. Use this sword for the assassination. Hearing this, Elise froze. Assassinate who? Medea replied. Who else could it be? The person the original owner of this body was supposed to kill. Hearing this, how could Elise not understand the meaning? She looked at the sword in her hand. Was she to use it to assassinate Helena? She hesitated. Even in a novel's world, she couldn't just kill an innocent person for no reason. She would rather be executed by fire as a witch. Although the Elise in the novel would die as long as she killed Helena, the current her, Medea's voice rang out again. Remember, you must stain it with blood. Elise still didn't believe this sword could harm a human. It was clearly a blunt object. Medea emphasized again, it will change according to your will. You must have the genuine intent to kill her. This woman dreamed of leaving this place. But when she found the real way back, she hesitated. Elise was a little lost. Had she been too careless? She thought she could go back without killing anyone. She didn't want to poison Helena, but now she had to assassinate her personally. Although both were acts of killing, the sense of guilt would be completely different, wouldn't it? The last time she saw her, she looked so pitiful and helpless. Elise replied, "Isn't it enough just to kill her? Why does it have to be an assassination?" Medea was a bit puzzled by her reaction. Why the sudden change of heart? Didn't you say you would do whatever it takes to return to your original world? I finally found a way, and now you're backing down. You can't be reluctant to part with her, can you? Elise snorted coldly. What a joke. But to save herself, could she really sacrifice an innocent person? She silently asked herself in her heart. Wouldn't those who were sacrificed also feel angry or wrong? Helena definitely wants to live, even if her life is very hard right now. She has always believed that happiness will come one day, and she is more than qualified to enjoy that happiness. But to me, I am the most important. Medea interrupted Elise's thoughts. She saw her palm open slightly, magic forming in her hand. A bottle floated before her eyes. Medea said another offering was needed, and that is tears. Fill this bottle with tears. Elise was confused. What tears? But Medea was being mysterious, saying she didn't want to tell her and that she should figure out herself. Then she playfully tapped Elise's forehead. That you're so clever, you'll definitely find the answer. Elise was speechless. This Medea seemed to be enjoying the situation. Elise returned home and gave a money pouch to Anakin. She told him to take it to the little girl, so he could also take a few days off to rest at home. Anakin said his sister's work wasn't worth that much money. Elise was a bit exasperated. It's not your money. Why do you care so much? Anyway, I'll be at home for the next few days. You can go back without worry. After speaking, she turned to leave. Anakin anxiously reached out to grab her hand. Elise paused for a moment and turned to look at him. Anakin seemed a little embarrassed, but still asked, "Will you come back with me?" Elise was puzzled. Why would I go? Anakin's voice came slowly, that I hope that you will come with me, my lady. He had a serious expression that I don't want to leave you at home alone. This elegant woman was speaking the most vicious words. Alec has no feelings for you. You could try dressing up like a street prostitute and go seduce him. The woman was the empress. She told Elise that Alec didn't want to marry her. He wanted to marry Helena. Elise stood there, her expression blank. The empress continued, "If by some chance you have a child, maybe Alec will choose you. Although your looks can't compare to Helena's, you're not so ugly that you're unbearable to look at." A nearby lady-in-waiting couldn't help but let out a snicker. Unexpectedly, Elise broke into a brilliant smile. "Thank you for your advice. I will remember your counsel." The empress was very surprised. She hadn't expected Elise's nonchalant reaction. She told Elise to leave first. She watched Elise's slowly retreating back. She leaned back sharply against the chair and slowly said, "Go and call Helena over." After a while, both the crown prince and Helena arrived. The crown prince spoke first. I happened to run into Helena on the way here. Helena quickly apologized that I should have come right away. I am late. The crown prince immediately defended her, saying coldly, it's not your fault. If Helis hadn't insisted on taking you for a walk, you would have been here long ago. Helena couldn't help but explain. Helis didn't know Her Majesty was summoning me. The crown prince looked disdainful. Who cares about her? Helena, you're just too kind. Hearing this, the empress spoke faintly. On your way here, did you see Helis? The crown prince started complaining. Yes, I just saw her in the back garden. I didn't even summon her, but she comes and goes from the palace as she pleases. It's giving me a headache. The empress then asked, did Helis cry after seeing you? The crown prince said, no. She's the daughter of that viper, the marquis. How could she possibly have something like tears? I've never seen Helis cry, and she always wears that unpleasant smile. It was the same today. Hearing the crown prince's denial, Helena was startled, and the empress, looking at the reflection in her cup, couldn't help but think that Helis was indeed just like her. She never cried. Even when she had just mercilessly insulted her like that, she still didn't cry. But why didn't Helis cry? In fact, something both the crown prince and the empress didn't know was that just now on her way over, Helena had seen Helis. At that moment, she was secretly crying in the back garden, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. Helis was crying so sorrowfully and helplessly. The empress pulled her thoughts back from her memories. She thought of what Helis had said to her today, that I in this world. Is there anything more fickle than love? I believe your majesty is also well aware of this. If you would permit it, I would like to sever all ties with this place. The empress couldn't help but pity Helis. She knew nothing, after all. Yet, because of her father's sins, she was neglected by the one she loved and ultimately lost all hope. What a miserable life. But in the empress's eyes, she herself was the most pitiful one. No matter how wronged or tragic Helis was, it must be a little better than being someone like her, who was betrayed by her lover and lost her child. Her position was never meant to be supported by love. The shelf life of love is shorter than the blooming season of a flower. The empress was also thinking today, so there's an old, ugly monster inside this mirror. This man was currently blushing beet red from shyness. Just a moment ago, for the first time, he had invited a girl to his home as a guest. Helis was very surprised. Anakin usually never made any requests of her, but it seemed she understood his thoughts. She then sighed and said to him, before I change my mind, hurry up and get ready. Not long after, they arrived at Anakin's home. Anakin knocked forcefully on the door. Hearing the knock, the little girl rushed to open the door, muttering, "Who is it?" Anakin told her not to be mischievous and to open the door quickly, as he had brought a guest. The little girl grumbled as she opened the door, "What guest could you possibly bring? I've never seen you bring a single girlfriend home." Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Helis next to him. "Welcome, Helis." After entering the house, the little girl quickly pulled her brother aside and whispered that the house was a mess and hadn't been tidied up yet. Hearing their conversation, Helis teased, "I was originally going to let your brother come home by himself, but he insisted on bringing me here." At this moment, Helis thought to herself, "I was worried about how a child would live alone, but it's cleaner than I expected. I can rest assured now." Originally, she had wanted to send Anakin home so she could have a good cry by herself. Before becoming a cruel murderer, she wanted to allow herself a moment of self-pity. Just then, the little girl's voice interrupted Helis's thoughts. The little girl asked her if she wanted some tea. Helis asked her to come over, as she had something to say to her. "Let Anakin prepare the tea, all right?" She asked the little girl for her name. The little girl said shyly that her name was Petty. Helis then asked, "Is that a new name you chose for yourself?" The little girl was a bit shy and whispered her new name, Kindya. Helis praised the name as being very nice, thinking to herself, it's understandable she'd dislike the name her drunken, gambling father gave her. To think of giving herself a new name, she's quite thoughtful. Then, Helis took out a money pouch and placed it in front of her. "This is the payment I promised you last time. 6 heuris. The reward for coming out is in there too. And of course, your hush money is included." Kinya's eyes lit up as she looked at the money pouch. She asked in disbelief, "Is all of this for me?" Helis nodded. "The hush money is buying your life, you know. Thinking of it that way, it's not that much." Kinya was thrilled holding the money pouch. Helis told her to buy some food for her friends in town. After all, it's not easy to get people to do your bidding. Anakin brought the prepared tea to Helis and then stood beside her. Helis suddenly remembered that she had bought gifts for her maids during her trip and had also brought one for Kenya. So, Elise took out a ruby necklace and gently put it on for her. Kenya looked at her very own necklace with a happy face. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful ruby. Elise said that with this necklace, she could sell the earrings she gave her last time to help with household expenses. Anakin looked at the woman before him, his eyes filled with emotion and admiration. She is so gentle, as beautiful and kind as an angel. Elise said to Kenya, "Actually, I came here today to ask for your help with one more thing." Kenya readily agreed, telling her to just give the order. Elise stated that she needed someone well-versed in royal etiquette, but that person cannot have any connection to the imperial family. It would be best if they hate the imperial family. This woman, in order to return to her original world, finally decided to assassinate Helena. So she asked Tia to help her find someone who hated the imperial family and understood royal etiquette. Because she didn't understand royal etiquette herself, she needed someone who did to help her properly teach Helena. Tia agreed readily and said that in 1 week, she would definitely find a person to her satisfaction. Afterwards, Tia gave 2 gold coins to her brother, asking him to help buy cookies and bread. She was going to share them with her friends as Elise had instructed. After getting Elise's approval, Anakin went out. He also said he would be back soon. Watching Anakin's back, Elise sighed in her heart. It seems he gets ordered around by his little sister quite a bit. She asked Tia, "Has Anakin been doing well recently?" Tia still had a reserved look, answering stiffly, "I haven't seen him smile, but he seems very happy. Before, I used to think my brother was scary, like a puppet controlled by a witch. Although he was breathing, he didn't seem like a living person." Elise then asked, "He has a new name now, too." "I gave him the name Anakin." After hearing it, Tia thought the name was very cool. Elise asked her why she hadn't given her brother a name. Tia looked a little sad. "It's not that I didn't. It's that I felt it was unnecessary. I figured no one would call him by it, so having a name would be meaningless. Maybe you didn't want to be remembered by others. In these back alleys, forming attachments will only lead to loss." Then she said a little shyly, "Thank you for giving my brother's life meaning." Seeing her shy appearance, Elise instantly found her very cute, and her ears had turned red, just like Anakin's. Elise answered her own question. "The feeling is mutual. He has given my life meaning as well." She asked Tia if she was interested in becoming her maid. Tia understood her good intentions, but still refused. She believed that as long as she had money, living here was also quite good. Most importantly, by being on the outside, it was more convenient for her to help Elise with tasks and gather information. With the sound of the door opening, Anakin returned. Elise looked at the girl before her, thinking that if she could live in a better environment, she would surely become a remarkable person when she grew up. What a pity for this child. Perhaps in the future, she will also become the queen of these back alleys. Maybe before I leave, I should introduce her to Dia. She would definitely like her. Elise and Anakin were walking on their way home. Suddenly, she stopped and asked Anakin why he didn't refuse. Anakin was confused. Elise continued, "When I gave you a name, why didn't you refuse? When Tia wanted to give you a name, you refused her decisively, didn't you?" Anakin asked her in return, "Why did you give me a name? I used to think that if someone were to give me a name, I would want that person to be the one who calls me by it the most. After all, a name isn't for calling yourself." Then he slowly walked closer to Elise. This man took the woman's hand and gently placed it on his own forehead. Anakin said with deep affection, "Actually, my lady, you didn't need to give me a name. Like the others around me, you could have just used me like a tool. But my lady chose to give me a name. At that moment, I knew that in the future, my lady would surely call my name often. No matter where we go, no matter what we do, you will always call my name." Anakin's eyes were filled with gratitude. "So, being able to serve you is truly my honor." Hearing Anakin's heartfelt confession, Elise's eyes dimmed. She was filled with an indescribable sadness at this moment. "What if I return to my original world? What do you plan to do with this name then?" Anakin answered frankly, "I have never thought about it, but my lady said before that I would be well suited as a wandering knight. I might try that. Using the name my lady gave me to become famous throughout the world wouldn't be bad either." Hearing these words, Elise was very moved. Anakin's meaning was that even if she left, he would still belong to her. He really is a straightforward guy. Did Elise give you a name? If she did, what name would it be? In the novel, what was your ending after Elise died? What happened to you after that? The original work just had to leave out Anakin's ending, so she had no clue. Elise was very worried about whether Anakin could survive after she died. Could she still save his life? After Elise returned home, Emma brought her an envelope. It was a tea party invitation from the Duke Carl estate. Elise asked what kind of tea party it was. Emma explained, "It's for Miss Carl's debut into high society. It seems she is in need of your guidance." Elise thought to herself, could Miss Carl be Yassen's sister? A few days later, the day of the tea party arrived. The carriage moved smoothly along the road. Elise recalled the contents of the letter. My daughter is about to enter high society. How can she become as beautiful and well-mannered as Lady Mion? I know that as the Crown Prince's fiancé, you are very busy every day. If you could personally guide my daughter, she would be greatly honored. If it is inconvenient for you, please do not hesitate to refuse. My daughter will absolutely not feel sad because of it. Did that sentence mean she was supposed to absolutely not attend? The carriage arrived at its destination. Elise, dressed in a yellow court dress, slowly stepped out of the carriage. Looking at the group of ducal ladies before her, Elise seemed to understand. She was just too embarrassed to leave Elise out, so she had no choice but to send the invitation. Now she had become an unwanted guest. No wonder they tried so hard to dress her up. It turned out they didn't want her to lose face. Just then, a voice was heard. "You look even younger than usual today." And these words, full of gunpowder, came from Duchess Carl, Yassen's mother. Today was Miss Carl's tea party. As soon as Elise arrived, she was met with sarcasm from Duchess Carl. She mocked that when Elise stood with the Crown Prince, they looked like a very close brother and sister. Elise was naturally not one to be bullied. She immediately retorted that she had suddenly become very mature. It seems the women of the Carl family have always matured very quickly. The Duchess shot back, not to be outdone, because unlike the Mion family that holds gold, the Carl family's destiny is to hold a sword, so the women of the family also mature earlier and are more composed. Elise mocked her to work hard on her skincare, otherwise it would be bad to age faster than others. Thankfully, I'm one who holds gold, so I should age slowly. The Duchess was retorted into speechlessness. She could only glare at her fiercely. Elise, on the other hand, silently complained to herself. This Elise really has a lot of enemies. They all want to blunt her edge before she officially becomes the crown princess. The tea party began. Everyone started to mock Elise one after another. The woman in pink said with feigned apology, "If I had known it would be so boring for Lady Mion, I wouldn't have invited you." The woman in yellow immediately chimed in, "It's understandable. When first entering high society, one usually follows their mother's traditions." The woman in pink said cattily, "Although Lady Mion's mother passed away early and she didn't learn much, her debut was still very outstanding, extremely luxurious." Hearing these cold words, Elise was very angry. How dare they treat the Marquis's estate like new money? How audacious. She picked up a cup of tea and slowly spoke. "In your eyes, do I look bored?" But with just a single gesture, I could enjoy myself to the fullest. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd looked at her with terrified expressions. Elise continued, "The tea is still very hot." The woman in yellow was a little scared, saying that this joke was going a bit too far. Elise replied coldly, "Do you think I'm joking?" The woman in pink beside her shouted, "Are you threatening her? Are you going to throw tea on her? It's because you're so vicious that you were abandoned by the crown prince." The crowd began to whisper among themselves again. Who didn't know about the things that happened at Elise's coming-of-age ceremony? Elise, who was already in a bad mood, now felt even worse. So annoying. It's not that I was dumped by the crown prince, it's that I dumped him. Okay? I really want to say it out loud. Suddenly, a hand rested on Elise's shoulder. This woman is the crown prince's fiancée. But at this moment, she was being mocked by a group of noble ladies. Just when Elise could bear it no longer, Yassen appeared. She interrupted their conversation and said she wanted to take Elise away, as she had something to say to her. The crowd, who couldn't wait for Elise to leave, readily agreed to Yassen's suggestion. Elise's expression was icy. She complained inwardly, "Shouldn't you get my consent first?" Just as Elise was about to object, Yassen grabbed her hand and pulled her away in large strides. They arrived at a small garden. Elise told her to let go of her hand first. Yassen pretended not to hear and continued walking on her own. Elise, who was already in a bad mood, forcefully shook off her hand. A sharp pain shot through her grabbed wrist. Just then, Yassen's voice sounded, "You don't have to thank me." Elise questioned her loudly, "Why should I thank you?" Yassen replied without a second thought, "Because I rescued you from such an embarrassing situation." Elise retorted irritably, "You didn't save me, you saved your sister. Because if I had stayed any longer, I would have thrown hot tea in her face." Yassen found it a bit amusing. She didn't expect Elise to still be so interesting. Seeing Yassen's playful smile, she became even more furious. Yassen said again, "I finally worked up the courage to be scolded by you, my lady, and came to find you." Elise knew it was about the bandit incident last time. She had insisted on staying to fight despite the objections. Elise stated that she doesn't point out mistakes at the time and forgets about them afterwards, so you shouldn't have anything to do with me either. Unexpectedly, Yassen said, "Then is it all right if I tell the crown prince about your mental illness?" Elise was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yassen's tone was cold. "Of course I do. No matter how powerful the Marquis Mion family is, the imperial family will not tolerate it. After all, madness cannot be mixed into the imperial bloodline." Elise was not intimidated at all. She thought to herself, "Go ahead and say it if you want." She retorted, "Let's see who will be considered the crazy one. Also, you seem to have a big misunderstanding. I no longer have the slightest attachment to the position of crown princess." Yassen looked at her in surprise. Elise asked her why she was looking at her like that. "Did you think I would love His Highness forever?" Yassen replied, "I'm just surprised. Haven't you always been kind only to the crown prince?" "Only to him." Elise explained, "Because I've come to understand that one-sided passion will not be rewarded with love. Perhaps this statement also applies to you, Sir Carl. Can you believe it? This woman, as the crown prince's fiancée, only thinks about breaking off the engagement. And if she could break off the engagement, Helena would be the next crown princess." In the original novel's plot, Helena had not yet fallen in love with the crown prince. If Yassen wanted to win Helena's heart, just being kind and trying to please her wouldn't work. But that didn't mean Yassen should reveal her dark, perverted inner self. Elise told Yassen that she understood the crown prince would never love her in this lifetime. So now, she just wanted to calm down and rest for a while. Hearing this, Yassen was shocked as, "Oh, that's why you were planning to die." Elise felt that talking to her was like playing a harp to a cow. She just wanted to roll her eyes at her. She said, "Anyway, you won't believe what I say, so think whatever you want." After speaking, she stood up to leave. Yassen quickly replied, "I believe you, so tell me." Elise said, "Now it's me who doesn't trust you. You keep trying to threaten me. How can I trust you?" Elise questioned loudly, using a lady's weakness to threaten her. "Don't you feel ashamed as a knight?" Yassen reflected, "It seems so, but for some reason, I always end up looking so bad in front of you." Elise turned her head away disdainfully. "It's fine. If you try to act like a good man in front of me, it would disgust me even more." Yassen shook her head. "Although I'm also terrible, you are too harsh on me." Elise was instantly speechless, because unlike some people, I treat everyone fairly. "But do you still have time to be so concerned about me? If I withdraw, the next candidate for crown princess will be Helena." Yassen froze on the spot, speechless for a long time. Elise asked her, "Are we done talking? Then I'll take my leave." Then she left without looking back. It took Yassen a long time to react. She had forgotten. How could she have completely forgotten about Helena? A week passed by quickly. Tia indeed found an etiquette teacher as promised, and she completely met the conditions Elise had set. Elise looked at the person before her. She does look quite strict. What did she do before? Anakin replied, "She was the wet nurse of the first crown prince." Hearing this, Elise was thoroughly impressed. Tia was very good at picking people. Not only was she well-versed in royal etiquette, but she also hated the imperial family. Most importantly, she hated the Mion family more than anyone. She was indeed the perfect candidate. As soon as the wet nurse walked in the door, she asked, "I heard my enemy is looking for me. Is that right?" Elise told Anakin to go and invite Helena over. Elise secretly rejoiced. Now the stage was set, just waiting for Helena. Anakin went to where Helena was and called for her to come over now. Helena asked softly, "Is there something you need?" Only a single reply was heard. "The lesson is about to begin. This old woman is too bold." Facing the villainous Elise, she actually threw a cup of tea in her face. It all started half an hour ago. Tia had found a suitable candidate for Elise. She was not only the wet nurse of the late crown prince, but also an excellent etiquette teacher. The wet nurse was puzzled. Elise should have received a good education since childhood. Why would she need her to teach etiquette now? Elise had her own plans. After all, the position of receiving an education and the position of teaching others are completely different. The wet nurse inquired, "Who is this other you refer to?" This was very important to her because she needed to gauge where to start teaching from. Elise told her that the person was Helena. She is the daughter of Prince Alek's wet nurse and is currently a summer maid. The wet nurse began to mock Elise. Teach an uneducated country bumpkin. It seems you'll have to start from scratch as well. As you know, before I was Prince Latadio's wet nurse, I was the crown princess's tutor. It is precisely because I was the empress's teacher that I was able to keep my life during the Great Purge when His Highness passed away. Elise pondered. This person was both the late crown prince's wet nurse and unexpectedly also the empress's teacher. Perhaps her hatred for the imperial family was even deeper than she had imagined. As soon as the wet nurse finished speaking, she picked up her teacup. The next second, she threw the tea at Elise. Elise let the tea run down her face. She did not get angry, but instead raised her head to look at the wet nurse. The wet nurse could no longer contain the anger in her heart. I stepped into this detestable Meon residence for only one reason. I came to see how the hateful person who harmed another's child raised their own daughter. Emma cried out in shock at this scene. "How could you do this to my lady?" She then took out a handkerchief and began to wipe Elise's face with concern. Elise gestured for Emma not to speak and asked her to leave first. The wet nurse asked her why she sent her maid away. Elise told her it was because she didn't want anyone else to understand the conversation that was to follow. "Why do you think I had a girl from the slums go find you? Do you remember who I'm going to teach? Why do you think she needs to learn royal etiquette?" The wet nurse was stunned. Her mind was in a whirl. Elise stood up and continued. "His Majesty the Emperor and the Marquis do not know about this matter yet. The only ones who know are Her Majesty the Empress, myself, and you. I believe the common ground among us three is our hatred for those two men. Am I right?" The wet nurse stated that she had never heard of Elise detesting her own father. Elise retorted, "Don't you understand the principle of not airing one's dirty laundry in public? Doing so would only be asking for trouble." The wet nurse told Elise, "Even if you give up on being the crown princess, it won't be a major blow to the Marquis." Elise spoke with full confidence. "Don't worry about that man. I have my own ways to bring about his downfall. So what is your answer?" The wet nurse straightened her back and agreed to Elise's request. She would teach Elise. "However, I am very strict. You need to be prepared." Elise's expression was firm. "Yes, teacher." In her previous life, this girl was an ordinary office worker. After waking up one day, she found herself transmigrated into a trashy romance novel. Looking at herself in the mirror, she once again felt the malice of fate towards her. The girl's name after transmigration was Elise, the villainous supporting female character in the novel. At this moment, she strode into the imperial palace, but was met with frequent sidelong glances. This was because her attire today was far too plain. The usual Elise would dress as lavishly as possible, but today was a complete departure from her norm. Elise glanced at them. These people really have too much time on their hands. What does it have to do with them how other people dress? If she dressed as lavishly as before, it would only be more inconvenient when teaching Helena. Since they've all seen it, she really hoped this could be an opportunity to make simpler attire fashionable. No, that's not what's important right now. What's important is that she hopes Helena isn't a complete idiot. The large doors slowly opened. Helena looked at Elise with an innocent face. "I heard you were looking for me." Looking at her innocent white lotus expression, Elise felt helpless. This child can't possibly be smart. I just hope she's not hopelessly stupid. Elise told her to come in, then stared at her fixedly. Helena immediately panicked. She asked Elise softly, "Why did you suddenly look for me?" Elise was puzzled. How does someone so timid survive in the imperial palace? But everyone in the palace likes her, so of course, there's no problem. If anything happens to her, she just needs to smile. There's no need for her to get her own hands dirty, because others will take the initiative to get revenge for her. In the end, the villain who makes Helena cry is still me. Elise told Helena that she had originally wanted her to come to the Marquis's residence. But you are a palace maid and cannot leave the palace freely. Her Majesty the Empress wants to find someone to teach you, and I am that suitable person. You have a lot to learn. Come and sit down. Helena asked in a fluster. You should at least tell me the reason first. Why does Her Majesty the Empress want to teach me? Elise didn't explain to her, telling her to ask in person after class. Don't waste any more of my time. Helena hesitated, trying to speak. Elise frowned. She slammed her hand on the table, startling Helena. Her body instantly stiffened, and she could only think hard. Elise slowly walked towards Helena. She told Helena to square her shoulders and then look her straight in the eye. From now on, do not avert your gaze from mine. Helena looked directly at Elise. Slowly, she became less flustered. Elise moved closer to Helena. From now on, I'm going to turn you into a person. This girl has a pure appearance, a perfect white lotus. No one who has come into contact with her dislikes her. Of course, with the exception of the villainous Elise. Although Helena grew up in the imperial palace, she was timid and didn't dare to look the nobles in the eye. And the reason she could avoid the nobles' gazes was because the nobles had no need to speak with Helena. If one wants to be treated as a human by the imperial family and the nobility, one cannot be as weak as before. Because this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. His Highness the Crown Prince cannot protect her at all times. Helena needs to make others understand that she is no different from them. Elise placed her hands on Helena's shoulders. Tio, do that. The first things to change are your gaze and posture. Elise straightened Helena's shoulders. You don't even dare to look them in the eye. How can you talk or connect with them? Elise pondered. Her walking posture is acceptable. Correcting these should be enough for now. Then she asked Helena, can you read and write? Can you dance at social gatherings? Helena replied that she had written before, but didn't really understand the meaning of the words. As for dancing, she was completely clueless. Elise sighed. In the original novel, Helena only began to receive formal education after becoming empress anyway. Well then, before we talk about etiquette, let's start with the basics. From tedious table manners to methods of choosing attire and developing an elegant eye, the things Elise taught Helena were truly endless. And the most important point was that from now on, Helena was forbidden from saying things like, what should I do? Or no matter what, I can't. Although there was a lot to learn, Helena was smarter than Elise had thought. Her learning speed was even faster than her own. Is this the female lead's halo, right? She also had to teach her how to ride a horse. But this task should be left to the Crown Prince or Yassen. It was now time to move on to the next stage of the curriculum. Elise turned and left. She needed to go change her clothes first. After taking off the cumbersome dress, Elise exclaimed in comfort. It was finally time for the social dancing segment. Because Elise had to learn both the male and female roles, the social dance training was extremely rigorous. This also made Anakin suffer quite a bit. She stepped on his feet countless times, and he just said it was fine to step on them. He also practiced all the dances with me. Polonaise, waltz, mazurka, salon dance. We finally finished practicing them all. Soon, Elise had changed her clothes. Now, let's start with the mazurka. This is the most laid-back villainous I've ever seen. Not only does she not want to be the crown princess herself, but she's also giving the novel's female lead a lesson so she could become the crown princess as soon as possible. Helena was confused and asked, "Are you going to be my dance partner?" Elise said it was only temporary, while complaining in her heart, in the future, Helena's only dance partner will be His Highness the Crown Prince. Isn't it? Helena froze for a moment, wondering if this was really appropriate. Then she placed her hand on Elise's. Thus began her dance practice. However, it wasn't very smooth. She made quite a few mistakes, either missing the steps or stepping on Elise's feet. But Elise didn't lower her standards. She then pulled Helena's waist closer to her, causing Helena to let out a gasp. Elise told her to learn to relax. The stiffer her body, the harder it was to follow the rhythm. Helena shyly remarked that they were too close. Elise told her that this was how the waltz was. However, to reassure Helena, she slowed down the teaching pace. Elise looked at Helena, somewhat mesmerized. Helena was beautiful and captivating no matter how you looked at her. Even her dazed, blank expression was so beautiful. How much more beautiful would she be when she falls in love? Even with all the beautiful words and furnishings in the world, it wouldn't be enough to express her beauty. But which will happen faster? You falling in love with the crown prince, or me staining my shield and sword with your blood? Suddenly, Helena spoke up, asking Elise, "Are you planning to make me the crown princess?" Elise told her, to be precise, Her Majesty the Empress wishes for it. And of course, I have agreed. Helena didn't understand. Why? Don't you like His Highness the Crown Prince, Elise? Elise was surprised. I never expected you to ask why. Have you never considered that it's because His Highness the Crown Prince loves you and hates me that I'm going to all this trouble to teach you? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Helena muttered pitifully, "But none of you ever asked me. No one asked if I like His Highness the Crown Prince." What would you do when faced with a pretty boy? The villainous Elise is so depressing. Hearing Helena's aggrieved question, Elise snorted coldly and let out a soft laugh. Because there's no need to care about your feelings at all. Elise thought that it was time for the current Helena to step out from her overprotected bubble and hear the truth. Elise slowly walked towards her. This is a political struggle between myself, the Marquis, the Empress, and His Majesty. And you, who don't even have the strength to trust a chicken, are nothing more than a pawn. Do you think I became his fiancée because I love His Highness the Crown Prince? Helena's innocent eyes widened. Isn't that so? Elise thought she was far too naive. Life isn't a fairy tale. I became the Crown Prince's fiancée because he's the most suitable person to be my backer. Even if I love someone else and not His Highness, I would still be engaged to him. Elise stared at Helena. Oh, I advise you. You'd better try to fall in love with His Highness. If you fall in love with someone else, that person will lose their life because of it. Helena didn't believe it. Alec is not that cruel. Elise turned away, too lazy to say any more to Helena. Whether she regretted it later was none of her business. In any case, no matter how many people the Crown Prince assassinated, she herself would no longer be affected. Helena still wouldn't give up. She asked Elise, "Why do you want me to marry His Highness?" Elise was dismissive. The reason is simple. Because I'm tired of His Highness. I've grown sick of him. After hearing this, Helena became agitated. She loudly questioned Elise. How could you grow tired of His Highness so quickly? To make such a decision for such a reason. Elise was very cold. Oh, you feel wronged? Are you angry? But I can change my mind at any time for just such a reason. Because I have the qualification and the right. If you feel wronged, then become the Crown Princess and fight against me. Only when you have power can you carry out your own will. If you understand, then let's continue the lesson. Stop your sniveling. Review what you've learned today when you have time. I'll be testing you next class. After saying this, she left coolly. The scene changes. Elise is sitting on a sofa, spacing out. Just then, a handmaiden came over and told Elise that Her Majesty the Empress was waiting for her. Elise stood up. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and suddenly felt so tired. Elise recalled Helena's words. Why did no one ask if she liked him? His Highness the Crown Prince. She had asked in her 7 lives. Although she hadn't asked Helena, she had asked the Empress. The Empress's answer at the time was, for an outstanding man like Alec, if she confesses her love to him, he will surely come to love her. I was just relaying the Empress's answer to you. If it really turns out as she said, that would be for the best. At least, that's how it is before I stab you with the sword the witch gave me. This woman is the most let-it-rot female lead I've ever seen. No ambition, no desire for palace intrigue, just wants to hurry back to the real world. The Empress asked Elise what she had taught Helena so far. Elise looked at the high and mighty Empress. All the trouble had been pushed onto her, while the Empress herself was idling with an elegant posture. But Elise could only report truthfully. She had taught Helena noble greetings, dining etiquette, and so on. The Empress, however, felt that this was still far from enough to become the Crown Princess. But at least you've taught Helena the basics. She praised Elise for doing a decent job. Elise endured it, thinking of it as serving a superior. Next, the Empress ordered the servants to all withdraw. Then she told Elise of her plans. First, to have Helena make her official debut into high society at Miss Carl's ball. Elise thought it was a good opportunity. This way, she could indeed leave a deep impression on nobles. The Empress told Elise that if they missed this ball, they would have to wait a long time. After all, the introduction of the future Crown Princess couldn't happen at just any casual event. Elise agreed, stating that she would teach Helena well before the day of the ball. She recalled the novel's plot. In any case, the Empress would continue to entrust Helena's education to her. Because there was still some of the original novel's plot left. She now remembered it completely. In the novel, Elise's engagement was not broken. It was just that with the Emperor's permission. Helena became the Crown Princess. Elise, whose engagement wasn't even broken, could only watch in silence. Helena, who had become the Crown Princess in her place. She even hid in the bridal chamber. And just like that, Elise murdered Helena. Afterward, she was caught in the act by the Crown Prince and then sentenced to death. Elise pulled back from her memories. Hopefully, the final ending will be brought forward to this ball. The Empress then instructed Elise to help Helena choose her attire. Although she was her former love rival, this was not a difficult task for Elise. Elise smiled. But of course, after all, if Helena chose a very childish dress, I would be embarrassed too. But if it were the real Elise, she would have definitely cried for several nights. The Empress is truly a cruel woman. After taking her leave from the Empress, Elise planned to return to her residence. Unexpectedly, she ran into the Crown Prince on the way. Elise was a bit speechless. It seemed her bad luck would continue until she got home today. Elise kept her head down, planning to ignore the Crown Prince. She hadn't eaten properly all day and had been tormented everywhere. She really didn't have the energy to argue. Just as the two were about to pass each other, the Crown Prince grabbed Elise's wrist. He looked at Elise and said arrogantly, "Have you decided to ignore me?" This female lead is so depressing. Facing the Crown Prince, who used to always give her a sour look, she decisively chose to ignore him. "You used to be cold and indifferent to me. Now I'm out of your league." The uncharacteristically different Elise made the Crown Prince very uncomfortable. In the instant they passed each other, the Crown Prince grabbed Elise's wrist. "Have you decided to ignore me?" Elise turned her head and said perfunctorily, "I may have been too tired recently. My field of vision has narrowed. Please forgive my poor eyesight." The Crown Prince looked down at Elise, saying he didn't expect her to kneel in apology, but she should at least look at him properly. Then he squeezed Elise's hand forcefully. The sharp pain made Elise cry out, "Please let go of my hand." After a whole day of turmoil, she hadn't eaten and was now a bit unsteady on her feet. Seeing Elise's discomfort, the Crown Prince asked in surprise what was wrong with her. "Did you eat something bad? If you're not feeling well, I can call the royal physician for you." Elise had nothing to say to him. She hadn't eaten anything at all. Just then, a man appeared behind Elise. He gently supported Elise's shoulder. Elise turned her head to look. It was Yassen. Elise couldn't help but complain inwardly. Why does this guy always pop up out of nowhere? Elise patted his hand. Yassen smiled kindly and said, "Don't be like that. You can lean on me." The Crown Prince watched the two of them fooling around and questioned Yassen, "What do you think you're doing?" Yassen looked directly at the Crown Prince without the slightest fear. Then he slowly said, "What could it be? This is just a purely kind gesture." The animosity between the two men put Elise, who was caught in the middle, in a difficult position. Why do these two guys have to cause trouble right in front of me? I don't care if they break off their friendship or form a strategic partnership. Let them be. I'm going home. She called out softly. "Anakin, come out." In less than a second, Anakin walked out from behind the Crown Prince. The setting sun on him was incredibly handsome. It was truly the gentlest sight in the world. But Elise had no time to admire it. She ordered Anakin to pick her up. She had no strength left at all. The Crown Prince and Yassen were both speechless. Without a word, Anakin lifted Elise in a princess carry. Elise, in turn, wrapped her arms around his neck. Then she said to the Crown Prince, "You probably don't want to see me, so I'll take my leave now, Your Highness." Yassen had a gloating expression, while the Crown Prince wore a serious one. Anakin bowed to the two of them, then left, carrying Elise without a sideways glance. This woman, the Crown Prince's fiancée, is being held in another man's arms. Passers-by were gossiping about it. Lady Mion is actually being held by another man. Even if he's her guard, as a lady, she can't just entrust her body to another man. She's not worthy of being His Highness the Crown Prince's fiancée at all. Elise leaned in Anakin's arms and slowly spoke. "If you ever come to hate me in the future, tell me right away. Give me time to try and understand myself. Although I'm used to being hated, it still feels unpleasant." Even so, she still wanted to put up a front before Anakin. At least she couldn't let this person see her break down. Anakin replied very seriously, "Have you forgotten? I have already sworn my loyalty to you, to obey you. I said that no matter the temptation or hardship, nothing could make me yield." He placed Elise on a bench to rest. Then he knelt on one knee. "If you are willing, I will make another vow now. Even if one day you come to hate yourself, I will absolutely never give up on you." Elise looked at the sincere Anakin. "Does he mean I can do whatever I want with him? Because he belongs completely to me? Yes, I really do need it. I need someone who won't care even if my twisted heart is exposed. And only Anakin is that person." Elise suddenly felt a tingling sensation spreading from the tips of her toes. She was afraid that Anakin would hear her heartbeat, but then she thought it would be nice if he found out. She placed her hand on Anakin's cheek. At this moment, Elise knew better than anyone that you don't need a grand reason to fall in love. But at this very moment, Anakin was just so lovable. But the words Elise spoke were, "Anakin, are you crazy?" Anakin asked softly, "Am I a disappointment to you?" Elise pressed her forehead against his. "I'm not disappointed. But why is this? Why is Anakin so blindly devoted? He was like the meteors that created the earth in ancient times, rushing towards her. Elise continued, I am very, very satisfied. You make me feel special. The next day, upon learning she was to make her debut at the ball in half a month, Helena was utterly shocked. She said anxiously that she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Elise told her there was plenty of time and no need to worry. Today's lesson was over, but there was something else to do now. Elise ordered a servant, bring in Madame Toiles. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman with long, pink, curly hair walked in. Elise told her that she was called here today not to order a dress for herself, but to have one made for Helena. Madame Toiles smiled slightly. Pardon my impertinence, but I only tailor clothes for ladies of status. Even if the young lady beside you is a great beauty, I'm afraid I can't help. This is the most desire-free villainous I've ever seen. Not only is she giving her fiancé to the White Lotus, but she's also having a custom gown made for her. However, Madame Toiles beside them smiled and politely declined. She only tailored clothes for ladies of status. Even if the one next to her was a great beauty, she was powerless to help. Elise retorted, on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, didn't you secretly give her my dress to wear? Madame Toiles smiled and said that the situation was special that day. As a mere dress seller, how could she dare defy the crown prince? Elise told Madame Toiles, then you must be even more meticulous this time, because she is about to enter high society by imperial command. In half a month, she will attend Miss Carl's ball. You need to make a gown for her. Madame Toiles glanced at Helena. It seems she has learned etiquette in a short time. Madame Toiles voiced her doubt. Will she be able to survive among so many noble ladies? Elise replied coldly. If she appears in the most expensive gown, even the proudest noble ladies won't go too far. When Helena heard a gown was to be made for her, she quickly refused. Elise stated that the cost would be covered by the imperial family. Helena suggested she could just buy one herself. Unexpectedly, Elise slammed her hand on the table that a polite refusal is different from constantly pleading poverty, and your current behavior is pleading poverty. The male companion standing by your side that day is the noble man who will one day rule this country, His Highness Crown Prince Alec. Yet you want to stand beside him in common clothes? Do you think the nobles around you will praise you for being frugal if you wear a cheap dress? That's impossible. They will only insult the imperial family. The imperial family collects so many taxes, yet they didn't even give a lady of the crown prince's affection a decent gown. Think about it yourself. Won't that in turn bring shame upon the imperial family? Helena's face turned red, and she said she would follow all of Elise's arrangements. A handmaiden at the side took out a measuring tape and began to take Helena's measurements. Madame Toiles asked what color the gown should be. Elise said purple. Madame Toiles paused and asked again, because purple is the color symbolizing the imperial family. Therefore, a non-royal wearing purple would be considered an act of treason. Elise answered affirmatively. Purple. It matches the color of Helena's eyes, doesn't it? Other female leads fight tooth and nail with a White Lotus. But the female lead here is handing over her fiancé and even picking out a gown for her. At this moment, Elise looked at the gorgeous gown before her and expressed her satisfaction. Madame Toiles smiled and said, we pulled several all-nighters for the embroidery. Just then, the door opened. Two handmaidens announced that Helena's skin and head massages were complete. Helena was about to doze off. She was very tired. However, at Elise's command, she was to go and change into the gown to see the effect. The handmaidens gave Helena a new hairstyle, but Elise vetoed it. This hairstyle is too mature. For jewelry, choose diamonds, were both the necklace and earrings. As Elise was choosing a fan, Madame Toiles asked what to do since Helena didn't have pierced ears. Elise was ruthless, immediately saying, then pierce them. After hearing this, a handmaiden immediately grabbed Helena. With quick hands, she pierced the ears of a bewildered Helena. Helena's eyes welled up with tears from the pain, and she was about to cry. Elise told her she couldn't cry, or it would ruin her makeup. After a series of procedures, Helena was finally ready. The exquisite gown, the elegant purple. Helena's beauty, combined with the noble crown, made her look just like a noble lady. Everyone gasped in amazement, and Helena looked at Elise. She wanted Elise's opinion. Elise looked and said, not bad. In fact, it was perfect. I taught this child myself, and now my heart is filled with gratification. After applying heavy makeup, she has even more dignity than before. Elise extended her hand to her. Let's practice the dance one last time. After everything was done, Helena took off the gown and sat on the sofa. In the past, she had envied those ladies in their gorgeous dresses. To dress up like that and dance just once had been her dream. But after experiencing it herself, she found that beauty was more arduous and inconvenient than she had imagined. Was she being ungrateful for her blessings? But Elise said that had nothing to do with beauty. The hardship and inconvenience you experience today are just the standards of beauty created by certain people. Anyone can become beautiful at any time. Just then, a handmaiden served lemon cake. Helena was pleasantly surprised to see it. Elise told her to eat up. She happened to be craving something sweet today, too. Eating something sweet occasionally can soothe her irritable temper. If she didn't even have this, she would have quit long ago. But in the next second, Elise's expression changed. She had bitten into sand in the cake. But Helena's expression was calm. It seemed only her cake had a problem. Of course. Am I now just a crown prince's fiancé in name only? Elise glanced around. So who on earth did this? This woman, who is always so calm, suddenly flew into a rage, even laying a hand on a servant, just after realizing there was a problem with the dessert. Elise glanced around, then walked up to a handmaiden. Wasn't this the girl who only acknowledged her? Does she think she has a backer now? Seeing Elise being unfriendly to the handmaiden, Helena quickly tried to stop her. Unexpectedly, Elise slapped her. The handmaiden was knocked to the ground. Helena screamed, then covered her mouth in shock, looking at the scene in disbelief. Elise ordered the other handmaidens to help her up. Then she questioned her, "You look down on me and constantly follow Lady Helena. Why is that? Is it because she's nice to you? Or is it because she's more fearsome than I am? You're banking on the fact that Helena has His Highness behind her, and you're using that backer to be so insolent to me." Elise raised her hand again that I don't blame children. But knowing the advantages of power and weighing the pros and cons is not something a child can do. Helena anxiously grabbed Elise's hand that if you speak to her kindly, she will understand. Elise glanced at Helena. "You are also responsible for this child's arrogance." Then she shook off Helena's hand. "Watch closely. I'll show you now. In the future, when you become the crown princess, how you should deal with those who look down on you and disrupt the order." Elise stared coldly at the handmaiden. Another slap landed on her face. She doesn't genuinely follow Helena. She just wants to cling to power. She's just a person borrowing the tiger's might. Just like that time the crown prince slapped me just because of her words. She was just enjoying that moment of power. Of course, she could betray Helena at any time. Elise was about to punish her further, but Helena stood in front of her. "Please stop. I'm responsible for what this child has done, so please don't hit her anymore." Elise advised her kindly. "Are they nice to you because they genuinely like you, or are they by your side because they want to get something from you? Please distinguish clearly the people around you." However, a saintly female lead is a saintly female lead. Helena said with great righteousness, "I don't mind if others benefit from me, so please don't use violence against others. If you're still angry, you can punish me today, but please promise me that you won't lay a hand on anyone from now on." Elise said coldly, "Are you ordering me?" This is truly a pure, innocent female lead. Not only does she say she doesn't mind others benefiting from her, she even talks back to Elise for a servant. Elise said coldly, "Are you ordering me?" Helena explained nervously, "The day you were hit by His Highness, I just stood there foolishly and did nothing. At that time, I swore to God that I would not make the same mistake again. No reason can justify violence. You were the one who told me that." Elise knew that Helena was different from that handmaiden, because from the very beginning, Helena never thought of relying on others' power, nor was she a person who put power first. The reason she didn't dare to talk back to the crown prince then, but dares to talk back to me now, is not because of a calculation of power. Others might not know, but Elise knew very well. Helena said to Elise, "There should be a more appropriate way to handle this. The person who tampered with your cake and their accomplice in the kitchen, I will have them all removed." These words made the handmaiden break down. She immediately hugged Helena's leg and begged for mercy, saying she was willing to accept punishment, just please don't kick her out. However, Helena just looked at Elise with a blank expression. She was waiting for Elise's permission. Elise nodded in agreement. Since this handmaiden is more afraid of being kicked out, then this is a better way to handle it. Elise admitted to herself that she had a bad temper. If someone wronged her, she had to pay them back double to be satisfied. And Helena's foolish kindness was her nature. Take what just happened, for example. My unforgiving nature And Helena, who is the complete opposite of me. This is what makes me angry. Only she is the most amazing, the most noble and pure. Elise asked, you just said you don't mind if others use you to get benefits, right? If the person who loves you heard that, they would be very hurt. After saying that, she left, thinking to herself, Helena's self-sacrifice is truly disgusting. Because Elise knew that Helena was indeed sincere. Back at home, a servant brought in a gift box from Toiles and handed a letter to Elise. Toiles was too busy with work to visit in person, so she sent her apologies that I once promised that I would personally make every dress for you from your first to your last. My greatest customer and muse is you alone. I hold this dear to my heart. I hope you will wear this gown and light up the ball as you always do. It was an absolutely beautiful and magnificent gown, but the villainous Elise, who received this dress, was not very happy. Instead, she was very confused. Elise stared at the gown, lost in thought. This wasn't just a dress. Could it be called a work of art? It was clear that more effort had been put into it than Helena's gown. But why? To Toiles, Elise should be a kite with a broken string. In the novel, Toiles used Elise to solidify her position in the social circle. In the end, she also went over to Helena's side. Could there be some other inside story? Right? I also need to get a matching outfit for Anakin. Thinking of this, Elise finally came back to her senses. Just then, Anakin said, this gown is like a bouquet of flowers. Elise turned her head. When did you get here? Anakin replied that he had been standing there from the beginning. Elise spoke, good timing. Come over and let me get your measurements. Seeing Anakin's confused look, Elise explained, Miss Carlsball, I want you to be my male companion, so you should at least wear a decent suit, right? But from your expression, are you unwilling? You don't have the right to refuse, though. Anakin shook his head. He wasn't unwilling, but he already had a uniform, so there was no need to make other clothes. Elise was confused what uniform. Anakin explained, the one I wore at the knighting ceremony. Elise had no memory of it because she didn't pay much attention to Anakin back then. Elise said slowly, the suit I'm going to buy you is very expensive. You probably couldn't afford it in a lifetime with your wages. Anakin was stubborn that why uniform is enough. Because the uniform means I am my master's knight. There is no greater honor than this. Elise was stunned after hearing this. She gently caressed Anakin's cheek. How can you be so sweet-tongued? Then let's just alter the uniform a bit. It's a ball after all. Your uniform should at least match my gown. Only then did Anakin not refuse. Just then, a handmaiden came to report that Sir Carl had come to visit and wished to see Lady Elise. Elise felt a headache coming on. What is that guy doing here? How annoying can a clingy man be? Elise was very troubled by this. She had clearly been decisive enough with him. Why was he still so clingy? Seeing Elise's reluctance, the handmaiden suggested, shall I go and turn Sir Carl away? Elise stopped the handmaiden. She would refuse Yassen herself. Anakin, you come with me too. In the hall, Yassen was staring blankly at a portrait of Elise. Just then, Elise's voice came that I don't seem to have received any message of your visit. Your sudden visit without any notice is very displeasing to me. Please leave. Yassen looked unconcerned. Just forgive me this once. I heard Alec is taking Helena to my sister's ball, so I came presumptuously. Elise said impatiently, you should take that up with His Highness the Crown Prince. I won't be your companion. Yassen looked at Elise. That's not what I meant. I came to discuss with you, as people who have both lost our partners for the ball. How about we go together? Of course, you can also take this as my request. Elise refused without a second thought that I'm sorry. I plan to have my knight as my partner. Yassen looked at Anakin, thought a knight as a partner? That doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? After all, there's a difference in status. The reason you chose me on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony was also for this reason, wasn't it? If you go to the ball with that knight, everyone at the ball will laugh at you. Being abandoned, can you bear that ridicule, Lady Elise? I'm here to help you. If you are willing, I could treat this as me begging you. Elise fell silent. Yassen was right. No matter how gorgeously she appeared at the ball, everyone's attention would be on her partner. Then they would use that partner's status to judge her. It's because Yassen knows this so well that he's so smug. How annoying. Elise said disdainfully, even so, I will not go with you. Yassen thought she was just being stubborn. He sat on the sofa, adopting a victor's posture. Elise stared at him, thought, if I were just being stubborn, I would have accepted your suggestion. But I hate you. No matter what others say, being your partner would be more painful for me. Just thinking about it is annoying. Yassen clenched his fists. He didn't understand why Elise hated him so much. He had already apologized. Elise glanced at him. You apologized? That's true. But I never accepted your apology. This man is too proud and arrogant. Facing the villainous Elise, he said condescendingly, do you plan to never see me again for the rest of your life? Is it because I showed hostility to you the first time? Is it just because of that? Elise spoke coldly. How can it be just? That means I have completely lost all trust in you. How can I trust that you won't betray me again? Yassen shot up to his feet. If I prove it, will you trust me again? Elise was incredulous. How smooth must his life have been for him to be so self-absorbed? If she were to casually humor him now, he would probably leave. But Elise didn't want to do that. Her own heart was so weary right now. She had no energy to humor others. Elise clutched her head in pain. Then how will you prove it? Yassen said that as long as Elise asked, he would do anything. Elise looked at him coldly that, I don't understand why you won't let me go. Elise felt that if Yassen had fallen for her, she could understand. But his actions were not those of someone toward the person they liked. Yassen looked down at Elise. I'd like to know, Lady Mion, why you refuse others' kindness like this. Is it so hard to accept help when you're in trouble? Elise was a bit confused. Love or pity? She thought he would say something cliché like, you're the first woman to push me away. But he didn't. Yassen turned his head away, right? Lady Mion only shows weakness in front of His Highness. It's always been like that. You don't need anyone other than His Highness, so you put up your thorns. You're the kind of person who builds walls around yourself. He grabbed Elise's shoulders. You said you already know His Highness will never love you. So why? Why do you still torture yourself? Elise froze. There was something wrong with Yassen's eyes. Yassen wasn't looking at her now, but through Elise, he was looking at himself. To slay the dragon, Yassen underwent extremely harsh training. He picked up a sword as soon as he learned to walk and never slacked off for a single day. Forced to bear an unreasonable mission, the young Yassen couldn't object. He just wanted to live. He also wanted to run away. He was dissatisfied with it all. He worked desperately to meet the expectations of others. Yassen Carl. Elise gritted her teeth. Yassen was trying to comfort his past self by saving her. How little must he think of others to do such a thing? She's the most let-it-rot villainous I've ever seen. Since transmigrating, her only goal has been to return to the real world. She even wants the crown prince and the female lead to have their happy ending. Other than returning to the real world, she couldn't care less about anything else. However, facing Yassen, she flew into a rage. Elise roared, what do you know about me? Then she shoved him away and gave him a slap. Yassen's head snapped to the side from the blow. Don't treat me like a weak woman who needs your protection. Do you really not understand? I'm not pitiful at all right now. In fact, you're the one who wishes my situation was pitiful, aren't you? So you can crawl into my wounds. You ask if I hate you. You want to hear what I think of you that badly? Sir Carl, I don't hate you. Because hating someone is an emotion. But I have no interest in Sir Carl. No feelings at all. Elise didn't just stop there, that I'm really not interested in you at all. What your life is like, what you're thinking, or what makes you happy or sad, I don't want to know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't want to remember. Because to me, you're just a stranger. Even if you were to die tomorrow, I wouldn't shed a single tear. Yassen was stunned. You don't need me? Elise turned away. Yes, that's right. If you understand, then don't talk to me again. She was about to leave with Anakin, but Yassen was still relentless. Seeing that he couldn't stop Elise, he even reached out his hand, trying to grab Elise again. However, in the next second, his hand was caught by Anakin. Elise silently turned her head back. However, she did not stop Anakin. Yassen was very displeased by this. You bastard. How dare you touch a noble's body? Do you have a death wish? Anakin released Yassen's hand. A red mark was clearly visible on Yassen's wrist, showing how agitated he was. My master is not you, Sir Carl. And if anyone dares to touch my master, no matter who it is, if my master is unwilling, I will stop them. Then he turned to look at Elise, asking her how to handle matter. Elise looked into Anakin's eyes. His eyes were filled with loyalty to her. How endearing. Elise sighed. This was a person who belonged completely to her. Who wouldn't love such a protective little wolf? Facing the arrogant Yassen, Anakin responded forcefully, if anyone dares to touch my master, no matter who it is, if my master is unwilling, I will stop them. Elise looked at Anakin before her, feeling somewhat moved. She reached out and caressed Anakin's cheek, but her gaze drifted to Yassen. Is he still watching? Sure enough, Yassen was still staring at them. Elise turned to look at him. I've said all I have to say. Stop bothering me and go home. If you need a trash, can't vent your frustrations, I'd be happy to introduce you to a mirror. Don't go looking for someone else. Solve it yourself. I'm talking about Helena. Elise didn't even have to think to know that the foolish Helena, if Yassen went to her, would follow Yassen's lead. Out the door, Elise instructed, "It seems our guest is lost. Please see him to the door." The handmaiden nodded respectfully, then asked Yassen to follow her. Yassen lowered his head in silence, but it's not like that. Lying in bed, Elise had a headache and had to ask Anakin, who was by her side, to get her medicine. After Anakin left, Elise stared at the ceiling, then laughed mockingly at herself. I really have bad intentions. But she just wanted to confirm. She needed the bloody certainty that Anakin wouldn't abandon her even if she acted unreasonably. She hoped Anakin would continue to work hard for her. After locking the door, Elise lay in bed, tried to endure the pain. She had been under too much mental strain recently, as if her essence was being drained. "Please, Anakin, hurry back." Outside the door, Anakin arrived to find the door locked. He asked from outside if Elise was asleep. Elise didn't answer. She had already locked the door. But the next second, when she turned her head, Anakin was already standing by her bed. "Master, are you in a lot of pain?" "I've brought the medicine." Elise asked him how he got in. Anakin answered honestly, "I was worried about you, so I asked the head servant for the key." Elise's spirits fell. She had thought Anakin would just break down the door or climb in through the window, just like in a novel. After all, this was the world of a novel. After taking the medicine, Elise brushed her hair back. Anakin, holding a towel, offered to wipe her face. Elise's face was expressionless, letting Anakin wipe her face. Anakin didn't say anything either, but quietly did what he was doing. Just then, Elise asked, "Anakin, do you like me?" Anakin's hand paused. He looked at Elise in disbelief, and Elise prayed silently in her heart, "Say you like me. I'm not asking if you love me. It's just like, but what good would it do to hear that he likes me? I have to leave sooner or later anyway. Get a grip. I can't give him anything." Just as Anakin was about to speak, Elise stopped him, "Don't say it." Anakin wanted to continue, but Elise covered his mouth with her hand. "I told you not to say it." Elise felt she was being awful. She had lectured Yassen not to use others as an emotional trash can, but she ended up doing the same thing. She knew full well that this man was incapable of refusing her. This is the most conflicted villainous I've ever seen. She clearly likes the night before her, but doesn't dare to express her feelings. When Anakin was about to answer, Elise covered his mouth, telling him not to answer. And Anakin also reached out his hand. His hand enveloped Elise's. This startled Elise, but she didn't pull back. Anakin didn't speak, but treasured this moment, feeling Elise's touch with all his heart. Elise's face turned red. "I like you. So I only want you to see my excellent and strong side. Even if I accept your help, I don't want to be a burden to you. If you like me too, is that really you? Or is it the karmic law of this novel that makes you have to like Elise? I'm scared. I'm afraid I'll want to stay here because of you. And if I stay in this world, I'm afraid I'll end up resenting you in the future." After a moment of thought, Elise pulled her hand back. She turned her head to indicate that Anakin could leave and thanked him for bringing the medicine. Anakin looked at Elise in silence for a moment, but in the end, he still stood up. He told Elise to rest well, then turned to leave. Lying in bed, Elise listened to his footsteps. She couldn't help but turn her head back, praying in her heart for Anakin not to go, to stay and keep her company. Anakin, who had walked to the door, paused. He looked back, his gaze meeting Elise's. Elise's face instantly turned red. She quickly sat up and explained, "I just wanted to see if you had left." Seeing Elise tossing and turning, Anakin asked, "Is the pain keeping you from sleeping? Then I'll leave after you've fallen asleep." After getting Elise's permission, Anakin closed the door. He came to Elise's bedside, quietly watching over her. Elise really didn't want to be a burden to Anakin, but she was sick today. Everyone gets sick sometimes. Elise comforted herself. It wasn't because she was weak. She was just sick. So she hoped Anakin would keep telling her this, that Anakin was always there. Only then could she feel at ease. Anakin reached out and held Elise's hand. This sense of security allowed Elise to fall asleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Elise was praising Helena. "You review everything so thoroughly each time. It makes my teaching feel meaningful. Miss Carl's ball is tomorrow." The last lesson was finally over. Elise felt a sense of relief. She also had to attend the ball tomorrow, so she needed to go home early today. The next second, the main door was thrown open. The person who came was none other than the Crown Prince. "I know Helena is in here. I'm here to see her." This man, despite being the Crown Prince, was now ignoring all etiquette and forcing his way into the Empress's palace, all to find a commoner girl. The Crown Prince shouted Helena's name. Elise asked, "What reason could make you break the law and force your way in. The Crown Prince's face was terrifyingly dark. He walked straight towards Helena. He then pulled her behind him and questioned Elise. "Why are you with Helena?" Helena anxiously explained, "I was the one who invited her for tea." The Crown Prince retorted, "You're really too naive. Aren't you afraid she'll harm you?" Elise was exasperated. "Am I a monster?" The Crown Prince made no effort to hide his disgust. "You're more vicious than a monster. If she were with a monster, I wouldn't be this worried." Then the Crown Prince looked at Helena. "You will go to Miss Carl's ball with me. As my partner. You know that girl, don't you?" Helena subconsciously glanced at Elise, asking for her opinion. Elise nodded. She was planning to bring it up with the Crown Prince today anyway. Rather than her rejecting the Crown Prince, it was better to let him be the one to refuse first. The Crown Prince asked if Elise was also attending the ball. "You don't even have a partner. Are you planning to go alone?" Elise thought he was truly shameless. Wasn't he supposed to be her partner? However, Elise still answered good-naturedly. "My partner is Anakin, the personal guard you saw earlier." The Crown Prince retorted, "Isn't that man a commoner?" Elise smiled. "Forgive my impertinence, but Lady Helena is also a commoner right now." This left the Crown Prince speechless. "Are you trying to turn against the royal family?" Elise did not shy away. "Yes, Your Highness. I was planning to take this opportunity to completely sever ties with the royal family. Of course, my father might repair the relationship with the royal family again, but it definitely won't be through me. Your Highness, we will be annulling our engagement soon. After the annulment, we will be strangers and will not see each other again." The Crown Prince completely disagreed. Hasn't she thought about the chaos this would cause? Elise told him this was with the Empress's permission. "So please, enjoy this surprise. Isn't this what Your Highness has always dreamed of?"